Good evening,
Progress.
good afternoon, everybody. This is the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission holding a virtual meeting on Tuesday, March 19th. We will begin with a discussion item as our first item. Oh, excuse me. We had a postponement, and that is application number, it was late breaking. It is number 9, which is a final site plan and special permit for a dwelling at 26 Meadowcroft Lane. In addition, we will be seating our alternates, one or both alternates during the evening tonight, and we will be seating them, and I will announce that as we go. So for now, on this first item, Mr. Wells will be seated for Mr. Lowe, who is not yet joined us. And with that, on this first discussion item, it's the Historic District Commission and the Historic Properties of Greenwich to present to us a report so that we may provide comments on the designation of 243 East Putnam Avenue as a local historic property pursuant to the town charter. And all we do in this situation is provide comments to them as the study committee. This will then go to a public hearing of the HDC once we have commented, and then it eventually works its way to the RTM because the entire legislative body must vote on the creation of a local historic property. And with that, Madam Young, if you would proceed.
Hello, my name is Ann Young. Thank you very much for considering this study report. We were absolutely, we meaning the Historic Properties of Greenwich, were just so delighted when the Israel Putnam House Association came to us to partner to produce a study report so that site might obtain local historic property designation. As you know, that's one of the strictest preservation oversights that a property can get. But the wonderful thing about that is that it's reviewed at the local level and not necessarily at the state level. So knowing what IPHA, the DAR, what the symbol of General Putnam means to the town, we were just so delighted to work along with the IPHA in obtaining a local historic property designation. Now, moving forward, what we would like from you is any comments that you feel this report either needs, or if it stands fine as itself, that would be wonderful. What those comments, you can certainly ask for those comments to be included, and we can then send that to Pat LaRoe for approval, or they can be sent to all of you as well. So I will stop talking and allow you to comment.
The commission raised a question yesterday, although they did know that local historic designation is different than the national historic designation. Could you explain what that difference entails in terms of somebody wanting to do work on the building?
When it comes to properties that are listed on the National Register, those usually start off with planning and zoning. And planning and zoning will review that, and they may ask for the Historic District Commission for their opinion on whether changes are appropriate or not, but that's not necessary. When it comes to properties that either are contributing to a local historic district or a standalone local historic property, a certificate of appropriateness is required, and that is issued by the Historic District Commission. And the present members have just such a wonderful history, whether it's either professional in terms of architecture or landscape design, or they've been in town for several decades, so they're quite familiar with the different historical aspects of each site. They really lend themselves to a better application and thus preserve the important elements of a site. And this study report each local historic property has had to submit a study report. And you can consult that study report to really understand what the important architectural elements are. So that's why this is such an important aspect of that designation.
Commission, another question the commission raised was, is there any way that the local historic designation would guarantee the upkeep of the building?
In a word, yes, it can. We've been very fortunate that each property within a local historic district or a standalone, people take very good care of these sites. They're very proud to have that designation, and they are preservationists, so they understand what needs to be done to ensure that a property looks good, as well as, if you pardon the expression, feels good. Again, they can come to the Historic District Commission for their advice before they undertake any type of endeavor. Because each contributing structure is considered a placement on the State Register of Historic Places. In some instances, not all, but there are grants available to help with maintenance.
Anything else from the commission? Mr. Levy?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, I wanted to get an idea of what the obligations are. I believe it's on the National Register, right? So what kind of restrictions are there, and what kind of obligations are there as a result of that?
For Putnam Cottage itself, or just in general?
Putnam Cottage.
Presently, as you know, Putnam Cottage standalone is on the National Register, and it's also a contributing structure to the Putnam Hill District, which runs from basically the hill up to the Second Congregational Church. Putnam Cottage itself has not used any federal funding, so there are no restrictions for what it can or cannot do. It certainly has that honorary distinction of being listed, but presently there are no obligations to make any changes or to go forward with getting permission from the National Park Service to do any changes.
And does that mean that are there federal funds that are available as a register, historic register?
On the National Register, there are a few federal funds available that they could certainly apply for. But then that also comes, with that caveat, because you've used federal funds, we want to make sure that our federal funds are lasting, that any changes that they might have received federal funds for would have to go through the state to make sure that there are appropriate changes, which stands to reason. I think something similar had happened with one of the buildings that was on Greenwich Point, having received federal funds, and that a agreement had been reached between that and the state to make sure that no changes were to occur to those structures that had received those funds. But right now, Putnam Cottage, I give them such credit. They have always been able to raise funds to make the necessary repairs. They're a very independent and worthwhile organization. And, God bless them for taking such great care for this wonderful, wonderful historic property.
Mr. McRae?
Ms. Young, the designation here is for the complete site or just the cottage itself?
We have identified the cottage as the main structure on the site, but yes, it will also entail the buildings that are behind Putz Cottage.
Okay, what about the actual physical site itself? The property, is that included? Fences, trees, etc.
We certainly have identified, several trees and of course the fencing along the lines. If repairs need to be, let's say, something falls on the fence and repairs need to be made. If that's going to be a like repair, wood for wood type thing, that would be fine. But if the IPHA wanted to bring in completely new fencing, they would have to come before the Historic District Commission to make sure that that was the appropriate style fencing with the appropriate materials. And of course, the Historic District Commission is very concerned about the streetscape. So I do believe, depending on the type of weather, you can see, if you're standing in the middle of the post road, not getting hit by cars, looking down the driveway, you can see the barn during some seasons. And if they want to make a change to that, they would come before the Historic District Commission.
Great. In terms of protections and maintenance, is there any recourse that the HDC or another party has if a property owner does not maintain the property?
Well, as I'd mentioned, the simple answer is yes, there is recourse. But, the HDC really takes into account, many other factors. For instance, you may remember for two of the hurricanes that have come through Greenwich. Some structures were heavily hit by those up in the Stanwich Historic District. And sometimes, homeowners do need a little bit of time to get monies to then, apply to their housing situation. So it really is on a case-by-case basis. Putnam Cottage is probably one of the most well-traversed areas, but with Route 1 going by. And, I do think that everyone does take a look and see that little red house, even when they, go to church at Christ Church, that if something were to really come into such a state of disrepair, I know the HDC would be made aware of it and certainly reach out to Putz Cottage to see what could be done and what, if any grant assistance needed to be had. But again, I do think that they take such great care of that structure. We don't think that if that does arise, it's going to come up as a very unusual circumstance. But yes, there is a way for the Historic District Commission to intercede.
Very
Okay, great.
educational.
Just one last thing. In terms of this protection and any protections that the site has, if for some reason, I'm just thinking hypothetically, if for some reason this actually changed hands to a private owner, is there any permanent protections on the site to prevent it being torn down, or is that
Good question.
something up to the property owner?
We
Local
have not-
historic prohibits the tearing down once it's been designated.
Yes.
It is in perpetuity designated and it runs with the land. It's a land use, it's really a
It
zoning
actually
question.
goes into the charter as well, Mr. McRae. So our local ordinance would list this now as a property under the historic properties, and so it runs with the land, and it has those protections as well.
That's why
Mhm.
it goes to the RTM who votes it. And if you go, there's a list. It's in our code of ordinances in the charter. There's in the code of ordinances, it lists all our local historic properties. Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, I hate to ask one more question, but I'm curious.
No,
Well, the question I always want to ask about maintenance, but does this designation prevent moving of the house? Because we have moved historic houses in town,
that's a great
Um,
question.
So
like
the
the
answer
Lion
is,
House. Go ahead.
Locally in Greenwich, we have never come across that particular instance. There would have to be quite an unusual argument to say the place where it's going to be moved to is an appropriate place. Considering this is Knapp Tavern is often referred to as General Putnam's Cottage or Put's Cottage. That significance with his stay there, and then of course going down the hill, I think everyone would be very hard pressed to understand why the cottage itself would need to be moved because of the symbolism that it stands for.
Mhm. And getting
Uh,
help in Stanford, going to get assistance in Stanford to fight the British invasion.
Um, it's one of the very few homes that has resisted being moved. So where it is such an integral part to its site. I really don't see how it could be appropriately argued for a move.
Ms. Young, when the Mead House was moved, it had no designation on it?
You're talking about the one that was moved to Coscob? No, it
Yeah.
did not.
Got it. Okay, Mr. LaRue?
That you actually were getting to my point. I think the answer is to Mr. Yeski's question. None of these buildings that have been designated as local historic buildings have been moved after that designation. So if they happen to have been moved to those designations, which I'm not familiar if any have, but the ones that have been moved were not this designation. That was they were historic in other fashions or other nominations.
So the
Usually-
Lion House, the one I think it's called Lion House at the down by Portchester, that was moved, but it wasn't.
Yes.
This designation was moved.
Correct. Most of these houses that we would consider historic usually were moved. Then the Planning and Zoning Commission was formed in 1926. Then they were given a variety types of historic designations. So nowadays, for better or for worse, it's very rare to see a house moved. I think the last historic home that I know that was moved occurred in Stamford.
Oh, yeah, probably. I know that, I don't know if it was historic. I know they moved a house in New Canaan that's was in their design, just in their historic design, the Alcoa one.
I
Okay,
don't think
anything else from the commission? No. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application before us to designate? Yes, there we go. Again, I'm just announcing it that it's to designate the Putnam Cottage Knapp's Tavern as a historic structure. Ms. Taylor, you are the only speaker if you don't wish to be promoted. Okay, you're allowed to speak then. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Laureen Taylor here. I have one question right now. It's my understanding that the current owner is Putnam Cottage, Israel Putnam House Association. Is there any excuse me, Town of Greenwich ownership partnership in some type of percentage or a co-partnership? Thank you.
Ms. Young, would you answer that question?
presently the Israel Putnam House Association is its own entity. They can certainly decide to form any type of partnership they want with any type of organization. I am not a member of the Israel Putnam House Association, but presently they are just an independently owned entity. I don't know if the town of Greenwich is eager to form a partnership. That question should be related to any town attorney. But presently there are two distinct and separate organizations.
Anything else, Ms. Taylor?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the public? Mr. Levy, you're not public. Hold on a second and I'll get to you. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on the Putnam Cottage Knapp's Tavern report on becoming a local historic structure? No. Okay, Mr. Levy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to comment to Anne that this is critically important to our town and to our state, what you're doing. This is an affirmation of what's important to us. And um, uh, the preservation of it shows that we are all interested in the same thing and that we cherish our heritage and our history. And in these times when states' rights are pressuring local control, it's very, very important for us to remind us about how we view ourselves and what we stand for, and whether or not we should be vocal about who we are. And so I applaud you for helping us in this.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. I'm gonna, anybody else want to make further comments? No. As Mr. Levy touched on, the narrative itself was about the historic significance was wonderful. I so enjoyed reading it. Ms. Jenkins is chuckling. I think she did as well. It was very well done, and it was a great read. I'd like to put forward a motion for the commission to comment on this proposal. So I hereby move that the Planning and Zoning Commission offers the following comments. First, that we commend the Historic Properties Study Committee in its excellent submission and report on this property. And we note that this property has been on the National Historic Register since 1977. And we have made sure that that filing is also included in our own public record. We find that the study committee has made a very persuasive case for making the Putnam Cottage Knapp Tavern a local historic structure. And in so doing, we note that the original part of the structure dates back to 1692, and also that it has a very important place in the history of our community, which is described in the excellent narrative that the submittal contains. So we very strongly support this proposal and hope the cottage will be well maintained in the future to remind us always of our heritage and what it means. Could I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McRae has seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go on to places where George Washington did not sleep. Thank you very much, Ms. Young.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Our next application is, who's representing? Mr. Hegney, hello. I think we're going to see you some this evening. Our next application is the Brunswick School for a final site plan. It's a tent. It's a 30 by 70 tent, which will be up for longer than 14 days at 100 Maher Avenue in the R20. And it is for lunch service, as we understand. Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed, I believe the commission's going to have some questions for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Tom Hegney for Brunswick School. This is precipitated by the approval you gave to Brunswick for its phase 2 construction in December. And the construction firm, Turner Construction, is looking to start as soon as we have the building permit. We've received the zoning permit sign off staff. It's currently pending in the building department. We're hoping to get that building permit soon. This allows us to start the construction with the cafeteria so that it would be finished at the beginning of the school year in September. And so this gets the students out of the cafeteria and under the tent and allows the construction to start there. And that's I know one of the questions that came up was, why is this being done now and why is it for so long? It's to help from when the time we get the building permit to the end of school in May. It would be for every Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., 3 shifts of students. There will be no other events. This is just for lunch for the students at the school. So there are no other events planned. This is the location where the school puts a tent when it does have events going on at the school, but it's just to be used for dining for the students that are there. They've checked with the health department. The health department wants to just review how they are handling the transportation of the food in carts from the kitchen out to the tent. That was a question on lighting. Does it really need lighting? No, but there will be days where it's probably cloudier than sunnier. Not as nice a day as today. And there are no sides on this tent. So the thought was that there would be lighting just in the event that it was too dark. But it's only going to be used during lunchtime. I've also run into situations where the building department, as part of its sign off, asks for exit signs, even though there won't be any sides on the tent. And this would allow for those to be installed. Some of the tents on Greenwich Avenue during sidewalk sale days put lighting under the tents. Some don't. But that's the reason why they're looking to put electricity there. I think that covers the items that came up as part of the staff report, and your briefing with them yesterday.
Hey, Mr. Levy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hagney, can you just give us an idea? What happens in bad weather and you have to move the food? And how does that all work? Is this the kind of thing that the health department is curious about, or what?
I think they're curious about how food is going to be kept either warm or cold, depending on the dish, and how refuse is going to be handled. Where's that going to be located and how's that going to be removed?
Right.
I think those are the two things that the health department's concerned about. And obviously, you don't want food to get rained on before it's served, so they'll have that properly protected.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells?
Yeah, Mr. Hagney, if you could comment on the capacity, because I think the write-up says there are 120 seats under the tent, and if you could comment on it, how does that compare to the current number of seats in the cafeteria, number one? And number two, I believe Brunswick, seniors can eat over at Greenwich Academy and vice versa. Are you going to allow the GA students to eat under the tent as well during this time period, or are they going to be restricted to just leave it for Brunswick students?
That question didn't come up, and I'm not sure what the answer is on that. I think the tent is going to be used in the same way that the cafeteria is being used now. So it's really just substituting the space outside for what's inside, so we can do the construction.
So basically, there are 120 seats inside. Is that what you're saying?
Well, actually, this will house 150.
50. Okay, sorry.
This will be 150. Yeah, and that will
Thank you.
allow them to have the 3 lunch periods from 11 to 2 to cover the student body.
And there are roughly 450 Brunswick seniors in the high school?
I think so.
It's over 400.
I don't have that number in front of me. Yeah, there's over 400.
Well, maybe you're allowing a little slack for the Greenwich Academy, women to come over if you're going to continue that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Jenkins?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, Mr. Hagney, but I assume that the tent company is going to maintain liability insurance for the period.
Actually, thank you for reminding me, Ms. Jenkins. There was a request for a certificate of insurance with the town named as a certificate holder. And I asked the school to provide that, and we did send that over to staff this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
So the school provides that liability coverage.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Do you have any comments from anybody in the public on Brunswick's application to erect a tent for their lunch service hours for 3 seatings? It was, correct?
Correct.
Any comments from the public? Seeing no comments, does anybody object to this application being closed? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed, and we would happily entertain a motion.
Okay. 100 Moore Avenue, application PLPZ 2024-064 for a tent. Whereas applicant is requesting a final site plan to install a 30 by 70 tent for more than 14 days on a 9.48 acre property located at 100 Moore Avenue in the R20 zone. The commission finds that the tent will be located on a lawn area adjacent to the west side of the building, just north of the school theater. The tent will be used Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for 3 lunch periods, and the tent will cover 150 seats. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Installation shall commence the date of the decision letter on or before June 4th, 2024. The applicant shall provide proof of removal of the tent to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement officer. On or before June 4th, 2024, the applicant shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission prior to renewing the permit if needed. Amplified music and public address systems are prohibited under the tent, and the applicant shall address any and all interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes. And we go to the public hearing. I think you go away for a little while, right, Mr. Hegney?
I shall return, Madam Chair. But thank you.
Yes. Isn't it the Terminator? who
Madam
said-
Chair, Madam Chair, I'm going away, but I may not return.
I'm sorry, Mr. McRae, what did you say? You're going away, but
I may not return. I'm recused on the next application.
yes. All right. And you may not return. Okay. All right. So Tracy. So first of all, it's now the public hearing. Before we do anything, Mr. Basili, could I have a sound check from you?
Hello.
Hello.
I hear you doing fine, and I guess you don't really have to hear me, but
No, we're happy to hear. No, because if you have a problem, we need to be able to hear you. That's why I always do that. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
All right. Okay. Seated on this application, Mr. Wells, Mr. Yeski, Mr. Levy, Ms. Jones, and Albin. And with that, Mr. Tessie, welcome. This is Newfield Properties LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct 31 assisted housing development units, where 22% or 7 of the units would be at 80% of area median income and deed restricted for 40 years. This is at 25 and 27 Oak Ridge. Go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good evening, members of the commission. We were before you last month on this last month, time flies. As you know, we were before you last month with this application. And since then, our team of engineers, specifically Tony DeAndrew, is here this evening, will be called upon. And our traffic engineer, John Canning, likewise, did respond to a number of comments from your traffic consultant and also your engineering division. Traffic consultant had provided responses, which seem to indicate to us, we've indicated to us that they are comfortable with Mr. Canny's responses. We received only Friday your engineering division comments, both as to site, on-site drainage and parking and some traffic that both Mr. DeAndrea and Mr. Canny will comment about. Also in attendance is the project manager, Joseph Pecora. I suspect that Mr. Pecora may have a few things to say, Madam Chair. We will cross each bridge. But first of all, what we'd like to do is to accommodate William Finger, co-chair of the Financial Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board of Directors. We thought it'd be appropriate to have Mr. Finger speak at the beginning, particularly on his board's thinking, if you will, concerning granting the funds to our client, allowing for this application to be filed as a government-assisted project under 830G, so that it's technically an assisted housing development. No further ado, I would defer to Mr. Finger to provide the commission with his comments. And unless someone has a question of me, preemptory question of me. Sorry, Bill.
Thanks, John. Madam Chair, members of the commission,
Good evening, Mr. Finger.
find myself before you again this week in my capacity as co-chair of the Affordable Housing Trust Board. Give you a little background on how our trust board approached this project. Give you a little history. Sometime last fall, late summer, the representative for the property owner approached the trust board to talk about a proposal that was going to be submitted for an 830G project on 25 and 27 Oak Ridge Street. We had a meeting. The representative for the property owner showed that they were planning or could do a 42-unit, 4-story, 830G set-aside development that would have, as indicated, 42 units, 13 of which would be affordable units with a mix of 3 one-bedrooms and 10 two-bedrooms. We asked the representative to come back to us and show us what a smaller project would look like. We were sensitive to the fact that the original concept of the 830G 42 units was 4 stories. The existing buildings on the property are 3 stories. We preferred to see something in keeping with that, with those heights, that being 3 stories. They came back, gave us a presentation, again, another pro forma, this time with a 3-story, 31-unit assisted development under 830G. This time would be 7 affordable units at 80% at AMI. And again, 3 stories in keeping with what we had requested. There was a discussion about the economics, the 830G 4-story versus the assisted 3-story. The representative indicated to us, well, I keep saying representative, I'll use Mr. Pecora, that's who it was, showed us that in order to make the numbers work and be economically viable, the affordable units in the 3-story building needed to be one-bedroom units. So we debated, and our board voted 6-0 to approve a 3-story, 20% affordable assisted development, and we issued a conditional commitment letter. Our vote was 6-0. We have 7 members on the board. 1 member was not present. That's why there was only 6 votes. So again, we approved this conditional commitment. Among the requirements would be a 40-year affordability program, period, and the recording of a land use restriction agreement that reflects the 40-year affordability period. Our conditional commitment would expire on December 31st, 2025, if the loan had not been closed and funded by that date. And the reason for that December 31, 2025 date is the $50,000 loan that we would be making would be coming from Affordable Rescue Plan funds that were allocated to the Affordable Housing Trust by the BET. There were certain conditions on when monies had to be committed by and when money had to be expended by. So we issued this conditional commitment at our September 27th meeting, 2023. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Finger?
Excuse me, let me just add one more thing. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Of course.
One of the things that we always insist upon is making sure that the applicant, when they present to us, understands that we would require that all of the affordable units be of similar comparability in terms of finishes. We don't get into necessarily the size of the units, but definitely in terms of the level of finishes, countertops, appliances, things of that sort. And that was indicated would be the case in this one. So sorry, again, any questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer them.
Anybody from the commission wish to ask questions? So a question for you, you were aware that that it's 1 bedrooms for the affordables for the 80% of AMI, and it's 2 bedroom for the, or has 2 bedrooms for the market rate. Did you have any discussion about that with the applicant?
We did, and again, we looked at the construction pro forma, the rental income, net income projections, and the applicant indicated and showed us that his returns, in order to get the returns that were equal to the set aside 42 unit project, he needed to have the affordables on the assisted as 1 bedrooms and not a mix of two bedrooms.
And it's a tough one because I don't know how far I can go in asking about something like this, but this would be adding not units, just adding, say, 2 bedrooms to the construction. In order to make the mix comparable of the market and the below market, it is not feasible to do that, was what you were advised. That's how I think how I can best state it. You were advised that it wasn't feasible to add another 2 bedrooms.
It was not feasible. The economics indicated that it would not be feasible. Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, maybe this is a question for the applicant, but I'm trying to understand how this is similar or different to his other projects. I think we were told yesterday that almost all the affordable units are 1 bedroom in his other projects. But I don't know that that covered the 2 bedroom. I'm trying to understand how this fits into his model, because since we can't see the numbers, we can only look at units.
So 237 Pembroke, just to give you some 830Gs, we've approved everything. Maybe Patrick, you're the better person to answer this. It's 10 units, all 1 bedrooms. Everything is a 1 bedroom. 4 Orchard has equivalent, but is a set aside. Was not trust assisted, and it has equivalent bedrooms. Ham Ave. Patrick, what was the mix on Ham Ave? I'm not remembering.
I believe it is 1 bedrooms in that one as well, and that's a smaller number as well. I think it's 8 units in those two. 11 units.
And so, Mr. Pecora, Mr. Pecora is here and he can answer better now that he's here. What mix have you offered in your own projects? Now, understanding, Mr. Yeski, that this is not Mr. Pecora's project. I believe he is acting as the owner's rep in this case.
That's good enough. He knows the
Okay.
detail.
All right. Okay. Mr. Pecora, go ahead.
180 Hamilton, 10 one-bedroom, total project is 10 one-bedrooms, 3 of which are affordable. 303 Hamilton, and that was a set aside. 303 Hamilton is 15 units, 1 two-bedroom unit, market, 14 one-bedroom units, 5 of which one-bedroom units are affordable, it says a set aside. 4 Orchard, 15 units, 7 are 3-bedroom townhouses, and 8 are all 1 bedrooms. 5 of which equal proportionate are affordable. As a set aside, 237 Pebberwick, 10 one-bedroom units, total project, and 2 are affordable under assisted housing. And 171 Hamilton was approved for a 4-story building, mixed use with 6 1 and 2 bedrooms, I'm almost positive, of which 2 1-bedrooms were affordable, so the comparability wasn't there. That was then approved by the trust as assisted, went down to 4 units, 1 of which was affordable, 1 1-bedroom was affordable. 177 Hamilton was approved as a 4-story, 10-unit project, 2 of the units were studios, 2 were 1-bedrooms, and 3 were 3-bedrooms, and then another 3 were 1-bedrooms. All assisted and proportionate. We then went to the trust and dropped it down to 3-story, 8 units, 2 of which were going to be affordable AMI, all of which were going to be studios, if I'm not mistaken. So there was no comparability there either.
Any
Okay.
vacancies? How about your vacancy on all these projects, particularly the 1-bedrooms?
I wish I had 20 more of these projects. 100% vacant. I mean, occupied.
Yeah, right. I got it. I knew where you were going. Right. Strike that from the record. Now, it seems to fit into the model. I guess we're concerned that the market's the 2, that's where you get the money. We haven't seen the dollars, and then you can afford the 1-bedrooms. I get it.
One thing I will say is everyone talks about families being the most need of affordable housing. Everybody needs affordable housing. I get calls pretty much every day for 1-bedroom affordables. So if that helps you.
Mr. Yeski, yeah, I think we're asking this question of what is the intent of the law? And are we correctly serving the intent of, the 830G statute here? Anything else, Mr. Yeski?
No, I'm not going to answer the intent, but I think economically what we're hearing is you need the 2 bedrooms for the market in order to afford offering the 1-bedrooms at less. Overall, with the assistance of the trust fund, you can make the project work. We haven't seen the numbers, but I get the model. I get the model. I don't know that that was the intent. I think it's the economic reality.
Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I just want to confirm, maybe Mr. Tessie or Mr. Finger could respond. Just want to confirm the protections for the applicant, whether it's a set-aside project or an assisted project, are the same under 8-30G. Is that correct?
Well, the protections in terms of
That it can only be denied under, safety
Right.
and health, right?
Yes, they're identical. The statute does not distinguish between a set aside and assisted housing in that respect.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the directive in the regulation is to create like and kind housing, whether it's affordable or not. And so that isn't being achieved. So does that mean that the regulation isn't being followed? Or does it mean that everybody has to, you know, are we still achieving something that the regulation is trying to achieve, which is affordability options? You know, so that's my question.
Is that question for me or the chair?
Yeah, it's really, actually, I was going to say that's really the question before us right now, Mr. Levy. This is before us. And we have to decide whether the application presents any health or safety risks that exceed our need for affordable housing. But then the other question is, does this meet the intent of the law, or does it meet the law and what it seeks to do? And one thing is that a couple of the projects that Mr. Pecora mentioned were modified by after our approval. Is that correct, Mr. LaRoe, or I think Mr. LaRoe, you may remember better. So,
Yes.
We approved the 830Gs as set-asides, and then Mr. Pecora went to the trust and got them changed, correct, Mr. LaRoe? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off after asking you.
Oh, that's correct.
So before us now it's before us the question. So where they went to the trust after we approved it as a set aside, now it comes to us as an assisted. Is this mix what meets our need for affordable housing? There's your question, because we assess the health and safety on the one side and our need for affordable housing is the other side of the equation. So are we finding that to move us forward? So I think Mr. Tessie was right in saying to you, you're asking all of us and we can't answer you till all the facts are in, but that's the question for us, what you just asked.
Well, if I may,
And that's unlike Mr. Tessie to give it back to us. So thank you, Mr. Tessie.
I was asking a question. I certainly wanted, to be part of the panel answer, if you will. First,
Sure.
I'm not sure what regulation Mr. Levy
He's
is
looking at the
referring.
statute. He's calling it a regulation. Mr. Levy was referring to the state statute and he called it a regulation.
Okay, let's be clear. That's not 830G. He's citing another statute. In my opinion letter that I presented prior to last meeting, I made that comment known that he's referring to a different statute. 830G never references the other statute. It's for a different purpose. It has to do with the municipality promulgating regulations that basically increase density, increase in any zone, the typical zoning parameters, whether they're its density, whether it's height, whatever it is, bulk. In those cases, there's a specific reference to that, what I'll call proportionality across the board. That's specifically cited. That's not cited at all in 830G. And I think that's an important distinction. I think it's recognized by our judiciary. It's also recognized, by the way, by the legislators. 830G's been on the books a long time, 30 plus years, I believe now. And there's plenty of opportunity to amend it. It has been amended a number of ways. Never once has it been amended to incorporate the concept of equalization in every aspect. I did have a question that was interesting because when Mr. Pecora, it's almost an aside, but I had understood that when the when few of his projects were changed after the trust fund was created from set aside to assisted housing, that was done not only with respect to a funding by the Affordable Trust Fund, but also a modification of the site plan. At least at a staff level, but perhaps I'm wrong in that regard. But be that as it may, as I said, it's more of an aside. Our position, you know, when we left you at the last meeting, one of the I think issues you were wrestling with was this very issue, and you were going to seek your council's opinion on it. Which is privileged, of course, so I don't really know what it is, but having not been, you know, provided a something I can respond to in that regard, I think there's no reason to change my opinion, and I think it makes total sense that you have this type of flexibility to accomplish the underlying goals, both locally and statewide, and that is to increase the amount of affordable dwelling units. In this case, in the town of Greenwich. At the end of the day, that's really why why this commission has encouraged the trust fund to work with people on a balanced basis, and also allowing the applicants to respond as they did to that invitation, if you will, to seek funding and arrive at a project that's some would refer to as a more balanced project in any given community, which we've done here. A number of times we cited the fact that there are a number of multifamily buildings having 3 stories on Oak Ridge Street. It's kind of a mixed bag on Oak Ridge Street, as we all know. So we accomplished that. Eliminating the 4th floor was important for everyone here. And, you know, to talk about getting the additional bedrooms in the floor area necessary for that increase for those units essentially can't be accomplished on something's got to give, right? One way or the other. Can't be accomplished on 3 floors. That would mean a 4th floor, which then is problematic because we don't see the trust fund at all, and Bill could comment on that, in going along with any 4th floor to be added to allow for that expanse of the number of 2-bedroom affordables here. Because then it's basically counter to what their objective was to work on a limitation to be more consistent with the area. So we've kind of beaten this subject to death. Obviously, you all
not at all, because you're getting a lot of silence from the commission. I think it's because we're giving it a great deal of thought. I believe we've been thinking hard on this. I'm guessing we've been thinking hard on this. I certainly have since we last heard you on the 21st of February.
No, what I was saying is that I didn't mean to cut you off, but what I was meaning to say
you
is
did.
that no. What I was trying to explain was that we kind of beat it to death because we're not going to change. We cannot change it if the project does not work financially, except if you start talking about going back up to 4th floor. It's that simple. We've had those internal conversations.
So you were originally considering 4 floors with a set aside?
Yes, if the client would go back to that if he had to. We don't see the benefit.
And would your set aside have 2 bedrooms for the affordable?
Mr. Vakor is nodding yes for the record.
So 4 floors, your original application would have been for 4 floors set aside, and those 4 floors would have the same footprint, and they would be at 30% affordable instead of 22%. So how many units would you get out of 4 floors, Mr. Pecora?
If I can calculate properly, it's 42 times 0.3. So whatever that might be is.
Oh, so you would be doing 42 units. That's what I was asking you.
Yes,
So
42
so
units
cuatro
times
por
0.3.
tres, yeah, so 12 units, you would have 12 affordable units, and some of them would be 2-bedroom.
It would be proportionately distributed accordingly.
Okay,
I thought what Mr. Fingers said was 3 1-bedrooms and 10 2-bedrooms, all affordable for that
Yeah.
first project.
Yeah, that's what they showed us for the 42 units.
Right.
Yeah.
okay. Commission, do you have any other questions of Mr. Finger? Mr. Yeski, go ahead.
And maybe this is a question for Patrick. Patrick, I started looking for the fire marshal's letter. It's a big file. And you know, when you page through, sometimes where is it in this package?
It's in the first 10 pages, and there's no additional comment from the fire marshal. He's met with the applicant and is okay with the design.
Okay, first pages. I'll get back.
I'll find it and get it back to you, Mr. Yeski.
Because I thought I got all that. Because the fire is important in this case to me. Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't know. Okay, I'll look for it.
Okay. It's basically food for thought.
Page 18.
What's it after?
Page 18 of the package of 174. It's after the housing specialist.
It's an email, Mr. Yeski, so that maybe that's why it's not registering.
Hold on a second. I'm scrolling to it because I'm thinking you actually want to just be reminded of what it says. Correct, Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, I'd love to know what it says. I'm
right.
assuming it's okay, or else we'd had a staff comment on it, but so it's a set, right? Is that what you're telling me?
I have it right here. It is, yeah, thank you, Mr. Pecora. It's first it's a letter to me, and then it says, although the plans have not gone through the formal review process yet, after reviewing queries will serve letter, I feel that the water demands will be met and there will always be fluctuation in pressure.
Fire,
Water.
not
fire.
water.
I'm talking about the fire marshal.
This is the fire marshal. Mr. Pratico is the fire marshal.
Do they comment about being able to get all around the building and it's all?
It appears that the fire, yeah, I was just going to get to that sentence. It appears that the fire department will have adequate access to the structure for firefighting purposes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Levy.
Yes, Madam Chair. I might not be remembering this one, but I don't have access to the all of the information here in front of me, unfortunately. I'm waiting for it to load, but the site is that, you know, the buildings are going to the property line. Is that correct?
The parking lot and driveway go to the property lines.
Right. Because I was curious about how the fire marshal, or how to get access to all sides of the buildings. So.
Fire marshal never gets any access to it. You mean the exterior?
Yeah.
No, I don't. You'll see that in any building.
Yeah. Well, by code, the fire access lane is the street.
Okay. What else on the anything else on this? Because we have some other open issues on this application that we should be raising. First of all, we have some outstanding engineering issues. Mr. Finger, I don't know if you want to stick around. You're always welcome, or whatever you
You
want to
could-
do.
You could put me back to the webinar.
Okay, your call.
Thank you. Thank you.
You
Thank
can
you.
always raise your hand if you want to add something.
Thanks.
All right, so we have the, Mr. Tessie, so we have the outstanding issues from engineering. And let's go to that first and then we'll keep going.
Okay, we were prepared for that. As I said, we only received the comments in late last week, but both Mr. Canning and Mr. DeAndrea have done all
Well,
they could.
Well, it's really on the drainage. From what I saw, they responded favorably.
drain-
Traffic, am I wrong?
The issue is.
Mr. Kiselak,
DeAndrea-
Mr. Kiselak responded favorably to to Kimley Horn, to
Correct.
Mr. Canning.
Correct.
So that leaves us
Correct.
with the drainage plan being a must resubmit. And the issue of
But we're not yeah, well, I think the drainage plan is substantially fine. But why
that's-
don't we, why
I'm
don't you
sorry,
know they-
Mr. Tessie, the drainage plan,
I have the comments right in front of me.
I'm going right to the note from DPW engineering, and the drainage plan just says must submit. Whether in your professional opinion it is basically okay, they're still asking for a resubmittal. Am I making a mistake on that?
We think, no,
Mr.
the
Leroux? Go ahead. Sorry.
Madam, no, I understand the comment to be that there's issues that need to be addressed before. final
Prior to
site-
site plan approval, and that's not zoning. So Mr. Tessie, if you would address those.
Yes, what I was trying to say is that the drainage, the comments regarding drainage are relatively easily handled. And then there are additional comments beyond drainage on the next page, paragraph 4, and that's what I thought you.
No, I was
you were
referring,
referring to over and above drainage, but let me do that rather than.
I was referring
fumble around.
specifically, Mr. Tessie, to the engineering department's comment that it's a resubmit.
No, I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is that, and let me be clear, I understand it's a resubmit prior to final site plan approval. I was trying to say that the open items, I personally believe that if it were only the drainage, they probably would have written resubmit prior to zoning permit, which is their other way they do it. But I think it's really paragraph 4, based upon the comments that we should meet up, that we should have a meeting with DPW on a couple of subjects that probably caused that resubmit prior to final site plan. But irrespective, why don't we have Mr. DeAndrea take you through number 3, and take you through number 4, respective, how our team sees the responses to be, and we go from there. So you can elevate Mr. DeAndrea, I presume he's here.
Yes,
He's the proper person to respond to these.
I understand that, and I'm glad, Mr. DeAndrea, please raise your hand and we will happily promote you. Okay, went back down. Did you get him? Sorry.
There's two Rocco V. DeAndrea, so I'm not sure which
He
one.
does that, I think. Okay, he's in. I hope this is the right guy.
Please promote both.
Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is at this moment. I have been
It's-
following the conversation up till now.
Mhm.
I am, for the record, Tony DeAndrea, and I'm responsible for the civil engineering design for the site. And my remarks that I'll make briefly are in response to the DPW staff comments dated March 15th, specifically items 3, 4, and 5. In regard to item number 3, you'll note that there are no drainage comments contained within this staff report dated March 15th. We have had meetings with DPW and resubmitted in response to prior comments Those have been addressed. And Mr. Paredes noticed that the drainage report is acceptable. And then he goes on to talk about other issues unrelated to drainage. The first comment under 3A was
So,
related.
Mr. DeAndrea, when I'm debating something with somebody and they say acceptable in concept,
Yes,
so I mean by that the general idea, it's heading in the right place, but I'm not in agreement yet on on the whole thing. I just say, oh, somebody just did balloons. That was weird. I'm not, it says in concept. It doesn't say this is a good plan, that it'll work. It just says in concept. So
so
you're,
to that end,
and there is that comment ongoing that during storm events, there is flooding on this property, and that's a
not
concern.
Okay, may I respond?
Of course, but just clarify, you're talking about in concept.
Right.
Oh, you're
I think
okay.
what you have just done is extrapolate onto something that wasn't mentioned. You said flooding. There is no flooding. Okay. What we had initially on this property was intermittent ponding when there was a rain event. The reason for the ponding is that there's no outlet. We recognized that and discussed it at length with DPW. And in response to that concern about ponding on our property and the lack of an outlet to town drainage infrastructure, we designed the system with excess storage volume so that we could demonstrate how we have reduced peak rates of discharge from the site. And we've also reduced the volume discharge in accordance with the town drainage manual. Now, the comment in concept then relates to the next items A, B, and C. So I do want to stress the fact that we did design and it has been reviewed and accepted more than in concept by the DPW.
But it doesn't say that, Mr. Tessie. I'm reading English here, and it doesn't, Mr. Tessie, or I mean, Mr. DeAndrea. It says to us, to the commission, in concept, and then up there it says resubmit prior to final site plan. Yes, they cover other topics, but I know that they have raised and they use the word flooding. I don't remember using the word ponding.
I don't see anywhere in this staff report the word flooding or ponding. I don't know whether or not.
But I don't know why you said ponding then.
I said it.
DeAndrea, I think the chair is responding to your company's drainage report that says this site, and I want to quote it so we're not mincing words. These properties are continuously flooded during storm events.
Right. Refers to neighboring properties if you read the sentence prior to that.
So may I continue?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's confusing for everybody, to be honest.
Yes, sir. And we've discussed that with Juan Paredes, and we've addressed that. And if you'll allow me to reiterate once again, in response to the comments that were made regarding the concern for the impact of the drainage from this site under existing conditions on the neighboring properties to the east, we increased the volume of storage and we reduced the peak rate of discharge and reduced the total volume, all in accordance with the drainage manual. All I'm doing is pointing out that there are no specific comments relative to drainage on this set of staff comments dated March 15th. I can continue now through the other items, and we understand that Mr. Paredes has recommended to resubmit for his final review prior to final site plan approval. Mr. Tessie and Mr. Pecora will address that later. But I think I should just go through the comments to help the commission members understand what is meant by the comments that are listed here. Mr. Paredes noted that in the event, under item 3A, in the event that any repairs to the sewer may require some impact or may result in some impact on drainage infrastructure, then we would work with them to accommodate those. There may be known problems with some of the infrastructure in the town. They have not been identified for us in regard to sewer capacity or repairs that could or should be made. So we are, again,
Well, again,
willing to participate in those discussions.
I didn't want to get into the sewer question till we were done with this, but sewer is only, I mean, in bold, it says conditional, that they'd be okay with a conditional approval because there's this open question of what work needs
Correct.
to be done to assure the health of the residents. So
Yes.
we have an open question because you have not finished exploring this. And then these guys are saying, so just hear it from my perspective, how I read this over the weekend. I'm reading these guys as saying, and then by the way, if you're going to have fixed the sewer, you may impact your drainage and we're going to have to change the drainage. And we don't know about that. So now we have two open questions related to this. Okay, I'm not mixing. I'm saying I'm looking for, is the health and safety of the residents on this property assured? And do we have the previous issue addressed of providing the right kind of affordability? Or are we treating the lower income residents as second-class citizens, which is not what this town wants to do?
I think that's kind of extreme, I may say.
It may be extreme to you because
It's extreme.
that's your opinion, but I want to treat everybody in town equally. That's what my mandate is. Okay, so you have to grant me that that's my job, to be fair and balanced and equal. That's what zoning people are supposed to do. So, Mr. DeAndrea, you can see why this bothers me, at least me. Okay, so now we go. They want you to make sure that the runoff that you're now directing off-site, correct? You are directing the stormwater off-site into the road. Is that correct? That's what your narrative had in it on your drainage report.
What we have designed is a storage area within the property and a connection, an ultimate connection to the town drainage system that will improve conditions both in Oak Ridge Street and also to the benefit of the neighbors so that we have that equal allocation of design. So we've definitely improved the conditions for the neighbors to the east.
Okay.
So
may I ask you then, Mr. DeAndrea, I
Yes.
realize I'm interrupting you, but here's my question. So that's your goal. And he likes the concept. And he then says, but I want to know if it's really being accomplished. So I need additional elevations. Is
if
that so
if I were
hard
able
to address for him?
if I were able to address all the comments in my presentation, I will have answered all the questions and there won't
Okay.
be any more questions. So I've addressed number 3A, which just says that in the event that the town of Greenwich DPW identifies some issues, whether it be sewer or storm drainage related, we have agreed that we will work with them and perhaps they will ask us to fix some of their problems that they identify. And he says, should replacement of sewer lines be required, then there might be something that affects storm drainage infrastructure, and we'll work with you. So that's what number A says, 3A. The next thing that he asked for was for additional spot elevations along the frontage. The reason he asked for that is to confirm for the record that water from the street does not enter the property. Because if it did, there would be a larger impact and potential ponding on our property, not of our own doing, but rather from the town infrastructure. So we have prepared that detailed plan. We've actually extended 200 feet to the south of the property, and we've extended it all the way up to West Putnam Avenue in response. There's two issues that plan can address. One is the issue of drainage. The other issue is whether or not they need to make some improvements of their own on the street to correct or address parking beyond our property. So that's another thing. What we did prove is that we showed on the plan how an existing curb and the spot elevations in the gutter discharge the water down the easterly gutter and bypass our property to the low point of Oak Ridge Street. So we've addressed that, and we will continue that discussion with Juan as he has requested. He also discussed or requested some information regarding groundwater. He suggested that a geotech engineer should be retained to quantify the volume of groundwater. This morning, in conjunction with another project that we're working on with Langen engineers, who are very highly regarded geotech engineers, the discussion tended to how do you do that? Well, to be honest, you really can't identify for sure the volume or the rate of runoff groundwater that you might encounter. Well, what do we do? Well, when you start the excavation, you collect anything that is running or might develop in fissures of the rock, and you collect it, treat it, and then discharge it to the drainage system, which we have available to us. So when the excavation starts, we would do just that and collect it, treat it so that it's clean, and then discharge.
Okay, now, Mr. DeAndrea, Mr.
yes.
DeAndrea, before we continue with Drainage 101 for zoning people, at the end, there's one significant comment that follows about what needs to be done and who needs about the footing drain, whether you're proposing one, and whether you've had a geotech engineer do an analysis. Then you get to, so you can feel free to discuss that and put it on the record. I am unconvinced, by the way, on your answers to A and B. However, you then get to point E, where they say, and this is referring specifically to the drainage, they say additional comments may be issued upon resubmission. Therefore, DPW Engineering is asking for a resubmission of your drainage plan because they, although they agree with it in concept, they are not clear from what they have that it works successfully, and they're asking you to resubmit to tell them that. That's the last request.
We fully understand.
You can say what you want. I'm seeing a resubmit prior to approval. I'm understanding that there's a water problem adjacent or whatever you guys want to say, and I'm seeing these people then say, and after you resubmit, we may comment some more. So they are not happy yet. But they could get happy because so far they don't have a problem with it. They like it in concept. So I'm troubled why it is so difficult to extend an application within its allowed period of extension and address an issue that could affect the well-being of the residents on this property.
Well, certainly I haven't ever said that we weren't intending to extend, but it's not my place to
I've been
say.
asking
I don't know why that came up.
I wrote Patrick, am I wrong? I wrote you earlier yesterday and I said, Patrick, is the applicant willing to give us an extension because it's a must close? I need to know those things when I'm running a meeting. Patrick said he had understood from the applicant that you are unwilling to give an extension. Is that not correct?
For the record.
I'll stop
for the
jumping all
record,
over you if that's not correct.
For the record, nobody has asked us for an extension. And I think Tony DeAndrea has the right and should be given the respect to answer and respond on the record to all of the items on the staff report. And then we can talk about extensions.
But the issue is, Mr. Pecora, that he opens by saying, so it's really fine. And I'm looking at, it says resubmit. So my concern is not being addressed because Mr. DeAndrea is telling me that it's actually really all fine. And those, I don't know if you're a Star Wars fan, sorry, those aren't the droids you're looking for. I'm reading what a staff department has told me. And Mr. DeAndrea is basically telling me not to worry about the words. So I respect Mr. DeAndrea. I know he's a great professional, has a wonderful reputation in town, but he is diminishing what is being raised to me, which makes it difficult for me. I don't know if the rest of the commission's okay for me to judge accordingly. So, Mr. DeAndrea, if you could phrase yourself differently, so you say something like, I understand why this issue is of concern, and here's how we propose to address it, I would be a lot more comfortable.
Okay, I agree with your suggestion. So
Thank you.
I agree that we're going to decide at the end of this presentation whether or not they're going to extend, and I'm not going to speak for that. It's not my job. I just wanted to take the opportunity to present some issues so that the commission members who may not be clear on the
Okay.
terminology might actually agree that there is another point of view this evening. So if I may continue, when we encounter groundwater, as I said, we will collect it and we will treat it so that it's not silty when it discharges, and we will pass it on to the system. It's not a significant volume of flow typically that would increase the capacity needs in the town infrastructure. Because on a normal day like today, if there is groundwater encountered, it will pass through. Keep in mind that underneath our foundation, we do have a very large storage volume, and we also have a meter coming out. We also have storage available above the parking surface. We've addressed those issues in our design. During an intense rainfall, you recognize that just as a tree won't absorb all of the water instantaneously, neither will the surface water impact or increase the groundwater flow. That will not occur instantaneously. Therefore, the additional flow from the groundwater by the geotech engineer comments is it's not an issue of great concern. So then moving on to item number 4, so that I can follow through for the commission
Okay,
members.
so yeah,
that addressed item 3C.
So that addressed item 3C. We
Yes.
shouldn't be concerned about it. Is your take?
You shouldn't be, but I will deal with it because they are concerned with
Yes.
DPW. So
I'm sure, Mr. DeAndrea, that you're a professional engineer who can address the flooding issues. That isn't the issue. I would like the town to have signed off that you have done it, because that is
we
our
understand.
protection.
We
Okay.
understand, and we're going to get there. I just want to
Okay.
have the opportunity to let the commission members understand some of the background on how we go about making the computations and why we do what we do. So I think we're prepared to move on now to number 4. And
Yeah,
this
you've got
this
your existing conditions and
yes.
your pavement, your curb cuts.
Right. And so I mentioned a few moments ago that we had prepared the plan that was discussed with DPW a couple of weeks ago, asking for us to do that topographic survey, extending it way beyond our property, which we did. And we have the geometry of the right-of-way, which is only 40 feet wide. And we have the physical conditions within. We have spot elevations, everything that we need to assess the next comment. So the next comment is 4B, and BI suggests that this neighborhood, because it's in the R6 zone, should have a street width of 26 feet, and in certain cases, an additional 2 feet wide because the slope is greater than 5%. Keep in mind that the right-of-way is only 40 feet wide. We're going to have a 5.5-foot wide sidewalk on the east side because we're required to do with granite curb. Then with a 26-foot wide pavement, plus 2 additional feet, which is 28, we now have 33.5 feet of pavement, plus another curb. So we now have 34, which leaves us only 6 feet on the westerly side, not enough width for a parking space. I disagree that the highway manual, speaking of design standards for the R6 zone, I disagree that those are applicable to this developed area of R6 residential structure. So I want to put something in perspective for the commission to just think about for a moment. When you talk about wanting a 28-foot wide pavement along Oak Ridge Street in front of this development. There's a theory that we have pushed out constantly about traffic calming. I would ask the commission members to think about whether or not a 13-foot wide lane is in any way traffic calming. We narrowed it down on Greenwich Avenue, and that's at a slow speed. So let's think about another spot. On Mason Street, south of the fire station, we have parking on both sides. The parking spaces are striped at 7 feet wide. And if you measure between the two parking spaces on both sides, there's no doubt that it's 21 feet. Anyone can measure it. That tells us in one of the highest traffic areas of town, south of the fire station and emergency vehicles traveling at high speeds, we have determined that 21 feet is sufficient in that location. So I would ask the commission to think about why 26 feet plus 2 feet or 28 feet wide is appropriate at this location. Nevertheless, we're going to demonstrate for the review by DPW what that construction would look like, and then we would determine whether or not it's appropriate. Mr. Juan Paredes has suggested that that should be done, but I asked the commission to determine whether it needs to be done and is appropriate to apply at this location. Also, keep in mind that there's commercial activity to the north. There's parking along the side of the street from those activities, which are probably not authorized. Therefore, we should think strongly and long about what that suggestion is. Regardless, moving down, we have agreed, I just said it, that we're going to prepare the geometry plan that has been asked for. We're going to review it with DPW and their committee. It's going to show what they asked for, and then we'll have a discussion. So that takes care of 4B, II, and now number 1. We're going to design, we have designed the sidewalk at 5 feet wide plus a 6-inch granite curb. So that's a total of 5.5 feet. The back of the sidewalk will be along the property line. So it's within the right of way. And there is one location where the sidewalk will pass behind an existing pole. We have agreed to meet with CL&P and Eversource and other utilities that are on the poles to consider
luck.
whether or not those poles can be relocated to the back of the walk. I will say for the record that the design will accommodate ADA, which is a minimum width of 3 feet. We're going to come as close as we can to town standards. We'll work with DPW to determine where and if that's appropriate. And in the event that we do need to encroach into the private property, there will be an easement. Recently, we did one on Charles Street at 140 Hamilton Avenue. We did a lengthy one along South Water Street. We did another one at 177 Hamilton Avenue. So the provision of the easement is not something unusual, and there would be no reason for the town not to accept it.
But that's,
And the last-
okay, but again, this isn't where they've said that additional comments will be issued on resubmission. These are just things they're telling you to get done as long as they're giving you comments. But here they're not telling you that these are things they want done for a resubmission, right? I mean, that's how I'm interpreting it. So can I ask you a question though, since you're commenting on this thing with the road width?
Yes.
I'm not sure you're the right person, but I still don't have my brain around why we're eliminating the spots on the street, the parking spots on the street. And also, have you talked to parking services, you guys, whoever wants to answer that?
Joe should answer the parking services
Mr.
discussion.
Pecora, we'll let Mr. DeAndrea take a breath because I did let him talk. He
Thank
explained
you. I
lots of,
appreciate
well,
that.
you're going to finish, but what I'm reading this is you're going to talk to the sidewalk distance of the driveway to the property line, your sight lines, all of that. You're just going to review it one more time with highway. Okay, Mr. Pecora, have you talked to parking services about the 10 spaces?
No, we haven't. And what 10 spaces are you talking about?
Isn't it, how many spaces are you removing from that side of the street?
basically
Three,
two.
three. Okay,
But
is it three or
it's three,
two?
but one is,
Sorry,
I
I said
believe
10.
no, it's okay.
I don't
I
think
understood
it's-
to be max three.
Yeah,
Two,
there's
max
not,
three.
it's not three, it's two, because
It's
there's a
two.
sign on the pole that says no parking beyond this sign.
Okay,
So there's
Got
only two parking spaces that we would remove.
Joe,
And we-
may I interject one thing quickly?
Yes.
In regard to
See,
the
he-
parking on the east side, just keep in mind, the commission members, the parking spaces that we're looking at are actually on the sidewalk. Now it's Joe's turn.
Yes. So we have not spoken to parking services because historically, parking services doesn't want to, there's a whole process to eliminate a restriction, and it requires petitions.
the Board
And,
of Selectmen, you have to go to the Board of
and
Selectmen.
at
'cause
that point,
we don't
they
do
make a
parking.
determination based on life safety concerns.
There you go.
The fire access lane is the road. Therefore, we wanted to eliminate the parking to make it easier for not only fire apparatus, but for delivery services to just deliver products to the building without having to enter or exit the property. We felt that it would be an easier drive-by if we eliminated the parking. And, but if you chose not to eliminate the restriction, we could live with it as it is. I think once we present it to the police commissioner's office, that is the parking services, I think they would agree to it. No different than 177 Hamilton, when, the majority of the petition was against a restriction, but they agreed to the restriction because they felt that it was a safer means to present the application.
I remember, yeah, and as I remember,
so-
you worked on that while we were hearing it. Patrick, do you have any comments from what you've talked to parking services about recently to DC Gray?
Well, I think if I could speak for DC Gray, I think he would appreciate being included in the conversation, obviously not being asked to make a full decision, but earlier on so that he can put, just a few cents in, because I think a lot of the frustration comes where decisions get made in other commissions and he has no ability to say, well, if we did this, or if we striped this, or if we, we could have done something a little different maybe. And I'm not saying there's an obvious solution to do anything other than this here, but I think the comment would be helpful to the discussion.
Yeah, my point is that it's not needed, and it's just a recommendation.
Well, it is needed because this board doesn't have the ability to stop parking on town streets. So, if there's a conflict there, it'd be better to know about it now than later. That's really the point of us bringing it up.
Well, if I may just interject, I think the point when Joe said it's not needed is that it is something that made sense to pursue, but should not affect this application. We're exactly not asking the commission to even rule on that one way or the other, because at the end of the day, we know it's a parking services question. And by the way, I mean, that can come up at any time, right? Project could be built and the subject could be brought up to the parking services at any time by any neighbor to discuss that issue.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, but again, my point is this project is the causality here. This is not another neighbor asking for some consideration on the street. This is you guys coming in and asking for a curb cut and a realignment and everything like that. So that's
the curb cut. Let's put it like this. I think at the very least, a courtesy, it seems to be what you're saying is we should.
Yeah, no, that would be, my intention would not be to ask for a full hearing on the policy changes. It would be to make sure that they understand what all the machinations are going to be.
Yeah, I don't think we have any problem with that, right, Mr. Pecor?
No, if you're requesting that we just have a conversation with them, that we have no problem with that at all.
Well, that's it.
Honestly, I pretty much remember Mr. LaRose suggesting that to you on the 21st of February as well.
Oh,
but you can check you can check the recording.
Okay, no,
Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, have you been allowed to speak sufficiently to explain everything?
Was that a question?
Yes, sir.
do you have
I would
anything
ju-
more to
I would
say,
just-
Tony?
I would just, huh?
Do you have anything more to say?
I know, I was getting to that. I was just going to say that we will continue to correspond and meet with Mr. Paredes and anybody else from DPW to discuss their proposal or suggestion. And I think it's a suggestion to investigate or study a realignment to a pavement width of 28 feet. And I will demonstrate the pros and cons, and we'll have that discussion, and hopefully we'll realize that what we have proposed at 24 feet with some modified parking on the westerly side is the appropriate way to proceed. That would end my comments for this evening.
I would like to comment on 3A.
Okay, hold on. I just left that page. I thought we were done. Okay, go ahead. Traffic engineering. Okay, I'm back.
So be aware that this comment will never go away, even at the next meeting, no matter how many meetings we have with DPW engineering. Because what this comment is saying is that sewer may have concerns and there may be a need for replacing something that they have no idea what it is. And at that point, DPW may require us to do something.
Right, which is why it would be grand.
So until sewer actually gives us what is actually needed to be done, which they don't know themselves, it's impossible, and it's being worded in a way that puts us in a position to not be able to respond.
Well, the
I
bottom
don't
line is we-
understand what you mean by that, Mr. Pecora. How
saying what
would the town be putting you in a position where you can't respond?
The answer is because we don't know how long it's going to take Mr. Feminella and his team to determine what they want us to do. As you recall, as you know, we've signed an updated letter of acknowledgement and willingness to work with his, with the department, which is what he asked for. And with that letter, the sewer department did not have an issue with this application being considered for approval, as you know. What Mr. Pecora is saying is that we're happy to work with both departments in that regard. But as he said, there may not be finality such that this remains an open issue for the commission to the end. I think what's going to happen is we're going to get proceed to cautiously optimistic. We'll get a revised memo to the commission, hopefully within the next week or so, that will allow us to deal with this issue with those two departments prior to zoning permit. That's all we're trying to say.
Mr. Leroux.
So before I ask the second question, my first question is, have you talked to Mr. Paredes about this comment specifically, or are you just concerned that you don't, it's not a clear directive, and that's what the concern is?
Patrick, we just got the comments on Friday.
I'm not.
Let me finish.
No, but because I'm asking a question and you're asking.
I'm going to answer the question. So we just got the comments on Friday. We submitted our response to the first set of comments 3 weeks ago. We expected Juan to respond accordingly, not wait until Friday to give us a response. If he had responded and you're fully aware of this because at our meeting, he never received our responses. So what we would like to see happen over the next week is for Juan to actually review our responses, comment on them, then we could meet with him, and then we could have our hearing. But when he waits until the last minute to respond and provide staff reports, not giving us enough time, it's kind of a moot point.
Well, but I
Well,
know this,
I'll just-
well, but wait, so I'm sorry, Mr. LaRoe, you go ahead. Mine can wait. Go ahead.
First of all, I was asking a question, so I didn't have to sound ignorant to my next question. My question was, had you discussed this comment with Mr. Paredes? Because what I'm understanding this comment to say is it is a polite and fair warning to anybody, because you, Mr. Pecora or Mr. DeAndrea, you don't know if there's an impact that they're to the sewer with the drainage line, right, that you're going to install. So I believe this is a very cautious and careful and very fair warning, so to speak, that development in this area may create an impact on the sewer line, and just be prepared. I don't think it is saying go fix something that isn't there. It's saying if there's a problem, just fair warning, it's going to be.
And if Juan were part of the conversation with Richard Feminella, he would be aware that Richard's not interested in us doing any work on Oak Ridge Street. He's interested in doing us work on Lake
I understand,
Avenue.
but he's making an engineering comment saying if there is a I&I issue with the pipe that goes through your site and you put drainage in the ground, you're going to exacerbate that issue. That's what he's saying.
And we're
He's not
fully-
saying there
and we're
is or
fully-
isn't.
Mr. Pecora, please let Mr. LaRoe
So
finish.
I
We've given you
I appreciate that
the
there's not
courtesy.
I appreciate that you're saying there isn't a prescriptive and you're worried that there's going to be this comment outstanding that the commission may ask. I don't think it's saying that. I think it is just a polite and altruistic warning saying, by the way, we have competing issues underground with infrastructure, and these issues can arise when you're doing such things, and just take care. That's not I don't think it's a directive in any way, except for the fact that there's a proximity between the drainage infrastructure and the sewer infrastructure.
And
So-
Mr. LaRoe, that is exactly why we feel that this is not an issue. Because if
I
there is
understand
an
you
I&I
feel
let me finish, please. If there is an I&I issue, we are fully aware that we got to deal with it accordingly. Okay, but to throw
I think
this,
you two are saying about the
Wait,
same.
no, now wait.
I
now
really
stop.
think we are,
Stop.
but I just
You're just saying it different way, and I kind of.
All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Pecora was speaking, Mr. Tessie. I've just muted you. Let him finish his thought, and then you may speak, okay? Please, some courtesy here. Mr. Pecora, go ahead.
I'm done. Let John talk.
Okay, John, you'll have to unmute. Mr. Tessie, you'll have to unmute yourself.
I thought Joe was wrapping up. I was trying to say.
He was still talking.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Pecora. Don't pay my next bill. The only point I was trying to make, just to help move things along, is I don't think anybody's in disagreement here, that this is something that will be ongoing, as Joe said. And as Pat said, it's a heads up. That may happen. Joe's right that we don't expect that we're going to have to, Rich is going to request any work in that area. So it may be a moot point. If it's not, we have to deal with it. That's it. That's it.
I don't know any of what you're hypothesizing to be true. You are saying we expect that this is going to happen and Mr. Feminella will behave in this manner and he's not going to ask us this. All of this is hypothetical. And you're asking.
I said, I guess I interrupted you, but let me say this.
Well,
No, what I
yes,
said
and
is
what I'm
that's all
going
we-
to say is I get tired of people ascribing motives and behavior or saying that was a stupid staff comment. I get tired of that. These are professionals. They do a darn good job. And the attitude of, well, Mr. Feminella will never get back to us. And Mr. Paredes waited till the last minute. Hey, you guys wanted to be on this agenda. You could have waited and given him time. He has a big workload. You could have been respectful of him. He's a great professional. I don't know these people, but I respect what they send me. So I don't appreciate the subtle put downs here of the staff comments, especially how the commission needs to understand that staff is wrong. That's just not helpful to
Chairman
us.
Albin.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but if you're directing it at me, then I'll take
Talked
it.
right through you again, Mr. Pecora. He's your attorney.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna talk through because I certainly have not used the word stupid, and neither did Joe. Joe was frustrated. Maybe he could have phrased his words a little bit more, a little clearer, but I would, a little differently. Sorry. And what I was saying was not an assumption. All I was trying to say is I appreciated Pat's interpretation because I thought it was right. I think Joe understands that, as he said. So I was just trying to say, they're saying the same thing, and appreciate the point that absolutely, if there are issues that arise in drainage and a kind of sewer work, we don't expect we're going to have to do work, but I didn't foreclose it based on what we've been told. But we spent a lot of time on something that I don't think we had to. But be that as it may, we're all on the same page that if work needs to be done to change drainage because of sewer work in the area, Joe's committed to do it.
Right. Okay, so the rest of the commission has been quiet while we've gone on this whole debate. I have to tell you, I remain uncomfortable. You are being asked for a resubmit and to address the drainage issues. The conditional approval from sewer makes me very uneasy. I don't even know what a conditional approval is. And I asked Pat, we have never, ever acted on any kind of comment like that before, a conditional approval from sewer. I still remain uncomfortable with this issue of the bedroom mix as well. So there you are. Those are my 3 questions that are not fully satisfied. And I turn it over. Does anybody else in the commission? I feel like I've been taking up most of the airspace. So please, if you wish to speak. Mr. Wells, Mr. Yeski, Mr. Levy. All right, Mr. Yeski.
I'm uneasy about the unit mix, to be concise. And given what I've heard and experience with the sewer department and with engineering, there's a lot of very vague decisions that we have to rely upon at this point. It's just not enough information. So if you're asking, which you might ask, whether we want to close, I'm not real comfortable with that.
We don't have, at this point, when
well, we're out of time.
We're out of time. So there it is. Mr. Wells, Mr. Levy, do you have comments or shall I go to the public?
I don't have anything further.
Well, I would like
Mr. Yeski? Oh, Mr. Levy does. Mr. Yeski and then Mr. Levy.
No, I don't know whether my hand's still up or not. It doesn't look like
it is, but sometimes they bounce back up. It's a weird thing on Zoom. Okay, I'll go to Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you for kind of talking that through, because now I can understand even better the kind of dilemma that we're in. And I agree that I'm even more uncomfortable than I was before. And I am also quite mixed about the unit selection. So I agree with Mr. Yeski.
So did go back.
The question, oh, you're back, Mr. Yeski. You just raised it again.
On the unit mix, because what really bothers me about this project is this creep we see in 830 Gs where we're segregating affordable housing. It hadn't been an issue on some of the other projects, but we have a number of applications where the drift, the creep, is to segregate affordable from market. And I can just imagine this building, if you're in a 1-bedroom, they know you're on affordable. It's this creep towards segregating the difference. And I don't know the entire legal intent on 830. We're dealing with this on 3 other applications, but it doesn't appear to be the intent to segregate. The whole idea was to cohabitate the affordable housing, make it look the same. And they did say they're going to have the fit and finish the same, which is good, because in other projects we're hearing they're not going to be the same. So there's this continuation into let's differentiate and kind of begin to, segment and segregate affordable from the market units, which is very uncomfortable.
I have to respond. These words of segregation.
We sound like these
second
segregate.
class citizens is offensive. It really is. And I think not in the spirit of the statute. I don't think it's this commission's purview to interpret and intent. That's a statute that stands by itself. There have been cases, and I've cited the cases on the subject. But more importantly, let's get a few things, very straight here. This commission, a number of commission members advocated very strongly for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And that board of directors, volunteers, have spent a lot of time working on applications, studying proposals, trying to do the right thing, look at the economics to see what they can do to convert a project from a set aside to an assisted housing project, so that there would be, I'll just call it generally, more compatibility with neighborhoods because of less bulk and less height. If the commissions, and you got to telling you what to do, but if you think long and hard, if your position is going to be hard and fast on this issue, and by the way, I have to correct one thing, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. These units are not, in a ghetto in one location. Use a harsh word, but that seems to be what's going on tonight. Okay, these units are spread out, aren't they, Joe, on both floors?
Every floor has the same number of 1-bedroom units.
Right.
And basically all of the 1-bedroom units are affordable. So they're all integrated within the entire building equally.
Yes. Just to clarify that point, and they're all going to have the same finishes, the same degree. The only point was you get into an economic negotiation with the Housing Trust Fund. And they have to make the hard decisions on, does this make sense? Is it within their purview? Is it allowed statutorily? They have those discussions. And obviously Bob Barilek's not hearing anymore. Maybe he's here in spirit, maybe happens to be looking in, and now Bill Finger as the chairman and co-chair, they have to make these decisions based on, okay, what is it going to take, Mr. Developer, to lower your profile? And it comes down, as I said, to economics, and it comes down to, okay, how can we save here and there and to accomplish our goals and subsidize, and the developer does that in every case, and you wind up with these various proposals. Of the various proposals you've seen where there was this not equality of bedrooms, which is basically what we're talking about, this application in and of itself accomplishes a goal. It doesn't have the building, a separate building. It does not have inferior finishes. They are, I think Mr. Monroe noted it in his staff report, they're of a meaningful size. They're not the equivalent of a studio, because there are clients trying to work within this 3-story box and have the economics justified here. And obviously when you're in an area not within the town, call it the town business district, Central Greenwich, you're not going to get the rents or the sales prices that support perhaps a higher percentage or maybe more bedrooms. That's the frustration. And I think you're dealing with a very credible person here, Mr. Pecora, who's worked with you time and again, and Joe's, on different projects. And he's going through the analysis in every project to make sure it's viable. And that's really the most important thing here. At the end of the day, it's to be able to create affordable housing. It's not about second-class citizen because they can only offer 1-bedroom units. That's just the way it is. It's about creating the affordable housing and working with the community to create as pleasant, for lack of a better word, environment as you possibly can here and accomplish the goal also. So that's my little speech on that subject. I think if you're going to go this route, I think you're kind of throwing it's route that I'm hearing concerns about, and you have.
We haven't made any kind of
No, that's what
decision.
I said.
We are sharing with you that we have, I'm sharing, Mr. Tessie, please, if you would just stop interrupting. You stopped, and I'm saying to you, I have shared a concern to you. I have said, this has not been addressed in my mind. I am giving you the opportunity to continue to address it. In so doing, I refer you to section 8.2 of the statutes, which say that we are to promote housing choice and economic diversity in housing, which says that we are to expressly allow the development of housing that meets the state's needs, that we have to consider, I lost the last one. We want economic diversity. So what are we looking for if we're trying to create diversity? This is what we're struggling with. So I take you back to all the statutes, and I take you back to the debate when 8.2 was modified in 2021, which was the enormous protest about practices of segregating people of different incomes. So I'm sensitive to that, particularly because I know what was in the development of this statute, because I was there for it and I participated in the wording of it. I was on that task force. So I'm looking for that inclusion. Okay, I'm going to turn to public comment if that's okay with you guys.
I'm sorry, but I just want to finish because I wasn't finished, and then you cut me off. And
fine, you've done it to your own client all night. Go ahead.
No, I just want to finish. I wasn't suggesting that you had made up your minds on the subject. I was trying to say, please be careful about that, because if you're going to come to that decision, I'm just saying this with absolute respect for all of you, please think of what that may do to the capabilities of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in achieving its goals. That's all I
understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually had already said that twice. Mr. Yeski, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, I also was going to add, in other applications, we've asked for our own lawyers. It's nice that they submit things. That's very nice. Appreciate it. But did we ask for something on this? I know we asked on 2 other cases of our own.
But, Patrick, do you want to comment on that? Because
no, we've asked. The law department is working on it. Is all I could say. We had sort of 3 come in around the same time, so I think they're trying to address everything holistically, and so it's just taking time.
Can I give a history here a little bit on this project?
We heard it from Mr. Finger.
No, not really. That was part of the history as to when he was presented the options.
In what way would it be relevant to at this point we have
it's really important for everyone to understand that this project came in as a 5-story building. I convinced the owner to bring it down to a 4-story building as a set aside. I am convinced that a set aside would get approved here, just like I'm convinced that this project, outside of the comparability discussion, is going to get approved. Okay, so we would appreciate a little guidance on your end as to the comparability, because if we're going to be denied due to the comparability, I'd rather just pull the application or modify the application and just do a 4-story set aside.
Okay. You've said that before, by the way, as well. Mr. Yeski, you still have your hand up.
I don't, but whatever. It's
Okay.
not working correctly.
All right.
We're struggling with this. It'd be nice if we could get some guidelines too. And it can't be one-sided. We need to have our own opinions legally, whether this fits 830G, and it doesn't sound like we have that. I know we didn't have it on the other projects. And I'm very aware that we need affordable housing. I don't want the application to go away and nothing gets built. But, the legal opinion and interpretations are all one-sided, and that doesn't help us as a commission. Hopefully my hand is down.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
I'm now going to turn to public comment. If anybody in the public wishes to speak on this application at 2527 Oak Ridge Street, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, madam. Promoting Kate Jikovich. And anybody else who wishes to speak on this application, please, 2527 Oak Ridge, please raise your virtual hand. Well, where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Oh, good. Can you unmute, ma'am? And did I pronounce your name correctly? Is it Jikovich?
It's close enough. It's Jakevich, but
Jakevich, I was close. Okay, good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, ma'am, if you would go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So I am the new executive director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, and I just wanted to raise some concerns that we had about this property. Looking at the designs for this property, we couldn't help but notice that 7 mature trees were being cut down. So all of the trees on the property are going to be cut down, which will they will be apparently planting some trees on the terrace, but since the terrace has a limited soil depth, the trees on that terrace won't be able to reach the same height and spread as the trees that were cut down initially. And thus, we don't really think that that would be a suitable replacement. So a large tree has a much more beneficial impact than a small tree, and it is an impact on public health. So we thought that it was relevant to this particular project. Road pollution is actually a really big impact on public health, especially within 500 to 600 feet from a major roadway, such as Putnam Avenue is. And this property is about 400 feet away. So unfortunately, the loss of those mature trees, there are scientific studies that show that the loss of trees does raise pollution levels, which leads to higher inflammatory responses, blood glucose levels, decreased immune response, and additionally stress in people who live in areas without significant tree cover. Not to mention that the loss of trees can also cause heat island effects, which can raise air temperature as much as 9 degrees Fahrenheit, which again can cause negative health concerns. And there are also community health concerns. So buildings which do have vegetative cover actually have reduced levels of crime rate than buildings which don't have vegetative cover. So 52% fewer crimes are associated with buildings with trees and other kind of vegetation. With this building, it might impact the physical health and the community health, unfortunately, of the neighbors. And of course, trees help reduce flooding, which I believe you're already looking into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? All righty. Okay. So Mr. Tessie, do you want to close with anything, or are you done?
Yes, we appreciate the time. I think obviously Mr. Pecora, the owner's rep here, direct me, but I believe that we don't have any issue extending the time period. I would suggest to the second April. Some of you have a meeting, second meeting in April, but we do, right? To our second meeting of April. I don't think we're going to need 4 or 5 weeks to go back and forth with DPW, get more clarity from the sewer department. So Joe, is that satisfactory from your perspective?
Yes.
Noting that we're going to be working with those two, divisions of DPW. I'm not going to speculate at all. So far as other issues, Mr. Canning is here. Didn't seem like traffic per se.
No, I think everybody signed off, right?
Yeah. I was just double checking on that one. That's all.
It was this one
comment.
weird thing with the turning radii, but you made that go away. That was where you were backing up onto other people's property. That was kind of strange, but it seems like that's been addressed to the satisfaction of the people who advise us, which is
Yes.
what we're looking for.
I was just bringing that up, just to make sure. And, at the end of the last meeting, the issue came up of you garnering professional opinion, as I raised at the very beginning of my presentation, right from your law department. And I welcomed it then because I felt confident, give the commission the comfort that they have that type of, and I used the word before and I'll use it again, discretion to allow for a mix when it seemed appropriate in order to sustain an affordable housing project that's been endorsed by the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you again for your time. And I'm going to try to do a lot better and not interrupting people the next time.
So, Mr. Tessie, you will submit the extension prior to midnight tonight.
Yes.
If you don't get it submitted, we'll just close it.
Well, Pat, I could send you a text, an email.
An email would be good to Mr. LaRoe.
Okay.
I email would be fine.
Okay.
Because otherwise we're in a position where we would have to close it.
I understand. That's
All
why I
right,
brought it
thank
up
you.
at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Okie dokie. Mr. Cohen has his hand up. Mr. McRae and Ms. Jenkins, if you would check back in.
Ben.
Okay.
And I'm checking out. Is that it?
Okay, Mr. Yeski will now not be seated. We still don't have Mr. Lowe. So, Madam Kulikowski, we have on this, we have Mr. Wells seated still for Mr. Lowe, and Ms. Jenkins seated for Mr. Yeski. Okay. You good, Ms. Jenkins? You look surprised. Yes, probably.
No, I didn't hear Tracy because she was muted. Was that a yes from Tracy confirming your seating?
No, it's just we're making sure that we write it down because when we're doing musical chairs like this, it can be
write it
tricky.
down too. Okay.
And so Mr. McRae is back in. So seated on this application, this is why they pay me the big bucks, Mr. Cohen. Seated on this application are Albin, Levy, McRae, Wells, and Jenkins. Okay. And with that, is it okay to do two combined, Mr. Cohen?
Yes, absolutely.
Therefore, we are now going to applications 4 and 5, the Greenwich Country Day School. The first application is for a final re-subdivision to consolidate 235 Stanwich Road, 247 Stanwich Road, and 257 Stanwich Road in the RA2. And that is in order to accomplish a site plan that is being proposed in the next application, a final site plan and special permit to construct a 6-lane running track and a grass athletic field on the interior and areas for events, landscaping, etc. And with that, away you go.
Thank you, Ms. Albin. Bruce Cohen tonight with Michelle Cronin representing Greenwich Country Day School. This, as you point out, is a two-part application. The first part relates to the consolidation of 3 parcels into a single consolidated parcel, and that's before you as a request to determine that this is not a subdivision or a re-subdivision. And the second part is, as you mentioned, Ms. Albin, a request for site plan and special permit approval to allow the construction of a an athletic facility for the school on the consolidated parcel, namely a running track and a grass field in the interior of that track. I think we would start, if we could, Tracy, by showing the first image, which will indicate on a Google Earth the parcels involved. Left is north, and the Sandwich Road is along the bottom of the parcel, and the main parcel, consisting of 32 plus acres, is the present high school of the Greenwich Country Day School, which was acquired by combination with the Sandwich School a while ago. The parcel in the middle, shown by dotted lines, is now owned by St. Agnes and St. Catherine Parish, on which, as you know, the St. Agnes Church has been operated for many years. Greenwich Country Day School has a contract to purchase that parcel from the parish. And to the right, or the southernmost portion of the parcel, is a single-family house owned by Greenwich Country Day School, purchased many years ago by Sandwich School, used as a single-family residence. So the three parcels involved are a 32 plus acre parcel being the high school, the St. Agnes parcel, which is something over 6 acres, and the 235, which is the single family house, which is over 3, close to 4 acres. In total, the combined parcel will add up to something over 42 acres. And interestingly enough, kind of a recreation, at least the joinder of the St. Agnes parcel with the school, a recreation of the original parcel, which was owned by many years ago by the Domrick family and run as a farm called Wildwood Farm. The piece to the top of the image, shown in green, if you remember, during some of the back and forth on the constitution and reconstitution of this parcel, as between the Greenwich Reformed Synagogue, the Stanwich School, and the church, did involve a subdivision determination. And so the parcel outlined on the top in green represents a 4+ acre parcel that was set aside in open space. And just below that, in kind of green dotted lines, there's another 4+ acre parcel of conservation land that has been imposed on the high school property as a conservation easement. Together, the open space area that has been dedicated over the years is over 9 acres. The next image, Tracy, if you would, simply shows in plan view the parcels that I just referred to. The blue parcel is the parcel that is not now owned by the school, is owned by the parish. The parcels shown in yellow are parcels that the school already owns, but have not been merged until this application. And Tracy, the next parcel starts to show a little bit more of the work that's being proposed. We've outlined in red the area of the 2 new parcels in which work is going to take place to create this track. If you notice, there are several buildings on that area. Within the work area, those old buildings, and I guess they date back to when this was operated as a farm, are going to be demolished. They're barn-like structures. The parcel immediately, I guess it's east of the red work area, is the old church. Incidentally, it was it was modified from a farm building. Actually, it was a garage and chauffeur's quarters, which has been used as a church. The school does not intend to take that down, but to leave it standing and hopefully someday find a use for it. The next image shows in a greater detail by virtue of the landscape plan. Tracy, if you could show the next image of the proposed development area. And here is the track in the on the parcels that we're requesting be consolidated into the high school campus. And you'll see, of course, the track itself, the old church building to the east of it, a new parking area for 28 cars immediately north of the building, and because this is a landing plan, a great deal of landscaping. In the course of going through the application initially with staff and department comments, we got many comments, and I'd like quickly just to review some of them. We'd also like to review some of the inquiries that were made yesterday at the briefing. And for that purpose, I've asked Tim Helstein, who is the athletic director of the school, to respond to some of those questions regarding the placement and the operation of the track. And I've asked John Canning specifically to address Mr. McRae's inquiry about where we stand on traffic overall. John's very able to address that because, as you know, with the application, he submitted the annual traffic report that was imposed as a condition to the 2019 master plan approval that the commission granted. We've got to do that every year. It's one of the conditions that we accept and have been fulfilling, and will continue to do so, assuming this new facility is allowed to proceed. Before quickly going through some of the elements of this proposal, I'd just like to note what I've noted in our last submission, in which one of our neighbors has also reiterated, namely that the school is not asking the commission to close the hearing, either hearing tonight. In fact, we've already submitted an extension request on the lot consolidation application, which was running out of time. But we need to have a little more time. Not only have we tried to address comments from staff and departments, but we've also been dealing with our neighbors to understand their concerns and try to address them. In particular, the Forte family, who's immediately south of this parcel and who reside there and are concerned about the impact of this development on their residents. We have addressed a number of issues that he's raised, and we're continuing to do so. For example, on this plan, initially to the south of the proposed track, we had proposed a rain garden. Rain garden interfered with the possibility of providing supplemental plantings, as Mr. Forte noted, and so our revised supplemental planting plan, which we submitted and in part responded to comments from the Conservation Commission on, that now has been replaced by a berm all along the southern border that we believe effectively screens the activity of the track operations from the adjacent neighbors. We've prepared some sections, and I'll show those to you in a minute, but let me just quickly run down the proposal, the site plan proposal, and in the course of that, maybe address some of the issues that were raised at the briefing yesterday. One issue I think that Ms. Jenkins may have raised had to do with possible need for remediation, and it is possible that there could be a need for soils remediation. Remembering that this area was operated as a part of a farm, which sometimes gives rise to contamination issues. But the school is very capable of dealing with that. If you remember, as a part of the 2019 approvals, the school had to deal with some contaminated soils along the woodland paths throughout the property, which they've done very successfully. And in the course of doing the extensive excavation that's going to be required for this project, of course, soils will be examined and tested, and any remediation will be done as legally required. Mr. Lowe and Mr. McRae both raised the issue of the cut and fill. They noted that there will be major land disturbance. We can't argue with that characterization. There will be, because this the area where the track is going to be built is a sloping track, and it ranges from elevation of about 200 next to the old church building down to about 173 at the bottom. And the entire track has to be located at something around elevation 194. And so we're going to have to excavate the rear and fill in the front in order to provide what is obviously required for an athletic field and track, namely a level surface. If there are any specific questions about this activity, I've got Dave Ginder from Redness and Mead, who's our civil engineer, who
Okay, so yeah, you
Pardon
have,
me?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I see we have one commissioner hand up. I'm only seeing one. Mr. McRae
Yes.
does not have his hand up. So Mr. Levy is first. And then Mr. McRae, Mr. Lowe is late to the meeting. Mr. Cohen, hopefully he'll arrive, but he had a personal emergency. Okay, Mr. Levy, then Mr. McRae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the slope from the track down to the road?
The slope ranges from 194 to 173.
Well, okay, so that's 20 feet of elevation. And so what's the distance from the road?
Oh, that's tricky. I can't.
Okay.
It recognizes whatever the setback is, but I can't tell you, Ms. Levy.
It's more than 20 feet, right?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, so okay.
I'm sure that I can find that on the civil plans, assuming I could find the civil plans. But we have filed those.
Mr. Cohen, I have the civil plan in front of me. I'll figure it out in a minute.
Oh, good.
Hi, this is Tracy. The zoning chart says 84.9 feet.
Okay.
Wow. Yep, I knew it was a lot and I had forgotten. Okay.
84.9 feet.
Initially, it was intended to have a retaining walls along that slope, Mr. Levy, but it was determined that it could be graded and planted, and so part of our planting plan includes that entire area. There's a lot of existing trees there now, but we're going to supplement them.
That sounds like a reasonable plan.
Okay, Mr. McRae. Oh, Mr. Levy, you still have your hand up, but I think you're done, right? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Cohen, does St. Agnes vacate the leftover building in the part of the subdivision?
Say that again, did they vacate it?
Does St. Agnes vacate the building? It's actually, they're not going to be an occupant of the building anymore?
That's correct.
Okay. And then with the lot consolidation, you have the you have the conservation area in the back of the property. Are you going to be adding any more conservation area, or maybe to the south along your berm or anything like that, or is there not enough room for this anymore?
Well, as you'll note from, well, not this plan, but if you go back to the next one, back to the planting plan, Tracy, well, no, maybe the first one. Well, no, that's good. No, you did it right. In back of, well, that's good too. The next one's even better.
Mr. Cohen, which way am I going? Am I going up to the
Oh,
color?
it's you. Here, I've been yelling at poor.
Yeah,
Okay.
Patrick's
Don't sound
flying
so
the plane.
disappointed, but
It's the next one, Pat.
down in the deck or up? Sorry.
That's it. You got it.
Okay, thank you.
The reason that I asked you to see that, Mr. McRae, is what's in back of the church. It's a very large, completely unusable wetland, and of course the school has gone to the Wetlands Agency with their plan to to plant the area around it and to prepare an invasive management plan, which has been accepted. So in essence, there is an existing conservation area, but we did not intend to add an additional area in fee title.
Okay. No, we were talking about actually the slope from the street. And I think Mr. Levy was talking about it's about 20 feet. But it's, and that's the elevation, but the distance from the edge of the track to the bottom of the new slope is only about 60 feet, 68 feet maybe. And it's got a severe rise. But all of that's going to be landscape, correct?
Correct.
That's where all of that landscaping is, and that all comes around to the side with the
Correct.
berm and all that.
Yeah, and if we could read this sheet and the ones that follow, you would see that specifically.
Okay. But with all of this that I see here, and the actual field itself is at about 195, and the grades there are about 196, et cetera. It seems like there's going to be an awful lot of material brought to the site to do all of this grading. Brought to the site. Yes, there's some cut in the back, but I'm not too sure. I'm getting uncomfortable with how much all of the manipulation of the site. It's not, like the walls in the back, those retaining walls, they're not very tall.
About 8 feet. With a fence on it.
With a fence on it. Well, I'm
Yeah.
talking about what is it retaining? Is it an
Well,
8-foot retaining wall, or is it a 3-foot retaining wall with a fence on top? So I'm just kind of putting this together. It's my understanding, actually, no lighting whatsoever.
No lighting on the field, no, but they'd be lighting in the parking lot and along the paths, very similar to the lighting that exists now in the campus that was approved at the time of the 2019 master plan. So that's the only lighting. The field will not be lit.
Okay. Is this for the use of the site, the playing field, for the specific use of the school, or is this where they will have intramural play?
Anywhere else? Anyone else? Is that what you said?
No, yeah, but it's the use of the school, but will they be having competition on this field?
There would be meets. There would be track meets during the track season, which is 6 to 7 weeks during the spring. But it was essentially, it's going to be used by the school every day for track practice. I see that Tim Helstein has gotten on the call. And so if there's specific questions about how it's going to be used and when, he'd be the guy to talk to.
Okay, just one last thing. I think the adjacent field is just a multi-use soccer, football, etc. kind of field,
I believe it is.
right? And that's just used as practice field. That doesn't support tournament play or anything, does it?
That's correct.
Okay, so we wouldn't have somebody there playing a game and here with track and field all at the same time.
No.
Okay. Great. Is Mr. Kenny with you?
Mr. Kenny, I hope so.
Mr. Kenny, did you raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Okay, he's on his way.
Mr. Kenny, are you on?
Yes, he is.
I am on. Good evening.
Oh, great. The landscape plan, robust, I think is the word I'm supposed to be using these days. Just kind of concerned, and maybe want your opinion on this. In terms of it being all planted, surviving, and actually following through on the intent of the screening. Is there going to be any competition with the plants themselves as they grow, or in the way that you have it planned here? Is this going to be kind of a successful thing? 10 years from now, I guess, when everything's mature, but they're not going to grow each other out of existence. Can you give me some comment on that?
Sure. And yes, the intent that it's a balance between they'll grow together over time on their sides, but on the front and back, there'll be space where they'll get sufficient sunlight to maintain the screening effect. So on the west side that faces Stanwich Road, or the south side that faces the neighbor to the south, they won't be competing in that way. They'll just be competing side to side, which is very common when you create a hedge type planting. Now, this will be very organic and irregular. The plants, the diversity of evergreen trees, and they're arranged in a regular layout to help make it a more interesting and natural look. But it is designed for them to grow together to some extent, so you get that continuous screen, a continuous line of screening. And so it's commonly done. You see evergreen trees like this where they on the sides where they grow together, they'll be bare, but that's where they're facing each other. It's the important side is the side that faces the road or faces the neighbor, and that side will continue to grow and be healthy and provide the screen that we're looking for.
Right. The maples on the street, there's existing and new.
Yes.
Will the new be put in the approximate size of the existing?
They will not go in at the size of the existing, but they're I think they're the largest size of shade trees that we are proposing on the site to do the best we can to match what's there and continue that streetscape that exists on the site now.
Right. I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that was those dozen that are out there are successful, and
Right.
I was just wondering if the new ones would always look like, they'd always be smaller than the existing ones. And then once they're mature, how tall would they actually be? Say 15 years from now?
These will be 30, 40 feet tall, 50 feet tall. They're a hybrid between the native silver maple and the native red maple.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really excellent a tree for their shape, their form, their fall foliage, and they're really tough. So they do well with a variety of environmental conditions and growing conditions.
Right. And then the oaks on the berm, similar kind of situation. They'll get tall.
Yes, they over time will grow much taller over time.
Okay, and then all of the understories is evergreen?
Yes,
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kinney.
you're welcome.
Okay, now I have Mr. Wells and then Mr. Levy.
Yeah, I had a couple questions, I think mainly for Mr. Kenny. So I didn't understand, where is the berm? Is it on the south side or is it someplace else? And how high is it and how long is it?
Yes, the berm
And
is
what is
on,
its purpose?
yes. The berm is on the south side, and its purpose was to create the best screen that we could possibly create. We started with trees and a fence and a screening fence, a privacy fence. And then the more we looked at it, we recognized there was enough room to create this berm, which would create some interest and allow us to, so we have solid earth to screen this, but then we'll also plant evergreen trees on the south side and oak trees on the north side to create quite an interesting habitat there, as well as visual screen and something that I think will look quite nice as well.
You know, if
We
Pat
do
could
have
tu-
section, we have
if
section
Pat-
drawings.
those are the next ones, Pat. If you could
Okay.
turn to the next image, you'll see the sections. We have 2 pages of sections. Well, not that one, but the next one.
So yeah, the map on the right, smaller version of the map, and it
Yep.
shows you
There
where
you
the
go.
sections, you have 3 sections that we drew through there. You can see the thick black line, vertical line in the the top section. It's in the middle of the drawing. That's the property line. You can see how the berm rises up. And then at the eastern edge of the track, we will be using a retaining wall on its northern side to provide the room necessary for the track. But
You're going too fast, Pat.
All right, I was just trying to show the topography because the other drawing was a
Okay.
little, yeah. So back
Well,
to the
that's-
sections.
So this is the second section that shows I believe this shows from the row from the south. And the
This
top
could-
section, Mr. Wells, shows the neighbor's house to the south. And those dotted lines show view lines.
That's on the next page. Sorry.
And
this
that
is-
next page
Yeah.
shows sections from Stanwich Road up across the Stanwich Road to the houses to the left of Stanwich Road, or actually to the west.
Right,
So-
okay, thank you. Yeah, the berm looks like it's, I don't know, 1.5 times a person's height, so it's pretty high. So next question is, so it sounds like you're doing away with the privacy fence because the berm and all the trees are gonna replace that.
Yes.
And is there a fence there now between your 2 properties?
No, on the southern border, no.
No.
There might be just in the very eastern part of the property, but most of the central and western part, there is not a fence.
Okay, question for Pat and then probably back to Mr. Kinney. Did conservation ever get back on that pond, whether they had any views on keeping it dammed or not? I don't know if you
No,
had
I
any-
have not had a chance to talk to them about that. Hi, this is Tracy.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So, Mr. Kenny, there is a pond on the property and from the narrative, it looks like it was dammed. And I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, is it for aesthetic reasons or are you familiar with that?
I am actually 10 years ago started working on a project with the Stanwich School. That pond is a man-made pond, 100 years old, or goes way back with the estate, and it has filled in substantially. So it's actually turned into some vernal pool habitat at this point. So it does support breeding. In the past, it has of some wood frogs. So it has good habitat value in its current state. I know there are some ponds, when they're along a river or a stream or something like that, it's better to remove the dam and restore the stream so you allow the movement of fish and whatnot. So, but in this instance, I think it makes sense to keep that. It was a skating pond. I think there was a old shed there where they would sit when in the winter for skating, and sure it was used for other purposes as well.
So does it ever like overflow? You know, you have Ida or Ori or a big storm event. Does it, you know, and could it break through the dam, or is it an earth dam, I assume?
Oh, it's very small. It has a very small outlet and flow from it.
Oh, so it does have an outlet. Yeah.
Yes, it's smaller than a tennis court, and it has an outlet on the south end.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. You're welcome.
While we're on the subject of landscaping, I wonder if I could raise a question with the commission, and that has to do with the involvement of the ARC. The commission sort of left that issue open until, I guess, this very moment.
Yeah, our leaning yesterday, as you heard us, was that it would be helpful to have ARC take a look at the landscaping, the lighting, all those issues that pertain to them. There's, I think Mr. McRae pointed out, there's chain link fencing that might be an ARC question. So our take was, given the magnitude of the project, we would like to see you. That's my sense of where they were going, that we would like to see you go to ARC.
Before you make that decision, Ms. Halban,
Okay.
I'd like to point. I don't want to be a John Tessie and interrupt you all the time.
Ouch.
Ouch.
I assume that John is listening somewhere. In any event, the point that I wanted to make.
He's gone. He missed it, Mr. Cohen. But we can chuckle.
I'll send him an email. In any
Mr.
event,
Pecora is here.
well, he can chuckle too. The point that I try to make is that this landscape plan has now been reviewed by the Conservation Commission, who had extensive comments, which we responded to in detail with this new plan. It's been reviewed by the Inland Wetlands Agency, who had a narrower interest, of course, but they did review the landscaping. And it's also been reviewed by the tree warden, who had no comments except for one, which has to do with transplanting 2 American hollies, which we'll do it if it's possible to do. So and with regard to the lighting, as I noted, Ms. Albin, the lighting is exactly the same lighting that was approved for the main campus in terms of pathway lighting, safety lighting, and parking lot lighting. So going to ARC, believe it or not, will have a very negative effect on this entire project, which has to move kind of quickly for a number of reasons. And so I would ask, in light of the fact that this has gotten extensive administrative review, and you can see for yourselves what a response it's achieved, that we not go to ARC.
Well, I'm going to let the rest of the commission weigh in on that, because I have one commissioner whose heart always lives with ARC.
Oh, I guess I know who that would be.
I don't know. He doesn't interrupt, though.
Can I raise one or two other issues, please?
Yes, sir.
Going back to that loose image, Pat, that was floating around here, having to do with the parking lot that you can see in the upper left corner of this image. The DPW basically gave us an approval to move forward with one comment, and the comment was, it would be very nice if we could figure a way to connect the new 28 car parking lot on the that's going to essentially serve the track and field with the adjacent parking lot that's already on the high school property, on the theory that if there are more than 28 cars parked there, it'd be nice to have ready access to the larger parking lot. And so our register me did come up with this plan. We will review it with DPW, but it is a very practical solution to making that connection. The tricky part is that there is a change of grade between the two lots, and so a small set of steps will be required to make that transition. I guess what I would like next to do, you having heard.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm interrupting you because Mr. Levy has been patiently having his hand up for quite a while. Mr. Levy, if you would go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just we're curious about a couple of things. Sorry to interrupt the flow, but how about bleachers here? Are there any plans for bleachers?
There will be no permanent bleachers. There'll be portable bleachers, the same kind that we have down at on Cardinal Road at the middle school location. So there will be there'll be portable bleachers, but no grandstand, no permanent installation.
Oh, but by portable, do you mean that you will take them away and?
They can be taken away. My guess is that they'll be left out and put away occasionally. But I'll ask when I turn this over to Tim Helstein, who's the athletic director. We'll ask him that question too.
Right. Well, I mean, but it seems like the berm is pretty substantial, and the chances that especially if they're portable bleachers, they're not going to be that high anyway. But I was curious about understanding how high the berm really is, and
9 feet, 9 feet above grade.
10 feet. So berms often look like berms, and berms don't look very natural. So I was wondering if you could, when you come back to, maybe see if there's ways you could make it look less like a berm. And that might have a lot more to do with feathering in the slope more. But I mean, 10 feet is pretty substantial. So I just wanted to put that in front of you.
We'll take a look at it, Mr. Leva, but as you know, it will be substantially planted.
Yes, but the question is, will it still look like a berm? Because it's a very rectilinear program that you have, so it's a bit of a task to figure that out. Anyway, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Mr. Cohen, you were ready to move on, because
I was going to turn it over to Tim Helstein to address a couple of issues. If you remember during the briefing, there were a couple of questions about why we did what we did, where we did it. Why didn't this track go down to Cardinal Road? Why didn't it go down to the field to the left or to the north? And I want to be sure that I was correct regarding the use of the field, the main field to the front of the school at the same time that this facility would be used. So I hope Tim could address that as well. So if I may, I'd like to turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Good evening, Madam Chair and committee. I'm grateful for this opportunity to answer the questions, and I appreciate the questions. As Mr. Cohen was saying, my name is Tim Helstein. I serve as the athletic director at Greenwich Country Day School. I'll actually substitute the word serve and say I'm lucky enough to be the athletic director of the Greenwich Country Day School. And so just wanted to add a few answers to some of the questions that was shared to us by the committee. One of them was, why do we need another soccer field? And I'd like to just say that there are two important reasons for that. The first is that we have 11 soccer teams at Greenwich Country Day School between the middle school and upper school. So 5 in the upper school specifically, 6 in the middle school. On the Old Church Road campus, we have 2 soccer fields there. We have 1 soccer field here at Stanwich Road, and then we have 1 soccer field at Cardinal Road. The Stanwich Road soccer field and the Cardinal Road soccer field are occupied by our varsity soccer teams, therefore leaving our JV and sub-varsity programs to travel over to the Old Church Road soccer fields. What that does is it will cause our middle school soccer program to be impacted negatively, especially as sunlight goes down and we have to have soccer games over on that space if there's also varsity games happening. So it does impinge upon the middle school program. The other piece that I'd like to say is that as being a part of some of these committee meetings previously, I feel like the overall theme / concern was keeping high school at the high school. And so what this will do is it will allow our high school teams to stay up on the Stanwich Road campus and not have to travel down to the Old Church Road.
But didn't you, so you've made, this question came up yesterday. What we're really looking for is a reduction in the transport of kids from one location to another all the time. That
Correct.
disturbed us a great deal. But now you've done all these improvements on Old Church for the athletics. What will you do with those?
So what that'll do actually is it does reduce the traffic, not necessarily just the students in terms of we have a bus that buses the students back and forth, but what it really will help is not create more games that are happening on the Old Church Road campus to have other teams, other spectators, more competition happening there. So from the flow to just the Old Church Road traffic, it will reduce it in a great manner and allow things to stay more up at the high school to have all kind of our high school students stay up there. We will still use the Offutt Field stadium, but again, that is where they are bused. That's not on the Old Church Road campus. That's a separate space. So it would clear up the Old Church Road space. So it gives us that other playing field up at the upper school.
Yeah, and I'm sorry because the commissioner who was most concerned is not here tonight. Mr. Levy, did you have a question about this?
No, I did want to ask about something else.
Okay, all right. Okay, so go ahead, sir.
Sure.
Mr. Helstein?
Yep, absolutely. I'll continue on. Why didn't we build the track on Cardinal Road? I will actually say that that was the original intent as we were building the Cardinal Road fields. We brought in an engineer to put the track on that space. Unfortunately, due to the existing space that we have on Cardinal Road, the track would go and impinge into actually the river, that Greenwich River that runs along the west side of the field, and it'd go actually touching into Greenwich Country Club. So we did look for other spaces for this originally when we were building the program, and it just honestly did not fit in the spaces that we had. The question about the existing track program, how much it will grow, I will say that the town has put a amount of students that will be members of the upper school. We will never exceed that without permission. And I do not see this track program. It's about 35 students right now. I do not see it growing any further. We have a robust spring offering of sports, and our students spread themselves out, web out to all of them. And so maybe a plus or minus of 10 or 15 students every season, but I do not see it growing to an exorbitant amount that it would change any noticeable impact on this project. And then lastly, the question was, are we going to use these fields for lacrosse? And the answer is no. It's very simple. We will not have lacrosse here. There's a few reasons for that. One, we have ample lacrosse space, but more importantly, there's a safety concern about having lacrosse balls being thrown in the middle of people running around a track. So we will keep it just to be a track and field space in the spring.
Okay. We're more, our biggest concern, and every time that a school does an improvement, is what's your impact on the surrounding community. And I want to spend more time on traffic and on the amount of transit back and forth the next time we hear this, because I think there's a lot of other site plan issues today. The change in elevation is really daunting. Oh, Mr. Lowe has joined us, just perfect in the nick of time. All right, so here he is. I'm not going to seat him, but he's joined us now.
Ms. Albin, there was one issue that I wanted Tim's input on, and that was a question that was asked me about the use of the of adjacent field at 257 Stanwich Road. And I think the question was, would that be used at the same time as the the new field? And I thought the answer was no, but I could be wrong.
Sure. I would say in the spring, the field will be used only as a practice space for our lacrosse teams, the existing field that we have right now. We do not hold games there. The games are held in the rear field behind the upper school and at Offutt Field. So that would not be used for competitions during the time of the spring track season.
So, Ms. Albin, you mentioned traffic, and we asked John Canning to be here really to address one question that Mr.
But I think that I mean, go ahead, but I think that, you know, we've been talking about this long enough that we could leave it for when you come back, because that's always a long discussion as well. I wanted to get the basic site plan stuff on the table. Is that all right with you?
Oh, absolutely. But there was a question from Mr. McRae that I don't want to leave unanswered.
Okay. And then I think Mr. Lowe has questions too. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
And I think the question really had to do with the traffic impact in general, that really he hasn't heard from the school for a while and wanted to kind of get an update of what it looked like, but Mr. McRae can restate it more articulately.
I think actually it was it's a review of the back and forth issues, because I remember countless discussions about the high school coming down to Cardinal Road and Cardinal Road going up to the school, that kind of thing. And I think with Mr. Canning reading through his report, we're discussing, some of the things between 2019 and today. I think really probably what we're looking for is what is the current state of the back and forth now, and where we are with from the projected in 2019 into 2023 counts, that kind of stuff, and what this new field is going to be creating or doing to that back and forth traffic.
Exactly. Perfect question.
Okay, and I think
but I want to get into that into more depth. Go ahead.
Is it going to be less back and forth, more back and forth? Like you said, Mr. Cohen, there's going to be tournament play here. So, all of those specific aspects, really kind of touching on that to make sure that we understand that if we're doing this project on Stanwich Road this high, what's happening down below?
We haven't ignored those issues. And if John could have really 5 or 10 minutes, I'd like him to.
Okay, you've been going for a long time. So, Mr. Levy, is it on this topic or do you want to wait?
I'll wait.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Canning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner McRae and other commissioners. We submitted a post-occupancy study in December, which looked at all of the key intersections between this school and the Old Church Road School. And the closest intersection that was included in that study was Dublin Hill Road at Stanwich Road. And I compared the projected traffic volumes at that intersection to what is there now and what we actually counted. So the busiest time is in the morning by far, because everybody arrives for the bell. And we had projected that at that intersection, there would be 826 trips. And today there's 885. So we're 59 higher than we projected 5 years ago. In the afternoon dismissal period, which the peak dismissal period is from 3 o'clock to 3:15, when 228 vehicles come in and out of the campus. In the peak hour around that at Dublin Hill Road and Stanwich Road, we had projected there would be 658 vehicles, and we counted in December 680. So we're high by 22 at that location. Relative to what this application will do to those numbers and to the back and forth. First of all, as I mentioned, the peak arrival and dismissal period, or the peak dismissal period for the school from classes at 3 to 3:15 with 228 trips. And then it falls off a cliff. So 3:15 to 3:30 drops from 228 to 77, 3:30 to 3:45 is 38, and 3:45 to 4 o'clock is 44. And games, when they track meets, when they happen, start at 4 o'clock. So we're after the departure window. And traffic volumes at that time currently are 16% less than we had projected in the PM. And when we add the traffic for a meet, it'll be 3% less than what we had projected for the PM. So we'll still be below that number. Specifically, as it goes to the operation of the fields, there are basically two sets of operations. It's a track, and it's going to be used for dual meets, or possibly, I can't remember the word for it. A dual meet is basically when you have two teams show up. If you have small teams, it'll be 3 teams. They'll be on a weekday. They'll start at 4 o'clock. They can have like a league meet where you'll have 5 or 6 teams. That would be on a Saturday. For the dual meets, and those would be in the spring. For the dual meets, we're projecting 64 trips once a week for a dual meet between 3:45 and 4:45. And then they would depart later on in the evening. And it's for six weeks in the spring, and it'd be once a week. In the fall, the grass field in the center of it will be used for soccer. But soccer activities, there's less students involved, and so there'll be less traffic in the fall. Then specifically as it relates to the back and forth. For the soccer, there will be, let me see how I put, there'll be less back and forth because the students won't have to be bussed over to Cardinal Road Field for soccer, because they can play soccer here in the fall. But there will be more traffic at this location because the parents will be coming here to watch them here instead of going over to Cardinal Road. From the perspective of the track, there will be slightly less traffic on weekdays because now the students are bussed out to practice elsewhere and to meet elsewhere, so they won't be doing that. And once a week, you'll have more trips for a meet. So when there are meets, which is what the application is for, there will be more traffic at this location because now they have to go somewhere else to do it. But for the rest of the time, it's more or less, it's less traffic back and forth. It's slightly more traffic here for the soccer, but it's less traffic that's taken off Fairfield Road and Old Church Road where it's already busier.
Okay. Tracy, did you have any comments on this, on what Mr. Canning just said?
No, I don't have any additional comments. That it follows what is in
the
initial
narrative
report and their response narrative as well.
Okay.
There was a lot to unpack there, Mr. McRae, so I hope that I kind of hit most of it.
Yeah, well, what we're going to do is unpack it very slow. I mean, this is a big application. We got to take it in bites, and you guys know you're coming back anyway, so you can let us take it in bites and chew each piece. Mr. Levy, are you ready yet to ask your question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I was curious about the church and the maintenance of it and how that might, because of the proximity to the track, there may be some issues that we just need to be aware of. This may not be a building that you're going to use initially, but you still have to worry about fire safety and other things. So just curious about that.
The school has a pretty good record of maintenance, and this will become a school building if we do close. And I would think that the commission could be satisfied that all of the buildings on the rest of the campus look pretty good. And my guess is this one will be improved. at least based upon the last time I was there.
All right, Mr. McRae and then Mr. Wells.
Mr. Canning, thank you very much for the information. I think one of the things I'm actually kind of looking for is where we left it with the last decisions down on Cardinal Road, and that is doing, I've been reading through the post occupancy analysis, and what I'd like to see is where we left off it in terms of trucks or buses back and forth. How's that worked out, and what operations will be happening now between the two campuses, because it gives us a better sense of actually what will the traffic be like, not traffic counts, but the traffic be like going back and forth on Stanwich to the two different campuses. Mr. Cohen, the Turner logistics plan seemed pretty great. I think what I'm looking for with that is if they can actually update it to match the new plans, and if they can provide a approximate truck count of whatever's coming in and out to move all of the soils.
Okay.
Lighting.
Go ahead, Mr. McRae, you're on deck. Go
Mr.
ahead,
Cohen,
say it.
I have seven pole lights and 10 bollards. That's what I could count because it's on the landscape plan buried in Mr. Kenny's robust landscape plan. I'm assuming, and this is why I would send it to the ARC, because I'm assuming, and you know what happens when we do that, that the 7 bollards and the 10 bollards and the 7 light poles are going to be similar, if not exactly the same as what was approved for the adjacent campus.
Correct.
Okay. It was very hard to find them on the landscape plan. What would be really great is if they were actually put on their own plan with the foot candle chart, the lumens chart, just so we understand what's going on. And yeah, it's very difficult for me to read exactly what the fixtures are. So if you do, or when you do come back, please a little bit more detail on the fixtures themselves, the lamp type, and the foot candles on a plan.
But so, Mr. McRae, let me just, lob one over to you. Would you be recommending that they go to ARC, or do you believe that the commission can satisfy the issues on its own?
Yeah, we can record this because I think we can do this. There's not a lot, and if you give me a little latitude to make suggestions and fix this, because there's 3 bollards out in the middle of nowhere, and there's 1 light pole that I just I'm confused.
So Mr. McRae is asking for papal dispensation to be mini ARC. So brace yourselves, everybody. We'll have to give him that opportunity the next time. Mr. McRae, are you done? Then Mr. Wells. Oh wow, Nick just disappeared.
What? No. One more for the lighting. The old St. Agnes building. Is there any lighting on that? If there is, please include that. That's actually a critical thing because it always seems, oh, we have security lighting. The next thing I know, I can do surgery outside in the front yard.
Right.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, and also, did we already tell you this in the pre-app to base your lighting on the regulations we haven't approved yet? Because that would be great.
No, you didn't.
I thought we did because I thought we were a broken record about that. But yes, take a look at them. We're going to try and have Patrick give us a primer on them working jointly with ARC. But they're on our agenda tonight, so you can feel free to review them. But this is the direction we're heading. We've been tweaking them for months since summer of last year, but hopefully we're close. Go ahead, Nick.
For the new site, I'm assuming, and this is why we're keeping this open, right? The sanitary facilities are in the St. Agnes building, or is there a field house or something else
in the existing?
No, they have to get deep permits so there's stuff outstanding. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
There are facilities in the existing building. And of course, lots in the main part of the campus.
Okay, I'm looking at this is the problem. I'm looking at the landscape plan, but the septic system is dotted in. It's not changing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, because that's actually in the area that you were talking about where the wetland is, and
We're going to continue to use that. So as long
very
as
good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Wells is next.
Yeah, a couple of questions for Mr. Holstein and then one for Mr. Hanning. Mr. Holstein, so track is just a spring sport, right? You're not going to have any events in the fall on the track? Yeah.
That's correct. It's a spring sport. Our cross country team will probably use the space as it's a nice space to be able to run. We would love to be able to hold a cross country meet or two in the fall, to be honest with you, but that would not really exist only around the track. That would have more space and spectators. Let's just say cross country is not a spectator sport, so you're not going to find many people coming.
Right. And then in terms of the league meetings, so yeah, the league meets, would you have how many in the spring for your high school, and how many would you also have one for your middle school for the track?
We would love to have again, if we have the facility, a few middle schools have these facilities, so we'd love to have maybe, a few for the middle school, but the middle school track is not as robust a program as high school is, so fewer teams, fewer members, fewer meets across the board.
And Mr. Ken, did you run the numbers? Maybe I missed it in terms of traffic for these league meets. You have 6 teams. I don't know how many parents come. Have we lost Mr. Canning?
You're on mute.
I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I'm making notes here and trying not to make noise. We did. It's all in the report. We considered the dual meets, which are on weekdays, and the league meets, which are slightly bigger on the weekends. One of your consultants' comments was, our traffic volume's lower on the weekends, so traffic volumes are 25% lower on the weekends. So it's slightly more traffic. 64 might be 100 on the weekend, but you've got 25% less traffic.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Probably only 2 per year. Now, Tim, you can correct me on that. Typically.
Okay. Mr. Lowe.
That is I. I hesitate to make any more comments, but I spoke yesterday at the briefing, and I'm coming in here late to this game. So if Mr. Cohen, if you could indulge me or dismiss me if you've already answered some of these things during this meeting, that would be just fine with me. But I brought up yesterday about the notion of whether this field, this track, had been considered to be placed down on Fairfield and Cardinal Road. And I asked about the size of the boys and girls track team. It was, I think, a total of 20 students, and then it's expected to grow up to 29, as I learned yesterday. But that doesn't seem like an enormous jump. And I just wondered, and I didn't realize that that the middle school might avail themselves of this facility. That might increase the back and forth that Commissioner McRae was alluding to. But I just wonder, we in a previous application, if we can allude to that, there was a strong argument about why we couldn't have a larger facility up at the Stanwich Road. And I recognize that we've purchased additional property that would enable you to do that. But I just kept wondering why we wouldn't place a circular track around those wonderful new fields down at the other campus. And it appears that there is a soccer field up at the Stanwich Road campus. And when I read this, I didn't have a full appreciation for exactly how that coordination would work. Now, again, this gets back to Commissioner McRae's expressed questions and concerns. So as I said to begin with, if you've already covered all this, then just say, thank you, Mr. Lowe, and that'll be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Oh,
No,
he's a comedian. He's a comedian. Oh, I never knew you had it in you, Mr. Cohen.
If you're not being forthright, that could work against you.
We did cover it somewhat, but I do want to deal with the issues that you raise, and maybe the best way to do it is to have Tim as sort of reiterate the issue. One is why didn't we put a track on the existing field? Was that one of your questions?
Yes, yes, that is one of my questions. Down off of Cardinal or Fairfield or however you describe it. You know what I'm talking about. The new turf fields down there.
Yeah. Oh, well, the answer to that is I can do it quickly, which is that they thought about it. They wanted to do it that way. They brought in an engineer, and there was no way they could fit the track within the surrounding wetland. If you remember, the creek goes all around those.
I do, and that was part of my question yesterday. Were there area or size constraints associated with that? So
yeah,
yes,
that was the problem on that. And then you had another question about the size of the middle school operation. It's much the track and field.
No, I didn't. Excuse me, but I think what I'm saying is that it looked, from what I heard yesterday and read, the size of this track team program is currently a combined program is at 20 students, and it's going to blossom up to 29. Is that correct?
Maybe a little more than that. Boys and girls combined could go maybe from 35 to 50. I think those were the numbers that we had included in our submission.
Right.
And you asked about what does the middle school add to that?
Well, I'm just saying, and I understand that the middle school might participate in this, but and I quoted in your narrative that, quote, on occasion the team will train on the turf at the upper school or at the main field at Cardinal Road, but this is rare. I didn't really understand that. I mean, I understand all the words, but I didn't understand what the rationale was or the purpose of including that. Is that to eliminate a specific point?
Do you mind if I hop in real quick?
I wish you would, Tim. Yeah.
Sure. I actually think, Mr. Lowe, that is what we currently do. Some of the questions were, what does the track team currently do? How do they do a track? So we will either travel to another track at another facility, or they will train on the turf fields, or they will go down to the Cardinal Road fields and train down there.
In other words, right now it's kind of a mixed operation, and a lot of it depends on driving somewhere else off campus.
Correct.
Okay. Well, again, to piggyback on Commissioner McRae's comments, perhaps we could include in the data that he is looking for just exactly what the net impact is. If you've already got kids shuttling back and forth, now you're suggesting that the middle school teams are going to be shuttling back up to Stanwich. It would be good to get some sort of clear table of what's going on now and what is expected to happen in the future, particularly with regard to the transfer of students back and forth on some sort of schedule.
I know that John Kenning has looked into it, and we can make that clear to you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins, and then we'll go to public comment, please.
Yes, and this is just very quickly. I just wanted to thank Mr. Cohen because we've gotten answers for a wide range of things, including some things that I would not have thought about. So just thank you for the depth of the first run at this. It is a big project, and thank you for the information. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. Wow.
Yeah, I thought there was another shoe to drop there.
Yeah, or no comments on whether or not he's actually funny.
I think he's made the comment of the century probably at today's meeting. So, Mr.
You guys should listen to Mrs. Jenkins a little more.
We do listen to her. We value her highly.
This
Okay.
lab Admiration
watching.
Society,
Okay, so can we go to public comment?
please.
All right, does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Greenwich Country Day application? Please raise your virtual hand. All right, Megan Miles, and I was just going to mention your concerns. Oh, I see what's happening. So all of a sudden, okay, here she, oh, you got her, right? All right. Yeah. If my iPad's open, my mouse thinks it belongs to the iPad. Hello, Ms. Miles, you are 228, correct?
Good evening. Yes, I'm an attorney at Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, one of our latest attorneys. Technically, my office is 1055 Washington Boulevard, Stamford, for the record. My firm represents Jenny and Stephen Forty. They own the property at 229 Stanwich Road.
29.
Yes, which is the property directly to the south of the new track and field facilities to be constructed. They have a contract to purchase the property, and they currently live there with their family pursuant to a leasehold interest. So they're about to buy the property. They're currently living there with their family. My partner, Bill Hennessy, submitted correspondence into the record, mainly to update the commission on how we've been in constant communication with the applicant and their development team. It's pretty clear for me from watching this hearing that you guys are keeping this open for another night to continue to address issues over multiple nights. That was our main concern that we wanted to make sure happened. From my client's perspective, which I'm sure this commission appreciates and which the applicant appreciates as well, is that their home right now next door is a residential home, and it's about to be a track and field facility for a high school. So there are significant short-term impacts in connection with the regrading and the site work, and then there's long-term impacts as the program is put into effect and potentially grows over the years. This is a complicated situation for my client because their children attend this school. So they want to both support the school where their children go, but also minimize any impacts to their adjacent property to the extent feasible. So we are still talking with the applicant's team. And so I just wanted to stress that we're still in communication. Thank you for spending so much time on this application, and we will bring our concerns to the commission if needed. Hopefully that's not the case and we can work everything out privately, but I wanted to provide that update for the commission from the 40s perspective.
Great, thank you, Ms. Miles. And I, from the sound of the letter that you sent in, you're working with Mr. Cohen, your client's working with them, and you'll hopefully resolve the issues because they are directly next door, correct?
Exactly, yes, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay, so the next speaker is Francia Alvarez from the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, good evening. I'm concerned with, I've looked at some of the maps, and one of the ones that just came in today that I saw shows the field, and it shows the lower quarter at the bottom of the map of the trees that are going to be taken down. And there's some really large trees there. And I wondered if there's any way to save those trees that provide a nice streetscape to the people that are driving by. And if you could just fill in that area so that we don't lose everything. There's some, I think there's some large maples and some other trees that are quite large. So that's my comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've got that, Mr. Kenny. All right, thank you. All right. All right, that seems to be all the public comment. I believe that we could at this point continue the application unless Mr. Cohen, you said you did send the extension, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We're all set on the dates. Yes.
Okay, and do you want to make any closing remarks? Not really. I don't think you want to upstage your own self, do you?
No, thank you very much for your patience, and we'll come back and hopefully with all of the neighbors on board at the next possible opportunity.
That would be great. And we're going to delve in. The key thing when we keep saying this is we want the school to be successful, to have a great facility, but at the same time, we're so mindful of impact on neighborhoods of any school, public or private, just as they expand and increase their traffic. I mean, you are increasing the trips, and Patrick can report he was at DPW has begun talking to different neighborhoods about what the traffic concerns are. And the town hall meeting room was packed last night and more people were watching it on Zoom. It is, I would say it's now gone to the key concern in town, that, and of course, the loss of that small rural, semi-rural town feel is what we hear over and over again. So we definitely want to hit hard on how it fits in the neighborhood and the traffic and all that. Okay, so we will see you when you come back, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Feels like the screen will now go empty. Now, is anybody hungry?
Yes.
Yes.
Me too, I'm starving. So 20 minutes, 7:52. And we will come back and we will do St. Catherine. We're on application 5 and we have 12 applications tonight. Well, we just finished 5. I know, I count differently. Trainer counts backwards. All right.
Wait, dinner time.
Okay, dinner time. You got one more minute. All right, so so our next application is number 6, St. Catherine of Siena and St. Agnes Parish Corporation for a zoning map amendment to convert properties at 0, 13, 15, 17, 19, and maybe 21 Riverside Avenue from R12 to LB. Seated on this application are Levy, Macri, Yeski, Lowe, and Albin. And Mr. Hegney, if you would kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. If we could bring the presentation material up. I'm sure you all know where this is and are familiar with it, either having been to the fair or having bought a Christmas tree there or whatever it might be. On the next page, please, Pat. So this is a Google Earth view of the parking lot. I've highlighted 19 Riverside Avenue. That's the property that the church recently purchased. They own pretty much all the rest of that except for the building, which is nestled in the trees, which is a single family home at 21 Riverside Avenue. And the parking lot is used as part of the church's main parking lot when they have mass or other ceremonies and functions at the church. In the middle of that parking lot is 15 Riverside Avenue, which is currently used by TAG. And they have had other uses. The commission approved space for the Center for Hope and Renewal as a satellite for that organization there. And they're looking to use 19 Riverside Avenue for church offices. It had a dentist office on the first floor and an apartment up above. You may be familiar with this. Recently, there was an application by J House for using a portion of the parking lot on the easterly side or to the right-hand side of the photo for a valet service parking for the restaurant. I've been discussing this with the church for a while. We wanted to have another use in the building at 15 and came in with a special permit application. And my thought was, and my recommendation to the church was, rather than having to come in for special permit uses all the time when you're changing it from one to another, it's adjacent to the LB zone. It truly is a vestige of the R12 zone after it was cut off by the thruway back in the 50s. And rather than having to go back every time they're looking for either nonprofit or their own church use for here, that would be permitted uses in the LB zone, rather than filing those special permits all the time, why don't we see if we can have this rezoned to LB? That's the motivating factor here. It's not to have any other use or commercial use, I should say, but it's to allow for various nonprofits who they may want to assist over time, and to use the buildings that are there for church purposes. The inclusion of 21, which is a single-family home owned by another party, not directly at least associated with the church, was to not leave that sort of hanging as a one single property in a separate zone. Last time I came to you with a rezoning application involving a number of properties. It was up in Glenville. It was several streets, Douglas Drive, Wood Avenue, Maiden Lane, Leslie Avenue. This on the north side of Glen Ridge Road, between Glen Ridge Road and the Merritt Parkway. There were 45 parcels there, and it was in the R20 zone, and we were looking to reduce it to the R12, mainly because almost all the properties there were undersized, and some of them even in the R12 zone. We didn't have everyone sign up because there were 45 people or property owners. We submitted it to the commission to see what everyone would say. There was a petition to support that. It was circulated around to the neighborhood, but not everyone signed. So I took a similar approach here to include all the properties that I thought were appropriate to put into the LB zone, and that includes 21. Certainly if the commission, excuse me, chooses not to include that, or the property owner would not want to be included in the LB zone, that could be excluded, and the area proposed to be rezoned would be reduced by that one property. And so that's what brings us here. There's no other plan or motivation other than my thought that this was a good way of dealing with the church's ability to not have to come in for special permits all the time when they're looking to use it either for church purposes or for other nonprofit uses.
Okay, so Mr. Hegney, I know Mr. McRae has his hand up, but actually, go ahead, Mr. McRae. You got your hand up before I opened my mouth. Go ahead.
So it was, the object of the game is to basically not have to do special permits anytime there was a change in the two buildings that are there.
Correct.
But the proposal is to rezone the properties and create one 92,000 square foot piece of property in the zone, or zone 92,000 square feet of lot into a zone. My concern with that would be is right now, yes, you have to come in, and we're talking about special permits for whatever the uses of the two buildings. But if for some reason this moves ahead, now we've rezoned a very, very large area into a different business zone. And I'm not too sure what would ever happen in the future.
Right. So
that's
yeah,
a big piece of property to say, okay, today it's special permit issues and we can actually resolve these and probably dispense with them, quickly. And then somewhere down the line, because I made this decision about making this a different zone, I get something in a few years where I'm now, and I'm kicking myself saying, yeah, that was a bad idea. So I'm kind of struggling with this to understand exactly what you're looking for, what the end result would be today if it goes forward or 15 years from now.
So that, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, right. And that's the kind of thing I'm struggling with is.
Okay. So I'm going to build on what Nick said. That was perfect. It was like we're on the same commission or something. So the question, Mr. Can we take down the screen share for a sec? Okay. So the question, Mr. Hegney, is this. As you know, the 2009 POCD forbade completely the conversion of commercial to residential to commercial completely. And you know that. We debated that with the most recent POCD, and we were cognizant, and we lifted that. And we said, no, there are cases where you may want to do that. So our take at the briefing was, tell us more, explain to us why this works in the context of the POCD, not in the context of special permits or whatever, in the context of the vision in the POCD. And in the POCD, the driver for this is that Riverside has long wanted to do what we have on the agenda tonight from Old Greenwich. They have wanted to create a set of guidelines for the future for redevelopment of their part of town. So when it redevelops, how do you guide it so that it's more like a village? And what do you do with that? And that may mean that a conversion to LB here makes a lot of sense, because maybe you could eventually give it a more villagey, have some nice little commercial uses, residential on top, that kind of thing. But we don't have that. So the question we were all asking at the briefing was, tell us more about not how it fits with sort of the guiding principle, but with the vision of where we're going. We went with the POCD in 2019, which is enhance the villages. That's key. That's the key thing. I think for me, that's the key thing. How might this serve to enhance the village? And in a perfect world, we'd have guidelines for everybody so that you could take what Riverside, actually, they tried to do it in, I think it was 2021, Patrick. And then again, they talked to Patrick in 2023. They've been talking for years about how do we guide redevelopment. And here's a great opportunity, because this could be a really cool corner of Riverside or not. So I would love to see you put it in that context, because it may be a great idea, but I don't know enough yet. And of course, if you were willing to do a village district for Riverside, it would be really cool, but I guess you don't have the spare time. I love the fact that we got somebody submitting one. So go ahead.
Okay, so I understand the concern that what we're making a significant change to a 2-acre parcel of land, and it's right along the Post Road. It's along Riverside Avenue. It's in a prominent location, but it's a necessity for St. Catherine's to have this parking lot. The requirement of 1 space for every 3 seats in the sanctuary is one that requires this parking lot to be part of the church. It's not like they could go ahead and redevelop it into something else because they need all of those spaces.
So why are you rezoning all of it then?
Well,
why are you not just rezoning the pieces that aren't parking lot? Hmm.
Well, with this application pending, the commission could say we will rezone number 15 and number 19 to LB so that you can have permitted uses as of right in those rather than rezoning the whole parking lot.
But it would have to be LBR2 because that is what they are adjacent to.
Well,
okay, so that's the other thing. You don't want to spot zone, so this little technical thing for you is that so you're coming in with LB and you've got no LB around you. So, but you've got LBR2 right adjacent, and so that would work. And then if you did, well, you've got LB, I guess LB backs up. Let me put it to you. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So LB backs up into the corner of this rezone. But if you took out the parking lot, you would lose the LB piece, and you are now basically only adjacent to LBR. So you would go LBR, and because otherwise you're spot zoning, and I'm not sure what you do with the access to the parking lot. I need smart people like Tracy and Patrick to tell me if you're spot zoning, if you skip that access, but then you wouldn't be doing as big a deal. You wouldn't have to do, I'd love to hear something better than, well, it's a real hassle for the church to do special permits, but, and then, would that work? So Patrick, Tracy, feel free, from, like a spot zoning point of view, if I look at it, the LB ends, says she pointing when nobody can see her cursor. Right, where the LB ends is in that corner, right?
Yeah, can you zoom in really close to that? It might helpful.
Yeah, I know.
See.
I've been staring at this. I was magnifying. I took a picture of it. These maps are awful. Can you zoom? All right. So
I do send this in a format so that it's able to.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so it says it right there. So if you take out the parking lot, you've only got one teeny corner that's going to be touching the LB, and you've got a full side of this that touches the LBR2. So you would have to be going LBR2, and then you could do that. The next question that I believe was in the staff report is, if you rezone, do you have any problem with any of the uses becoming non-conforming now? Don't you have office on the ground floor here?
But it's a nonprofit.
So you're fine because it's a nonprofit use. So that,
which creates.
But see, that's the problem, because in a residential zone, you can have a nonprofit on the ground floor, but you can't do that in the LBR2.
Well, I can do it on a ground floor if I have a special permit.
If you have a special permit. So you would say you have a grandfather, you have a grandfathered, I'm sorry, grandfathered is not the word I'm supposed to use anymore. You have a legal nonconformity then, because it was already approved by special permit to have those offices on the ground floor, and they would carry on.
It's actually legally conforming because the commission approved it as a special permit use.
In R12, but they would be legally nonconforming in the LB or LBR2.
The LB, no, because the LB allows for nonprofit, multi-service and social work agencies and places of worship.
Not remembering that.
They're allowed on the first floor. It
Okay,
does
I'd forgotten that.
in the LBR2 because the LBR2 is essentially the use group 8.
So you come in legally Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but you come in legally non-conforming then, with the ground floor uses. It's where you adjoin. You ease our concern about how big an area is being rezoned.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's this funky thing, Patrick, Tracy, you leave then an isolated piece of R12, which is the parking lot.
Since there is no plan to do anything with the parking lot other than to use it as a parking lot, and also the other functions that are either in the summer or winter, I don't see that as a particular issue. But the
No, but
LBR,
from a
the
zoning
LBR
point,
would leave me as a non-conforming use because you can't have
yeah.
even a nonprofit office on the first floor. You know, that's the big difference between LB and LBR.
Yeah, I get you, but you're okay because you're coming in with a legal nonconformity though, right? You've already got a special permit on those uses on the ground floor, so you come in with a legal nonconformity, you become LBR2. But if you only rezone the buildings, you now have a problem with the parking lot because it's an island of R12.
Well, if also the outside party at the south end, which is the left side of this drawing here,
But the one under the R there in the map.
and also, well, if we're not changing the church proper, then
Right.
that's still the
That-
R12. So
That's
it-
R12 also.
So you
it-
could argue that there's an R12 connected. Okay, so you really are okay with an LBR2?
I think Mr. Hegney is looking at this probably in a more simplistic way, doing the LB because this is the LB right here.
Yeah.
South. So it
But
would extend to the fronting lots here on Riverside.
But it has to skip over the parking lot. If we only do the buildings, it has to skip.
Yep, you're
and-
right.
And then you're spot zoning, so you have to go LBR2 because it's the only place that adjoins. God,
There is a corner of the LB.
I
that-
know, I'm seeing that corner, but I'm not convinced that you could make
It
an, I
doesn't
mean,
jump to the
yeah.
parcels. What
I
you're
mean,
saying.
if your client's okay with it, that's my leaning. It would be, as Nick suggested, do just the buildings.
Uh-huh.
Do LBR2.
I think that's, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and okay, Mr. Tessie. And
What,
so
what question here?
okay, sorry, I
Question?
couldn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, what is the significance to the applicant between the LBR and LBR2? I mean, what?
The ground floor office is legal in the LB, and so they become conforming use in the LB. And for some reason, that's important to them because I'm guessing that anything else Mr. Hegney brings in would not be an increase in a nonconformity, which the commission cannot approve. So he wants to be a conforming use, and he would rather have a straight conformity than a legal nonconformity. Wow, is that a mouthful?
Well, also then.
That's a good explanation.
If I am a legal nonconformity and I want to go to another one, that's
exactly
6141, and the commission has
yeah I got it.
More non-conforming than the existing use, and
we got it. So
but that's with a special permit application, which is what I'm trying to avoid. I would still. I mean, I still also like the idea. Just coincidentally, because we've got this thing from Old Greenwich, if we began thinking about design guidelines for what could happen 50 years from now when we're all gone in this zone if it gets rezoned to LB. Although I'm not super I guess you could get away with doing you could do LB, but what if we had some guidelines and we started doing some guidelines for the redevelopment of Riverside? And you've got a model out there right now. I don't know how firm that one is, but if not, there are, you just have to do a set of mini guidelines, like all the uses allowed in the LB and that, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, there's 28 towns in Connecticut that have multiple, and some of them have multiple sets of these. So that's a thought, because the fear is, wow, we rezone this, and the goal of getting a vision in place for Riverside may move a step out of our reach. That's my concern. Okay, so my initial thought on the LBR is that doesn't quite get the church where they're looking to be.
Yeah.
it might be good to just have some more thought to it before I say, no, I think it really needs to be LB.
Yeah, because
if-
it'll still save them money and application time, which is what you.
That's what I'm looking to do. Yes.
Yeah, and if that's what you're looking for, I think I'm saying very loudly, let's not block the vision that Riverside has had, that one day they'll begin to redevelop these areas and make them more villagey, because they're sandwiched between Coscob and Old Greenwich that have that.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a great selling point for those villages.
Sure.
So, I mean, I'm not saying we're close. Does anybody else on the commission want to jump in after having heard all this, like, really fast on zoning law?
I think it's really looking at what is the intent for the church, and is it the special permit issues, and is there another way or a more creative way of going about it other than just a big swath of rezone?
Well, and see, what I come back to is when we approve a rezone, it has to be consistent with the POCD. And the POCD, the major thrust in regard to the villages is enhance what they are. And here's an opportunity to at least make sure that we've protected that possibility in the future. And that's, Mr. Hegney, maybe you rezone the whole thing. If you can make an argument that in the end, it would be better for future redevelopment if it's all rezoned, try that. We're very open-minded and flexible.
I've always experienced that, Madam Chair. I know that's the case.
Mr. Wells.
I'm just going to be,
devil's advocate
on the worry ward side.
Yes.
But I sort of, getting back to Nick's point, we rezoned this all into one zone, and then 10 years later, a developer comes to the church and says, "Oh,
bingo,
I could put up a big commercial building, and we're going to have parking below it, and it's going to be 5 stories, and it's going to be 8-30G or whatever it is." But we rezone it into one zone, and maybe that's a lot easier to do than if we keep it close to what it currently is.
That's a very good point. However, the LB allows a maximum of 2.5 stories, 35 feet of height. So even if the church wanted to redevelop it, only an 830G would be possible because they'd be overriding our zoning. So yes, you're right, Mr. Wells. If we only do the buildings, we are reducing the possibility of the church deciding to shut down and us not having any hand in future redevelopment, because that's the concern here. Right? You're absolutely right. So, right?
Yeah, but it wouldn't require the church shutting down. They could be better off because they could get a ground lease, and we've seen it. That's what happened in Stanford, the church that I was part of, St. John's there.
Yeah.
That's what they did. So this is a natural evolution for this church if it's looking for more money, and they'll get a lot more money from a ground lease on a bigger building than they are, leasing out their parking spaces to the J House.
Exactly. And I probably shouldn't mention this to Mr. Hegney, but there is a bill, we're in high session right now. There is a bill that allows churches, I think, to develop, I don't think it's going to make it, but I think it allows them to do affordable housing as of some sort of housing as of right and override, because obviously churches are looking to use their property better to get more utilization out of their property. So it enables development on church properties. I don't think it's going to carry, or if it's moved forward. But again, I think I think Mr. Wells, you're sort of saying the same thing. We protect the possibility of implementing the POCD a little better if we just do the buildings.
So rather than continuing the conversation at this meeting now, we could continue this to the next. I'll study more the LBR2 possibility to see if that can get us to where we need to be for the church. And then just reduce the number of lots, essentially just those small lots that face onto Riverside Avenue. Exclude number 21, exclude the parking lot, and then come back at either the 2nd or the 9th of April to have this discussion continue.
I've hogged the conversation. Does anybody else want to make a comment?
Just one thing, Mr. Hegney, just double check the ground floor uses. I'm looking at 6104 and I'm not seeing the nonprofit issues. It's just basically saying office not on the first floor no matter what kind of thing.
Yeah.
So if you talk about that when you come back, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. Sure.
I'll look it up. I was surprised. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is to rezone some properties owned by St. Catherine of Siena in Riverside from a residential zone to a business zone. Please raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak on this. Okay. I would have loved to have heard from the Riverside Association, but I guess. Oh, Patrick LaRoe, do you live in Riverside?
I do, Madam Chair, but I'm speaking in my official capacity with the town today.
Extension.
If we get an extension to the 9th, that would be my only before we get off this topic.
Do we? I didn't think we needed one on this.
So
Hold on a second.
Well, at least some agreement with Mr. Hegney that the 9th is a good day to come back.
Let me see. I'm not even seeing the date on this one. Oh, here it is. Must open
it got cut
426.
off.
No, we
Must
haven't
open is
recorded-
the only thing we have. Hasn't set us a date, so we're
But
good.
we opened it today, so we have 35 days. So
Right.
9th okay with you?
Question of
Mr.
whether we would if it's going to be modified, do we need to do a complete renotice on that? In which case, then we might not even be able to get that done by the 9th. If it's a new map and whatnot.
Well, now that you brought that up, Tracy, I think if the commission is reducing the area that it's looking to rezone rather than increasing it, that can probably be done without renoticing it.
And the change of the district too.
But it's LB, it wouldn't be LB
Yeah,
anymore.
If you go to LBR2, that would be.
If I go to LBR2, then
And I think we're nudging you in that direction.
I do feel that nudge. Yes.
Little nudge, yeah. Sometimes we nudge a little better than other times. Okay.
Then we would need an 4-day extension to get to the 30th of April because there's a meeting on the 9th and then not to the 30th because of the school vacation.
No, we opened.
No,
it.
it's just open it.
We opened it today, so we'd have 35, and then we'd have whatever
Okay.
wherever that lands. So
Okay. Whatever you guys say.
If I need to provide an extension, I'll provide an extension.
Yeah, 35 is not going to get us to the 30th.
yeah, I just don't think. No, I agree. I just don't think it's 6 days. I think it maybe.
It might be longer for that reason. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we don't have any public comment. We'll see you when you come back. We're continuing this application and hopefully they get the extension thing sorted out.
And keep Mr. Hegney here, please.
Oh,
Yes,
gosh, I was
please.
about to toss him out. Our
Yeah,
next application, Mr. Hegney, okay to combine?
Yes, please.
Our next application, the two following applications are Field Point LLC. It's Field Point LLC for a zoning map amendment to create an from CGB to CGB-HO at 32 Field Point. The second application is for a final site plan and special permit for the building at 32 Field Point, and this would be to add 4 two-bedroom apartments with parking underneath, a roof deck, etc., at the same address. And with that, Mr. Hegney, if you would kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could also bring Rudy Rydberg in, who's the project architect.
I got you. It's Rydberg Associates. Okay.
I think it's just Rudy.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't say Rudy.
The last person.
Ah. So why does he have, I guess he's got two.
Jonathan Dennis from his office is also here to go over the
All
the
right.
architectural plans.
Okay.
So this is the building on the west side of Field Point Road. We came to you in the summer, had one meeting in July, one meeting in August as part of a pre-app. When I brought this to you first, I was looking to use a section of 6-205, which does not require an HO, but does allow for significant historic structures to be expanded up to a 0.9 FAR. That particular section of our regulations in a footnote requires that the buildings be attached. And we talked that we had initially come in with it detached and also had a plan attached. The attached plan made it difficult for delivery trucks to access the site properly. When we came back to you in August, the sense that I had from the commission was that pursuing it more as an historic overlays zone with the Historic District Commission was a more appropriate way to approach this and enabled us to do it as a detached structure and would depend on what kind of a reaction we got from the Historic District Commission as to whether this was an appropriate property to designate in the HO zone. So we did that. We went to the HDC in September and also in October. We explained to them and provided them with material that the building was constructed in 1889. And the discussion we had with them was it has a significant contribution to the streetscape. There are 3 buildings on the west side of Field Point Road that are all of a similar vintage, and you have 5 on the other side of Field Point Road. And it really creates a very distinctive streetscape on this portion of Field Point Road. And their feeling was that because of that, this was worthy of preservation, even though there had been some changes made to it over the years, which weren't necessarily in keeping with the 1889 design. So we've pursued that. We've received a letter that you have now also received from the Historic District Commission, where they did endorse and support having a HO designation for the site. That gives us the ability to have it as detached structures so that if we were building an attached structure, we wouldn't have to elevate it even more to allow for UPS and FedEx trucks, or I guess it's now just Amazon trucks going under the building. I did approach it this way on a property at 111 Mason Street a few years ago. The historic overlay was applied to the existing building in front. We built some very large townhouses in an attached building to the rear or east of that building. That's on the east side of Mason Street. And that has actually worked out very well. It also allows us to move the building farther back so that it has less of a presence with the historic structure along Field Point Road. As you know, there are a few items that came up in the staff report. I wanted to go over those with you at the same time now. Rudy and I, along with the contractor, met with Deputy Fire Marshal Mark Dawson. You received, or the staff received, a memo from Deputy Fire Marshal Dawson earlier. I was impressed that he said, well, why don't we just bring a fire truck over and see how it accesses the site? And he called the main firehouse, and sure enough, the big ladder truck shows up about 5 minutes later. And I'd never seen anyone quite do that before, so I was impressed. What we found was it was wide enough and we could pull the fire truck in, but that because of the wheelbase of the truck, its rear end was hitting the pavement in Field Point Road because the driveway is an incline at that point. Certainly something that we can adjust with revising the grading for that driveway, bringing it down a bit so that the truck could pull in. The width seemed appropriate there. And really what Fire Marshal Dawson wants to be able to do is get the fire truck as close to the new building as possible. We did point out that both buildings will be sprinklered. And so that gives some comfort, but he wants to make sure that firefighters can get to the roof. So I think we have a solution there. Our engineer, Bob Smarslak at Soundview, is going to look at how that grading works. It doesn't look like it's going to take a lot to do that. So we think we have a solution as to what appeared to be something more challenging. We have a few comments from engineering, as always, and Bob's going to reach out to Juan Paredes and go over those with him. On sewer, we did submit an acknowledgement letter, and there was some question as to whether all of the items could be dealt with that sewer was raising through the acknowledgement letter or just some of them. I'm not quite sure what the answer to that is. But it would certainly seem that if they're looking for us to do modifications off-site to the sewer lines to reduce infiltration, that we could deal with how many gallons per day are being used or have been used when the building was occupied versus what we're proposing by adding for apartments. So I'm thinking that that's something that we can resolve with sewer on the way. We did not submit an energy narrative mainly because 6-522 says construction or alteration of structures within an HO zone are excluded from the requirement. And I could say we will meet the building code and we will provide energy efficiency and conservation. And we will be adding 2 EV chargers to the site. We'll have the plan amended to show that. But that's why we didn't submit an energy narrative, because I didn't think the regulations required it. And we did verify that the basement is only being used for mechanical and storage, and more than half of it is below ground. So in a commercial zone, that does not count as part of floor area. And so we did not include it in the FAR figures. And so we'll meet with the fire marshal again with revised plans, review things with engineering and sewer, and come back to you.
Okay, but before you do that, Mr. McRae, I can't see you, so I hope you're still there.
Yeah.
You had a lot of comments yesterday, so would you like to raise them?
Mr. Hegney, what did the Historic District Commission review? What did they actually see? What was the presentation?
They saw the renovations and the change in the rear of the roof line for the front historic building. They saw the plan for the apartments, the 4 apartments in the rear. I don't think we shared a landscaping plan with them, but we did share ideas for color schemes. They wanted to know about window configurations and replacement of windows because that is part of the program for that building. We did resubmit that to Steve Bishop, chair of HDC, and he has signed off on the window replacements. That's Rudy. I think that was pretty much all that we shared with them.
Hi, good evening, Rudy Rydberg for the record. Yeah, we met with them on 2 occasions and we showed them the front renderings of the existing building and that we were changing them out to stone white. The windows have been ordered and they're Steve Bishop signed off so that work is going to be amended to the building permit. We showed all 4 sides of the building. We're recreating the same siding that's there. There's 2 levels of siding on that building. The upper portion has a staggered shingle, which is also next door at the Haskell property. And then on the lower half of the building, there's a normal shingle. We're repeating all of that to match that's there. The front, the portico out front, and the curved front porches are all staying. All the details are staying. There's some rot that they'll replace, but we're keeping that all in kind. And the the back, we are changing the back entrance because that's now becoming the handicapped entrance to the building, which we have a ramp showing in the back to get people from the parking lot up into the building. There is a long sidewalk that goes along around the building today, and it will remain in kind, but we will adjust it according to the grades that we need. So that sidewalk will be there. Driveway stayed the same. We discussed landscaping with them, but we didn't have a landscape architect on staff at that time. But I mean, honestly, they were very happy that we were going to maintain that streetscape. And I think, we've been enough ARC meetings and P&Z meetings. People talk about street context, streetscape, and so on. And I think this still remains one of the nicer blocks that you come from that have had buildings for quite a while. So they were very happy that we were going to keep it, albeit they would have loved to have brought it back to the old building, but that would have cost about 1,500 square feet or more of area. So they accepted it and they said, we're glad to see it in perpetuity.
Okay, so still, I'm sorry, Mr. Wells, you go ahead. Hold on a second, Mr. McRae. Mr. Wells has. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had stopped talking. My apologies.
No, I let them answer because actually I'm missing I'm missing a very huge part of this. 6109 B.
There you go.
The procedure is very, very clear as to what we're supposed to be seeing about this. Requires approval of Planning and Zoning Commission, and then it spells out all the things that we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're saying, this is a historic building. And when the applicant says this is a historic building, 6109B says, prove it. Yeah, it's old. Well, yeah, I can say that a lot of buildings in Greenwich. So tell me why. And I didn't see it in the application materials of all of that information. What was the building actually like? History of the property, relevant construction history, description of the architecture, so on and so forth. I think that's actually one of the big things that's missing. And I'm thinking maybe that's what was given to HDC, but it's basically reviewing what was going on out there. So I think that's a big part of what's going on. Okay. Mr. Hegney, I think actually the confusion about the sewer letter, as I read that, it's almost as if there's supposed to be 2 letters. One, an acknowledgement that you read all the comments, and then was like a second one talking about an agreement to complete work that they've identified to fix everything. That's the way I see that. If you take a look at it and you kind of think of it in that vein, maybe it is actually 2 letters for the sewer division. And I'm still at a loss. Yes, I understand the 111 Mason Street, but as I always read through 109, it always seemed that when it talked about an HO, it never discussed in a business zone a separate building. It always seems that it was an addition to the existing historic structure. I don't remember 111 Mason Street. I do remember other ones. But again, in this one, and this I raised this, back last summer, is how this isn't attached to the building. It's a completely separate building. And I think some of my colleagues here have actually even pointed this out, that it's almost as big or slightly bigger than the existing building. And I'm still uncomfortable with that. And I think I need to really kind of put my arms around how that's going to work.
There you
I
go. That's the one I was waiting for.
Now, understanding, yes, I can't get into the site with a delivery truck. Well, let's take one step farther back. The fire department can't get into a site with a fire truck. So if we're going to fix the driveways for a fire truck, maybe we can fix the driveways so you can get a delivery building there and connect a delivery truck and connect the buildings. So I think of the 109 stuff, if you're coming back, I need to see all that kind of stuff, because I'd love to know why this building is important to save, other than it's streetscape. But then again, I don't know if this building over the course of how many years has changed significantly or drastically from what was actually there. And the best I can tell, it looks like a portion of all of the front porch was, I'm sure probably was there at some time, is actually all gone. It's all closed in now. So
Yeah, we said that the first time we heard it, that we assumed it was enclosed, but that the enclosure has its charm and has been there for a long time. We made that comment we got to. Okay, Nick?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
For the moment, yes.
He's wound up. Okay, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I'm wound up too. Regarding the energy narrative, the carve out is construction or alteration of structure within an HO zone. This property is not within an HO zone right now. So as we consider it, why aren't you subject to providing an energy narrative? Now, if you were already in an HO zone and you're going to do construction or alteration, fine, but I'm not sure you're within the spirit of that exemption.
Mr. Wells, Rudy and I talked about this afternoon, and he's preparing an energy narrative for us to see.
Great. I wish you said that earlier.
Instead of why you didn't. Oh,
Instead
yeah.
of getting me all wound up.
It was certainly not my goal or intent to wind you up.
It gets him wound up.
But I looked at the language and I thought, this.
Why not?
There
You're
was
a
a
good
carve
lawyer.
out. So.
I would have done the same thing. Nothing more need be said.
Okay, so
Ms. Ahmed, can I respond to Nick's comments now, or do you want me to wait?
I'm going to let you wait for 2 nanoseconds
I'm happy to,
because
happy to.
I'm going to build on. I was hoping Nick would raise this. Again, the big picture here. We have been harping on the secondary and what was the words? I always misquote them. Secondary and subsidiary nature of what gets complementary. Thank you. Of what gets added on to a historic building for an HO. And we've been very focused on it. If we are agreeable to you doing something that is not visibly secondary, that is not secondary, the next applicant's going to come in and go, well, you let that dude do it. And we'll say, oh, but he said you couldn't see it from the street. But the point is the structure itself is not secondary. And that is what the reg says. So there's the biggest concern I have. I love that little funky building in the front, but I have a concern about what's being proposed. I remember the last time you were before us, we talked about the stilts, how inconsistent, how incongruous it is with the historic nature of the front building, but in general, that it's not a secondary subsidiary structure. Okay, Mr. Rydberg, could you I'm going to let you breathe one more second because I think Mary's going to add to this part.
Well, I think probably just
Wait.
Singing another chorus with the choir here. Compatible with and protective of the site's significant existing structures. So compatible with and protective of also suggests a sense of equivalent mass that would fit in the property and respect the historic character, if there is one, of the front property. So I think I'm just quoting the same language from 6109.
Okay. Nick is back. Are you building on the point we're all making here?
Yeah, quick question. Mr. Hegney, the HO designation provides you with specifically what?
What do you mean?
Takes us from 0.3 FAR up to under
0.9.
the regulation to 0.9, and we're proposing a 0.67.
Because Mr. Hegney has a long memory of when Victoria Goss amended a motion to reduce an HO that was proposing 0.9. Do you remember that? And she lowered it. And you remember that the commission at the time, I think we actually went to 0.75.
Okay, because I think this gets back to what I was talking about in the 6109. Under D, the incentives, number 1 talks about structures and sites in business zones.
Right.
Okay. May authorize use presently permitted in the business zone for the entire structure, and may further authorize modifications to the maximum FAR, office use, coverage, so on and so forth. Okay, in the underlying zone. But it says entire structure, not structures, entire structure. Okay, and then with special permit shall authorize any addition to the structure, which will cause the maximum FAR to be exceeded. That's where I'm kind of coming from in terms of 2 separate buildings. It talks about business zone, it talks about the FAR incentive, but it doesn't talk about separate buildings. It only talks about a single structure.
But then we said to you yesterday, and this is the question, sorry, Mr. Hegney and Mr. Rydberg, but then the other question is 6205 clearly allows accessory buildings in the business zones. So structures plural is allowed.
But they would have to conform to the FAR.
The accessory. No, not necessarily, because he's getting more FAR. I think they made this argument as I didn't remember all of it from the first time we heard it because it's been a while, but that's the question. And Patrick, did you weigh in, or Tracy? I think you weighed in yesterday that after we looked at 6205, I think we were looking at it over the weekend. It allows accessory structures.
In the business zone, yes, it does. It's not
So
prohibited.
therefore, it says an addition to the structure, but you are allowed to build an accessory structure in the business zone, and 6109 allows you to go to 0.9. So if Mr. Hegney takes both of those, you can pay me, takes both of those and combines them, he should be compliant. However,
But doesn't 205 say you have to conform to the maximum FAR?
But then 6109 says you override 6205
in a single
with-
structure. That's what it says.
But it only says with an addition to the structure. I'm reading it that the whole lot can be 0.9. The whole lot, the whole property can have a 0.9 FAR. But if Mr. Hegney wants to have a second structure, it has to comply still with the rest of 6109, that it's got to be secondary and complementary. And there, Mr. Rydberg, I know Mr. Lowe has his hand up. I'm hoping he's going to make a different point. Mr. McRae, I'm sorry. Did you want to answer that?
No, I see where you're going with it.
I know. It's just a question. And again, it's up to all of us to interpret our regulations. And we just have a different interpretation of that section of 6109, which, what does it mean? Mr. Lowe, are you chiming in on the chorus of this argument? On the secondary?
I'll let you be the judge of this. I brought up yesterday just the question of how historic this front building is. And I think it's incumbent upon the applicant and his representatives or her representatives that they have to make a fairly compelling argument to justify what they're proposing. And, whether it's distinctive characteristics of a type or a period or method of construction, or, I said all this yesterday, representative of some work of a master, whatever it is. I don't see that here. But I'm prepared to be disabused of that, but I didn't hear a response to that so far today, I don't think. And I will harp back on complementary and secondary, but I'm focused on the quote historic structure to begin with, to which this addition is going to be complementary and secondary.
Okay, that's
There you go.
perfect. Okay, wow, Mr. Rydberg. And now
Okay.
you can answer.
Okay, so we've been to 2 pre-apps and we've been to 2 HDC hearings, okay? And in the pre-app, we did discuss the fact, and I know Mr. Macri at that time, and maybe others asked, why can't we attach the building? Now, from an architectural standpoint, we have 2 totally different uses in the building. We have a health, skincare in the front, and we have residential in the back. Attaching the buildings from just from a pure use point of view, we're not using the elevator that's being added into the front building, and we have our own elevator going in the rear building. Now, that also means that the back of the skincare building will now lose any of their light and ventilation on the back of the building, and the same thing will happen in the residential building. We'll be limited on the one side against the back of the building. So from that standpoint, as well as the driving through of the Amazon and whatever trucks have to go back there, okay, would mean that this building would get taller. We have kept this building underneath the height of the other building. It's no higher than the front building. But I think the other major thing that came up in those 2 pre-apps is that Mr. Haskell on the neighboring property commented vociferously to us about this building, wrote us an email, and we've spent many meetings with him and his team talking about the building. He did not want to see one big, large building, even though his building is built that way, okay? But he would be looking at our building. By us providing the building separate, besides all the other reasons we think it makes more sense, it now opens up his view corridor from that building through 2 buildings rather than 1. And he was going to oppose us quite a lot if we kept it as 1 building. So I think that was brought up in our second pre-app, that was one of the other reasons why we wanted to take the 2 buildings and make them separate. It then allowed this Queen Anne building to stand by itself. And I just quickly back on the historic value of it, we went through 2 pre-apps with them. And yes, while they both wanted it to be brought back to what it was, and if we took photos, we showed them photos of what it was turn of the century when it first was built, there was a porch there, okay? And that was an open porch. It got closed. Tom could probably clarify. I think it was in the 90s, and they enclosed the porch and they added a second porch on top, okay? But the remaining part of the building is as is that was built. The shingles are still there. The Queen Anne Tower up top, the gables, the different roofs that are on the building are all there. So they felt that there was enough of the building to maintain it, and they wanted to see this building maintained. So I know we spent 2 times with them, and it was not, 5-minute dissertation.
Okay, so Mr. Rydberg, I personally would have been okay. And I think we said all of this the last time we talked to you. We all commented and waited. I would be okay with a separate building. But what I keep hearing people say to you is this issue of the structure doesn't look secondary. So if you guys were to make the structure only be 2 units, you'd look secondary. Just saying.
Can I add something to that?
Mm-hmm.
Section
But don't
6
design it for them.
I'm not designing anything. Section 6-5 definitions. Definition number 6.
Definition
Accessory
of
building accessory or accessory use shall mean in a commercial zone shall mean any accessory building including shipping containers. Where does that? Or other structure customarily incidental to the principal building or use of the same lot. So
Right,
yes,
but-
you can have an accessory building, and it could be a shipping container or other structure customarily incidental to the principal building or use on the same lot.
Right, but it's whether or not this interpretation of whether or not the S is just like not placed correctly in our reg is our big question. I frankly agree. I mean, I'm agreeing that it would look much better. If it's logistically okay to have it be separate, I can get to that interpreting the regs, but I can't get to a big building on stilts. Because I don't think that's consistent with our regs, and that's the question. And I don't want to lay the precedent of a big building on stilts behind an HO, because the next HO we get, they're going to say to us, and it might even be Mr. Agney and Mr. Rydberg, they're going to say, oh, remember how you approved 32? And he has a long memory, Mr. Hagney. So I don't want to set a precedent. I want to keep those, and I know we said this to you guys the last time you were here. So Mr. McRae, you still have your hand up. So do you want to add again?
Sorry about that. No, I really think that kind of says it. Yes, you can have an accessory building, but it's got to be customarily incidental to the principal building or use.
Oh.
And I'm not too sure how I can get around how this new one is customarily incidental to the principal building or use.
It's not intended to be.
It's not intended to be. Because the
That's fine.
HO
So in that case, if
allows
it's
you.
not intended to be, then yes, that whole idea of the 6205 just falls apart because it's an
All right.
accessory building and it's got to be something else.
Okay, but I would be okay. It doesn't necessarily, because it's how you're interpreting 6109. I would still be okay. Patrick, you're going to weigh in. That's awesome. I always need a little bit of zoning theory. I would be okay with it. I personally, and I'm only one person who's talking a lot, but if it was secondary, Mr. Leroux.
Yeah, well, I think accessory building unlocks the accessory setbacks and then limits the height of the structure. We have allowed, and we do allow, multiple buildings on commercial lots. So if you want to exist as two primaries, that's fine. That's allowed in the zone, but the applicability as to 109, I don't read it as being explicitly prohibited, but there are other factors as to the layout and the design of that second building that would have to be, the commission would have to correct in their mind as being compliant with the regulations.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins.
I guess
Okay,
there's
sorry.
another way of saying, I don't think a second building automatically has to be accessory on a business zone. I think that is
In an HO, an HO.
well, I'm not even getting to the HO.
Oh, you don't even think it has to be automatically accessory? Okay.
To the 205 comment, I
All
think that is applicable to the setbacks that want to be applied to that structure.
So technically, it could be a second building on the site, just as long as there's no, it conforms to the underlying zone.
Exactly.
For FAR coverage, height,
right.
all of
Exactly.
205.
And I'm
Setbacks,
trying
square-
to think, I think we actually have them. I'll give you some examples. Isn't Old Track separate building for CNG?
It may be. We've done
What
it.
about the one on Railroad? They redid the facade? Anyway, let Mary talk. Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, it really, more a question than anything. To the extent that HDC reviews it, they only review the historic building, right?
Yes.
They don't look at the proposed new building to see whether it affects the effect of the historical building, because it didn't sound like.
We had a joint
conversation. Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
Blanche, go ahead.
We had a joint session with them. Oh, it's probably too many years now. It's been 3 years. No, it was before COVID. So over 4 years ago, where we said to them how important it was to us that they look at the entire property. So, and that they look at what was being proposed. But I think it's time, we're going to have a joint session with the trust. I think it's time, and we're going to have one with ARC. I think it's time that we all recircled back and just caught up with everybody who's advisory to us and said, hey, here's where we're having problems when we're getting stuck. Can we do it better?
Because I'm still back in 6109, and it basically
Yeah, me too.
we review by consultants. I assume that includes our friends at HEC.
Mhm.
Because if all they did was say, yes, the modifications to the historic building are fine, but they haven't looked at what's ending up behind the historic building, whether it's viewed from the street or not, then we don't know. Gee, it's a great historic building, but we don't know the effect of the new building.
Madam
To respond to that question, Ms. Jenkins, you don't zone just the portion of the property that the historic building sits on. You're rezoning the entire site. And as a result, HDC is looking at the entire site and all the construction that you're proposing. So it's not just the modifications and the restoration of the historic building. It's what you're looking to add on to that property as well, that they look at and that they consider.
And do we know if they had comments on the effect of the proposed new building on the existing building? So they reviewed it, but if we don't know what they thought, they might as well.
Certainly discussed it with them on the letter that the chair submitted. It really didn't address that. So
No.
A question. When we've come across these in the past, anecdotally, it seems as though the HDC is focused on the historical nature of the existing building and whether it warrants consideration for an HO. I don't remember having done a total of maybe 3 of these before, but that we ever heard them opine on the specific details of the additional structure. They seemed to be focused more on the original structure and its historical value.
Yeah.
And they were aware maybe that if there was some egregious design that was inconsistent with the original, they might point that out. But they don't get into the same level of detail as we're talking about with regard to that section 609. Anyway, sorry, I've lost
Okay,
you.
yes. Yeah, but okay, so back to great idea. Let's have a meeting with HDC because we're thinking about different things. They are desperate to save our history. Mr. Hegney and Mr. Rydberg, I know that this is the same guidance we gave, very similar to what we've said when we've heard you before. Is this enough for you to work with? You've got one person who wants to see the buildings connected. I can't poll people, but I haven't heard any strong opinions from others on that. But you definitely have all of us saying we'd like to see that second new building be subsidiary. I think because I've heard Mary and Peter Lowe and Nick all say that. Mr. Wells, you just unmuted. What's up?
I strongly feel 2 buildings and not one enormous ocean liner.
Okay.
And to accommodate Mr. Haskell and for all the good reasons that Mr. Rydberg gave.
Okay. So you've got.
I did hear in August, we don't want it to look like an aircraft carrier. That was another comment that was made.
Yeah.
It wasn't you, Mr. Wells. I attributed that to another member. And I hear what Mr. Lowe is saying, provide a compelling argument. And we accept that, and we will provide a more robust presentation to you on that particular issue when we come back. And we'll look at how we can make this work so that we can at least have 4 of you in
agreement. We will work hard to do that. And I give you, I give you an interesting piece of feedback. I always hear from people who drive through Greenwich and see that little old houses at the car dealerships. And they go, wow, this is Greenwich. Why don't they just tear down that old structure that's by the car dealerships? Because it's a little dwarf thing that's left over. And that is the model of what not to do.
It looks like something where Dorothy had lived and it was just plopped right down there.
Yeah. So that's the model of let's not go in that direction, folks. And so, but again, we don't want to set precedent, Mr. Hegney, because if we start opening the door, you know what happens. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 32 Field Point Road? Please raise your virtual hand. No. Okay, so we are continuing this. You had a must open for 5/9 and for 4. Oh no, that's the wrong date. That's the wrong one. So you were must open by 4/26 and 5/9. Extensions available to 6/30 and 7/13. I think we're good.
We will put
All
our
right.
material together and come back to you when we have that all working for you.
All right. Our next, so we're continuing this application, and I hope we gave you good feedback.
We have plenty to work with.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam
Whatever
Chair.
that particularly means, but thank you.
Thank you. Our next application was postponed. I'm hoping that the applicant, Mr. Barkai, is aware that it was postponed and he just hadn't left the meeting because it was postponed by his firm. It is at 26 Meadowcroft Lane, and this application is postponed. That's application number 9. We are now going to application number 10, which is by the Planning and Zoning Department for a zoning text amendment to replace our lighting requirements with new regulations. And Mr. LaRoe, welcome, because after working on this for almost 2 years, I'm sure that you're ready to see it be over.
Only if it's the right regulation, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I believe though that since we made some suggested amendments yesterday that we would not be able to vote on it tonight, correct?
No, those the commission's comments at the briefing yesterday were instructive and corrective. They're not substantive, so I don't believe we need to we don't have to leave it open if you don't want to, if you want to move forward tonight.
Oh, okay, that changes everything. All right.
Susan was going to come and join us, but maybe she's joining us now. But so this and just to go backwards a little bit, lighting and signage were at one point a revision we were going to do together over the last year and a half. I think the commission smartly decided to split the two up and tackle one topic separately from the other. We have adopted the signage regulations last year. We have adopted hopefully we're going to be adopting lighting regulations this year. The overarching goal is to limit light trespass across the property line. With the advent of the new technologies that we have, LEDs and whatnot, the color, temperature, glare is markedly different from what we all know from the last 10, 15 years ago with incandescence and compact fluorescence. So we've strived to have language in there that is reflective of the technology that's currently available in the marketplace, making sure that that color and intensity of the light is appropriate for the application in the community. There are some strong recommendations about the type of bulbs. We have a concept called bug rating in the regulation, I think is helpful, talking about glare and those other factors related to just general nuisance related to lights. Trying to think of if there's anything else that unique that we should go into. I mean, there's a number of new standards. We have strived, and that's why we had the help of the consultant to make these regulations something that people can grab off the shelf. So there's a lot of data in the regulation that those homeowners who wish to go to the store and make sure they have compliant lights will be able to read the back of the box, so to speak, and understand if that light is going to comply with the regulations or not, if installed in the proper location and used properly. I don't know if there's much more to add, Madam Chair.
Okay. There were some comments that we made yesterday that were mainly corrections, small changes. We had also discussed that once these are finalized, that we would meet with the ARC and have a tutorial, all of us, because I keep reading them and I'm still struggling just to grasp what everything means. So we would have that be open to the public and everybody could learn. And if we could figure out how to have some sort of pictures, we were talking about that yesterday too, to help it clearer for people. I don't know if it's like you could, but that's all I've got. Does anybody from the commission have anything, or can we turn it to the public for comment?
I would say if anything, if we do have some kind of a reference to the regulation in 615, 617, that kind of thing. If we do, that's great. Maybe just update that. And if we don't, maybe we should put that in. That way it's a specific thing, because I would be concerned about enforcement down the line, or people just kind of glossing over this a little bit too much. We just saw an application that had a lighting plan on it that was actually very difficult to find and look at. I think it should always be a specific in our application. So when something comes in, it actually gives us, the bug ratings and, what's the lighting zone, those kind of things that we are dictating in this new regulation.
So, Mr. Macker, are you asking for additional clarity in the required materials, or are you just saying make sure that we reference the lighting regulations, compliant lighting regulation plans?
Yeah, I think it's a reference. So actually, when the applicant's coming in, what do I need to bring in? This is what you need to do. This conformance with the lighting regulations per that section, and whatever, and to be inclusive, just make sure that actually, go there, look at it, give us what we're looking for so we can understand your lighting based on what these regulations say.
I am sufficiently positive that we have some reference to lighting plans in there, so we will correct that to reflect the current or the whatever adopted language we get, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay. Anything else? No. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application from the Planning and Zoning Department to implement new lighting regulation? Please raise your virtual hand. All right, we have no comments from the public. Therefore.
Oh, I thought there was a hand raised and I didn't see it.
I did too, but it's gone. Therefore, folks, how many public hearings have we had on this, Patrick?
Well, if you include the work sessions, I think actually, I don't know now, because I had to conclude the signage stuff, but I'll say at least 6.
Yeah, so we have had this out in the public since August, I believe it is. I think we wrapped up in August of 23, and it came into the public realm in the fall when we resumed business. So, and in addition, we had all the workshops in between. So everybody's been hearing this. I feel like we've exposed it well to the public. So based on that, are you guys okay with closing this application? Please advise if anyone objects.
I'm okay with closing.
All right, and we would therefore take a vote at the end of the night. And with that, we will go to our next application. Who's representing the applicant? Oh, it must be Mr. Pescarello, right?
What about poor Mr.
I'm sorry, what? What? Mr. Lowe, what'd you say?
Reporter.
What?
Reporter.
He's right here.
No, we can let him go.
Oh, we've got to let him out. Oh, Mr. Court Reporter, I was gonna keep you here.
I know I was going to charge an awful lot for this section if you made it.
Yeah, because you were gonna.
Yes.
So, Ann Noel, you haven't met our newest commissioner yet, have you, Mr. Basili? So this is Ann Noel Jones, and she's our newest commissioner. She just joined us. This is her first meeting, and Mr. Basili is our court reporter, and every word you say, he transcribes. So sometimes it's shocking how I'm always shocked how illiterate I sound, but what are you going to do? So, Mr. Basili,
Jones.
We now end the public hearing.
All right. See you next time. Thank you.
See you next time. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. All right,
You want-
now,
Go to? No, I'm sorry.
okay, so now Mr. Pescarella, I was trying to get you into the meeting. There he
And I
goes.
believe Mr. Gamblin is joining him as well. There you go.
Gamblin, you got him? Okay. All right, there's Mr. Gamblin and then Mr. Pescarella. Okay, our next item is a discussion item. Aldo Pescarella for a pre-application discussion for at 200 Pembroke Road and 0 Comley Avenue. And this is the combined zone. It's a combination of residential as well as business zone, the GBO and the LB. And it is to construct a 70-unit residential development and a 2-story addition to existing buildings. And who will be presenting for the applicant?
I think we'll have Jonah make the initial presentation.
Mr. Gamblin, if you would proceed.
Well, thank you. It's really nice to see everyone, and we're really excited by this project. I mean, I think you gave a great summary. There's basically 3 existing buildings on the site, and it's adjacent to the river, and we're effectively looking at a 2-story residential addition. The residential addition would preserve the footprints of the existing buildings, so the lower 2 levels would be adaptively reused. The footprints for those buildings are well suited for residential, and then there would be ideally 2 levels of residential above. We looked at, and then a lot of the site circulation would remain fairly similar to as it is currently. Parking would be entirely service parking, served by the lot that's across the river. I think, again, from a vehicle circulation point of view, access and egress to the site, that would be largely consistent with how it is currently. I think we're looking for feedback. We understand based on some of the review yesterday that some specific issues, in particular regarding the height, are slightly out of conformance with zoning regulations. But I think we feel that this would be a good use for the office buildings. We're trying to find a kind of a residential massing which is compatible with the buildings, and provide much needed residential use to this part of Greenwich.
Well, Madam Chair, you're muted.
Do that, but you knew I was talking.
Well, you made your talking face. Oh.
So, Mr. Gamblin, at least you give us a light moment. So we were struggling yesterday because by law, we can't approve something that isn't completely in conformance with our regulations. So where you exceed the height limit on this structure, we can't waive that in any way under the law. So we were puzzled as to how you would want to move forward. You were putting this forward to us. And Patrick, there was another area other than height and stories that you had noticed.
Well, I guess the question would be, the first overarching question is, are you looking to do this under the current town regulations, or are you seeking an 830G or some other incentive zoning that that we have in the, we have 6110, but again, the height of that building doesn't seem to meet the incentive zoning for the moderate income units. And then there were just questions about if the lots are going to merge, that would address some of the issues for setbacks in particular. And then another issue was the first floor elevation of the building is in the flood zone, and how is that going to be addressed? Because it would seem to me that you wouldn't be able to maintain the current condition given the amount of renovation and expansion to the building that you're looking to do, or the buildings, I should say. So those are sort of the big major questions, just looking through your portfolio there.
Could I speak to that? You know, we came in a year ago with a project under 830G, which was, to put it mildly, extremely unpopular with the neighbors. I'm a big advocate for more affordable housing in this town, and for a diversity of housing stock. But having said that, what I think our goal was initially, and I'm sorry that we didn't do it, it's probably my fault, because Jonah, this is the first, substantial project he's designed in Greenwich. But it's my hope that perhaps we can go in under the less extreme version of the affordable housing, the local version. But again, we would be looking for some kind of variance, I guess, from the height restriction, or we'd be looking for guidance on how we can revise the plan so that they are in accordance with the zoning regulations as they are today. Again, I'd love to bring it forward and have some affordable housing in there, but I'm going to be listening to the community and the neighbors about that. And I can tell you, it's surprisingly strong, the sentiment around any project with any affordable housing going into any neighborhood in this town. Maybe you guys have a sense of that, but
Yeah, no, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. Mr.
I'm not trying to
Pascarella.
force anything down anybody's throat, but I do want to, if we can have some of these units be affordable, I'd like to do that. But I also need to get something approved here in terms of residential use. So if the only way to really accomplish that is to come in under the regulations as they are and not to go for any of the incentives, then that's what we'll do.
So, Mr. Pascarella, if I might, I'm not sure you're okay. If I might, I'd like to defend the Glenville residents. I don't think that they are opposed to below market housing. What they are opposed to is a lot of density, and they are opposed to it particularly of getting an apartment building in a single family residential zone. And they are opposed to a big change in height and density. But I think, they're inclusive. I don't think they have a problem with, lower income people, because it's middle income is what we've been doing for these applications. I think it's more the concern about high buildings and density. Patrick, I don't know. I'm scrambling because I had no idea Mr. Pascarella would consider 6110, coming under 6110. And I think maybe the best thing would be to send him to you to work on it, because I'm not sure that he could comply even under 6110, because the max height it's 45 or 45, right?
We can go up to 47 and change, but
and
at 45
Joe, what are we at now?
We're at 46 and a half, so that would be possible. I think there's also, one of the reasons we drew a 4-level version was just to have a conversation about the qualitative benefit of 4 levels versus 3 levels. And I realize that height is not always perceived to have a qualitative benefit, but there would be another way to group the floor area on this site, which would basically by adding a 4th building. So there's 3 buildings currently. There's a gap between 2 of them on the northern edge of the property, which allows a view through to the river from Pemberwick Road. And so in this scheme, we've bridged over that gap between the 2. That also provides a drop-off, some exterior recreation space. It really kind of keeps the existing edge on the water as there is currently. The 3-story version would fill that in. So we could get to a similar density, we could stay under the height limits, but you're creating from a basically a street experience point of view, less permeability from that level. So that's, we thought we would bring that up as a conversation point, because we did think there was a qualitative benefit to that. But there's certainly an approach to the site that stays within the 3 stories.
Okay, so go ahead, Patrick.
I think the height.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, Patrick was talking, I think.
Well,
Okay.
If Aldo wants to add something, I'm happy to wait. It's
Yeah,
okay.
sure. Okay, Mr.
Well, I
Pascarella.
mean, maybe one way to go would be to go in with an 830G, but not to have it be some crazy monster project, the kinds that people have been bringing in, but have it to be just a little bit over. Like maybe we're 6 inches over, but we're 830G. I don't know if that would be less controversial.
Well, but if you do an 830G, you have to have 30% affordable housing.
Okay.
Okay, and half of that 30%, 15% of the total units that you have have to be at 60% of state median income. We can
Yeah, see,
send you
this
the
is the
table.
problem. That's why we did the local regulation. So,
But you haven't done the local regulation either.
no, I'm saying when we were working on the task force. Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'll talk to Patrick about what the best way to go forward is. Joe and I are strong believers in the project. We think that it's highest and best use for the property. And Jonah's an amazing architect. So, hopefully we'll be able to build something that the whole town can be proud of and that the residents will really be delighted to live in.
So Patrick, can you pull up, I'm just scrambling to look at what the incentives are. I'm not even sure, maybe we shouldn't be doing it now.
Well, I mean, the short of it is it's a 0.75 floor area ratio. It would be 25% of 25 or 20. No, now I'm stumping myself. I believe it's 25% of the units would be affordable or would be local affordable.
Right, which is at 80% of area median income.
Well, yeah, more or less.
Do those units get counted by the state toward the number that we need?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
6110. 6110.
no.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
I was
don't
thinking
get
trust.
counted?
Sorry. Go
They
ahead.
don't get counted by the state?
No.
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 You want to help us convince Hartford?
Oh, I would love to. This is an important issue for us. We need to keep local control of our zoning. We need home rule. You guys, what you're doing is heroic. Sitting there for
Okay,
hours
so
and going through these
if
things.
you are between, how many units do you have in total, Mr. Gamblin?
70, I think, right?
70.
Okay, so if you are at 25 or more units, you have to have 20% below market, and some of them are at mid, that's the town level income, and some of them are at AHU is 80% of AMI, right?
State.
State.
Right.
So those
this
count.
regulation. Yeah, so we would do. You could get more floor area if you're providing affordable under the state definition versus the local one, but it doesn't change the height. And what it also doesn't change is that first floor elevation, which I know that we've talked about this in other projects. It's a concern on how to comply with the flood zone regulations, because that is not waivable even under 830G.
That was the other thing you said yesterday. You can't waive anything in the flood zone regulations, and because that's federal.
Agreed.
So we're
the
fighting
amount
two
of the
issues.
property that's in the flood zone. It's just a little. It's a little. If you look at the map, it's a little corner of the southwest of the southernmost building, and so I mean we've priced it out to basically because that's the only part that's under the 100-year flood zone. The rest of the first floor, it goes up. And it's got a 3-foot crawl space beneath it, the other building. The southernmost building is slab on grade. So that's the lowest point on the property. And as you've noted, one corner of it, I mean, I want to say maybe a 10 or 20 square foot section of that building is under the 100-year flood zone.
Yeah.
So we looked at different things like,
okay,
11-foot ceiling. 11-foot ceiling. So one of the things we can do is just pour more slab to get it up over.
So rather than us solve your design problem, I think we're going
I'm
to
saying it's solvable.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been good to talk to Patrick ahead of time, but we've got 3 people who want to speak. Then we'll go to the public, but the thing is, just so you're very clear, we can't approve anything that isn't smack dab consistent with our zoning regulations. It's not it's prohibited by state law for us to do that. We just can't. And in an 830G, you have the question of having to meet the affordability. Mr. Wells.
Yes, so this is a pre-app, so we just want to flag issues that
Yes.
be of concern of us. And I'm just going to talk about the dam. It's not on your property, so you could say, hey, not my problem. But
I'm happy to address that
seems
with
to
you.
be a bit of an orphan, and it was just rated Class C, high hazard potential. I'm just going to read the definition from DEEP. The dam would be considered to have a high downstream hazard potential if it were to fail. It would cause probable loss of life, major damage to habitable structures, residents, hospitals, convalescent homes, schools, etc., damage to main highways, or great economic loss. The periodic inspection frequency for high hazard dams is 2 years. I guess there are 4 owners of it, but it's kind of an orphan. And how do we manage that risk? I don't know how we manage the risk unless someone fixes that. Either take the dam down or you fix it to, low hazard potential.
So
Those are
if
the
you don't
choices.
mind, Mr. Wells, I'm going to address some of that. So first of
Go right
all,
ahead.
our council is actively, our town council, our attorneys are actively working on addressing the dam issue. The other thing is that, as you know, on an application that was way beyond the area that should be affected, we asked the developer to do a pre-blasting survey. He was 500 feet away and he's only required to do it at 200 feet. We asked him to verify the validity of the dam. Now, this guy is at 500 feet. So we would be worried where you're very close to the dam. But in the meantime, again, if there's something you want to do, you've got to figure out how to do it with regulations. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to commend the applicant for thinking about all these issues and trying to work with us. But just the concept of trying to meet our regulations and being very careful, but maybe using 830G to jigger, say, the height is, I think, a very worthy idea. And has merit, but there could be some creep there where all of a sudden, well, I'm going 830G, maybe I'll do more. But I do appreciate the idea of trying to solve some of these issues which are beyond our control by doing something like that in order to achieve the greater goals of this commission as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. We're very well said. Thank you.
Could I ask a question about? Oh, sorry. Go on.
Sorry, I was just on the dam issue. The dam's been there for 150 years, and not one of those massive stones has ever moved an inch. It was inspected recently. Because of the fervor, frankly, around the 830G application a year ago. This is what really got the neighbors going. So there was a lot of pressure put on the town, the government, to figure out what's going on with the dam, and they've been doing that. But the bottom line is, whenever you blast, there are rules. If we have to blast, which we may not, of course you're going to do a pre-blast survey. That's just par for the course. So
yes,
I don't think the dam is a concern. Having said that, if you want to take the dam down,
now, so Mr. Pasquarella,
that's easily done. That's easily done.
Mr. Pasquarella,
may I finish, Marguerite? The problem with that is all the people upstream who are looking at a nice river are now going to be looking at a little bit of mud.
Okay.
So everybody upstream is going to be damaged by being overly careful about what could theoretically happen downstream. Finally, in that neighborhood, all of the flooding that people have experienced in the past have been concerned about has been surface water. It hasn't actually been the river coming up, except for the one time years ago, the town decided to open the floodgates and they got sued. upriver, and they've said we're never going to open those floodgates again.
Okay.
So that's how I respond to the damage.
Okay, so just the point I was making to you and to Mr. Gamblin that was lost on everybody, I believe, has nothing to do with anything but we had an application that was far from the dam relative to the legal requirements, and we made that applicant exceed the requirements because of community concern about the dam. So we made that applicant, before we approved him, in our approval, we took extra precaution in what they did in their project regarding the dam. So whether you think it's a risk or not, what we did is we had that applicant take we required them to take this extra step.
And if you're saying you're going to require that of me,
I'm
fine
not
with that.
saying that. I'm just saying be
But I'm okay
advised.
with it.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
be
okay.
advised. Mr.
Remember,
McRae.
we build stuff in the community. It's ultimately for the community. So it has
Okay.
to work for the community.
Okay, Mr. McRae.
Come back to me. I'm doing a little research here real quick. Thank you.
Okay, well,
just a clarification question.
Yes, sir.
Was there a threshold of work that triggered the pre-blast survey?
No, it was
Okay.
beyond what is required for pre-blast surveys. But because
I think I can expand on that as well.
Okay. Actually, sure, Mr. McRae, go ahead since you were
I think
working on it.
the specific reason we talked about actually a pre-blast survey of the dam, specifically, as Mr. Wells pointed out, is a Class C dam. Mr. Brascarelli, you're talking about it's been there for 100 years, none of the stones have moved. The day that one stone moves, we're going to be literally up a creek. And that's why we talked about pre-blast survey, because it's a Class C dam, and if it breaks one little inch, it could be a catastrophe.
Yes,
so the reason why we asked them to do a survey is to make sure that anything that happens on their property in terms of the construction and the blasting will not affect what could be a catastrophe for a lot of other people.
But again, we have no reason to believe, Mr. Pascarella or Mr. McRae. We did a lot of research. Legal looked into this for us. We have no reason to believe that that could happen. But we took the extra precaution because the neighbors were concerned that the applicant would exceed the requirements for pre-blasting surveys and double check the dam. So although Mr. McRae is putting it in an alarmist way, it is not data that exists. Thank you, Mr. McRae. All right. So the bottom line, the guidance that we have for you is we've been scratching our heads because you don't fit any regulation that we know of or the state statutes, and we had no idea why you were coming before us with this. And we had a lot of concerns.
What you think overall about this?
But
this is like the first chapter, but we'll come back
Yeah.
to something that's more
Right.
in line with what we're discussing.
Okay. And overall, you now know we're rule bound and we're state law bound always in what we do. So, and again, our decisions have to be based on facts. Mr. Levy, I was going to go to public comment. Did you want to add something?
Yes,
And
Madam.
Mr. McRae.
The other thing I just would like to mention is that the first blush of your elevations, I would say, just think about what it is that think more about residential. I think that there is a marching order to these elevations, which I think is not that in keeping with residential. So I hope you develop that a little bit better.
I'd like some clarity on that. One of the things I've observed in this town is the tendency for the commissions, the Architectural Review Commission and others, to prefer more traditional styles of architecture. But I actually like modern architecture. And I think it's useful to have, as long as it's good architecture, a variety of architectural styles in a community. So this is decidedly a modern building. And I guess the question for you is, Do you not want it to look like a modern building? Or do you want it to look like a different kind of modern building?
Not our job.
I just think that it's something to continue to consider. That's all.
Okay.
I
Our
mean,
job,
I
our first,
like modern architecture too.
okay, our first job is to do a scale, do something that's consistent. I'm feeling like a broken record, consistent with our regulations and consistent with the scale of the neighborhood. Okay, where we can't fight back because it's an 830G, it is what it is, but that's our first job. Mr. McRae.
Just that point of clarity, the buildings, the whole site is in an AE zone, AE flood zone. And there's a regulatory floodway going right through the middle of it as well. I just wanted to make that a point of clarity.
Okay, great, thank you.
Maybe
So-
one other item just to clarify, when you say consistent with the scale of the existing neighborhood, I mean, I would imagine the existing buildings are somewhat of a deviation from that scale.
Yeah.
So if we were consistent with the scale of the existing buildings, would that be?
Well, we went through it, but yeah, so no, the first thing is to be consistent with the regulations, which, sorry, we went through the height thing. So why your height exceeds what's allowed, we started out with that. And you're in a mixed zone, but I'm just doing the GB really quickly. Your maximum height is 40 feet. All right. That's your big hang up. So when I'm talking about scale, I'm saying, yeah, the neighborhood fits the zoning regulations. Okay. So how would you guys like to hear from the public?
Can't wait.
Okie dokie. So anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 200 Pemberwick and 0 Comley. Now, I know there's people here from the neighborhood, but I'm not seeing them raise their virtual hands. There we go. Patricia Adams, Laureen Taylor. Okay, Patricia Adams, followed by Laureen Taylor. Laureen Taylor must be getting, there's a few people who have been here with us the whole night. So thank you, everybody. All right, anybody else who wishes to speak on this application, kindly unmute Ms. Adams. And anybody who wishes to speak on this application, please raise your virtual hand other than Ms. Taylor, who is next.
Hi there, thank you very much. I know it looks like this is kind of premature, but I thought I would remind the commission that the last time these plans came before the commission, there was an issue about the subfloor being raised 3 feet in order to allow some type of off-gassing from previous use of the site as a factory.
I'd forgotten about the off-gassing. Thank you, Ms.
So
Adams.
I thought I'd bring that up since height is important here.
Yes, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Adams?
No, that's it.
All right, so I think it's just a question of stay tuned. Laureen Taylor, you are next. If you will unmute.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Hello again, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, Laureen Taylor here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, I'm a safety conscious commercial property owner in the Barm section of Greenwich. I believe that safety trumps aesthetics in all cases. I do appreciate the comments of concern made this evening by both Mr. Arnold Wells and Mr. McRae regarding the river waterfall dam. And finally, it would be helpful if the public can have access to the inspection report that was last done on the river waterfall dam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. That looks like it. All right. Okay, so you're going to come back with, you're going to talk to Patrick. Tracy, did you have your hand up at one point?
Yes, one issue was resolved. The other is even if only part of the building is in the FEMA flood zone, the whole building is considered to be in the FEMA flood zone. So there are substantial improvement determination consequences for that. That's all.
So the fact that it's that the property is AE is not an issue because as long as you've got part of it in full flood zone, the whole thing becomes full flood zone.
The whole structure is considered full flood zone.
Structure.
I mean, you can certainly also discuss that with Diane Ivkovic up at the state while you're preparing your plans, and she can go over how that works too.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on this application? All right, I'm really glad that you're going to go talk to Patrick and or Tracy and just get a feel for it, because you had us at, we were baffled. But thank you. Now I think we're on the same
No, I mean,
page.
you guys have been great. Thank you so much for helping me
No,
give us the
we were a
guidance
little-
that you have. And
we're a
thank you
little-
for your service to the town of Greenwich. You guys are
We're
great.
a little snarky and tired by now, but that's okay.
Well,
We've
it's
been
okay. You've been hearing a lot of applications, so thank you.
six hours later. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah.
All right, our final item for the night. Mr. LaRoe, I think it's, I see the people, and Mr. LaRoe, oh, Dennis, had you fallen out of the meeting? Is that what happened? So I'm going to bring these people in, Patrick, and then you can present. All right. Well, we have Candace and Carolyn Peterson and Michael Carter,
Yeah, I'll
right?
let Candace and whoever she wants to help her out with
Well, I think I know that I'm going to bring in the three names that worked on it, but I'm not getting, Carolyn Peterson, you declined. So when you see the little thing on your screen, click that you do want to join. Okay. She's in. Okie dokie. Patrick, do you want to introduce this, or do you want to leave it to the proponents?
I'll leave it to Candace. I mean, I'm happy to. I mean, this is their draft, so I don't want to take any credit for anything.
Oh, so you're out at the beach, Mr. Carter. All right. Good evening, Ms. Garthwaite.
No, I'm
Yeah,
on the Byram River.
good evening, Ms. Garthwaite.
Good evening. And yeah, wow, here we are. Thanks so much. I'm Candace Garthwaite, here to talk about Village District. I'm a 30-year resident on Park Avenue, Old Greenwich. I'm speaking on behalf of a coalition of Eastern Greenwich residents who are seeking a Village District designation for the commercial district of Old Greenwich. Our group includes 2 architects, a retired planner, representation from the Old Greenwich Merchants Association, the Old Greenwich Garden Club, District 6 of the RTM, and the Eastern Greenwich Preservation Association. We have presented this Village District idea to the Preservation Network, the Old Greenwich Association, and District 6 of the RTM. And I'm joined by Michael Carter and Carolyn Peterson. Michael has a long career in architecture and development, development and finance. And Carolyn Peterson is a Old Greenwich resident and local realtor. As you know, the Connecticut General Statute 8-2J enables the protection of distinctive municipal areas and requires that those areas be specifically identified in the Municipal Plan of Conservation and Development. Both the 2009 and 2019 POCDs do identify Old Greenwich as a candidate. The first guiding principle of the 2019 POCD, and I quote, is to preserve our community character and sense of place, unquote. The goal of this principle is not to inhibit change, but to enhance distinctive areas. And that's exactly what we want to do. And this objective in the POCD, objective 1.5, does identify a village district designation as a tool to provide an extra level of regulatory protection, and did name nine possible areas. Old Greenwich, in our view, is the perfect candidate. Old Greenwich is both charming and eclectic, with exceptional walkability to shops, restaurants, the train, and the school. A benefit of the village district designation will be to assess how new construction will fit in and add to the enjoyment of the village. Old Greenwich has an essence that we hope to maintain with the village district regulations and review process. 26 towns in Connecticut have village districts, and some have more than one. Norwalk has 4, and we certainly adopted good ideas from other towns. Now we're seeking your guidance and input on how best to craft this Old Greenwich Village District regulation. And just to kind of sum up what motivated us, as you know, or many of you may know, many residents were alarmed by the renovation of the Old Greenwich train station parking lot. And what we have now is the infamous wall. And we were also alarmed by the proposal to demolish the 100-year-old Old Greenwich School. And this was just simply not well received by the majority of residents. Also, the cutting of trees by Metro North in the state is just depressing. So once we focused on the idea of a village district, it just made sense. The underlying theme of the 8-2 statute is really about the view from the roadways. And this includes trees, buildings, lighting, etc. It is also about walkability and retail continuity. So on behalf of this group of Eastern Greenwich residents, we're before you seeking your help and your support for this unique and historic village in Greenwich. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garthwaite. Commission, do you have any questions or comments on what you have before you? Ms. Jenkins. You're muted.
I'm unmuted. Yeah, there was a question in the briefing yesterday about the exact extent of the village district that you're proposing. Old Greenwich is beautiful, and I appreciate your trying to protect it, but it's not clear exactly what area you're talking about.
Certainly, it's really the commercial area. So it starts on the north side. There is right across from the new apartment building, there's a little shopping district that has, a restaurant currently and some other small shops. Then it goes through on Sound Beach to Old Greenwich School, excluding any residential areas. Includes Arcadia Road, really down to Park Avenue. Again, it's the commercial areas of Arcadia Road. And then on the west end, it would include the professional buildings.
The one on West End Avenue?
On West End, I think there are 2 professional buildings.
Okay. So there are no residential areas?
No residential, no. No, this is commercial only.
Okay.
It's LBR2, I believe, is what it says in the write-up. It's all LBR2 underlying.
Okay.
Mr. McRae, oh, perfect.
Great.
Wow. Okay, so that's all LBR2 going all the way up there. And then it stops right there, the LBR2. So, and it's the LBR2 stops at the school.
Before.
Right. Before the school. So that would be, right at the school property, right? That's the school property.
This is right here, this area.
Yeah. So we'd have to just say the LBR2 plus the property. It's what is that, R7 or something, the school?
R12?
Or R12. The school's R12. So we would say one R12 property, which is the Old Greenwich School.
Okay, I wasn't clear on, I thought that was residential. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Patrick. So,
Sorry, a little slow.
And Mr. McRae, you have your hand up.
Right. In the review process under G, it talks about a number of different things that the ARC is going to be looking at. One of them, number 3, is design of paving materials, placement of public roadways, sidewalks, bike lanes, and associated infrastructure. It seems to me that may kind of infringe on what the Department of Public Works Highway Division and Department of Public Works does. I do have a specific question about submission requirements, section B, additional materials related to historic buildings. It says historic, for purposes of the overlay guidelines, historic buildings are here and defined as those constructed on or before 1965. What is the rationale of 1965?
That's from an old regulation of ours, and also I believe that it's been used in village districts across Connecticut. Would you prefer a different date?
Oh, I'm just asking them, why is it 1965?
Yeah.
Where specifically did it come from?
Well, at this point, those are 80-year-old 40, am I doing that right? 60-year-old buildings. Yeah. Okay. What else, Mr. McRae?
At the moment, that's it.
All right. So I had a question for you, Mr. Carter. We've very recently interviewed you to join the ARC. And since you're a member, I was going to suggest that you share at an ARC meeting these guidelines and get their input. I know Richard Hine has reviewed them and is supportive of them, but it might be good to get some input from the ARC as well, since they would do the heavy lifting on this. Would you be amenable to that?
Certainly. We have a meeting tomorrow night.
You may not, I don't know if you can add it to your agenda unless you've posted it and all that legal stuff, but
Right, but I can at least raise,
just say it.
The
Yeah.
issue. Well,
Yeah, and just say, here it is. Because they have to do the work. Mr. McRae, you're back.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Ms. Garthwaite, just a quick question. You had a list of people who were involved. I don't know if I heard, did you actually reach out to the actual property owners about the project that's in the design, in the village district as proposed?
Primarily through the Old Greenwich Merchants Association. I believe, the Feinsod property owner, and I don't know of others, maybe Carolyn knows, but I do know that, there's certainly support from the Old Greenwich Merchants. Not all of them, of course, own their buildings.
They're the merchants. I'm actually talking about the people who own the buildings, own the properties that are encompassed inside the village district.
Right. No, other than my knowledge of those merchants who own their buildings, those were the only ones that were consulted. But we certainly have gone to public meetings to talk about this idea.
Right. Okay. Because I think to me, as I read the work that you've done and that kind of thing, it actually directly affects not so much maybe the business owners, but it definitely affects the people who own the buildings themselves and the properties. I would think that would be an important thing for them to understand, that the village district is being proposed and it has a direct effect on the use or the design of their buildings. I'm sure they would like to know about that.
I think that's just to pipe in. It's Carolyn
Yes.
Peterson.
Hello, Ms. Peterson. So yes,
Hello.
tell
Hello.
us about the property owners.
No, I can't say more than Candace had said, but she did mention my name. No, we've communicated always along with the Old Greenwich Merchants Association in due course. So I suppose had expectation that was, well, we know it was communicated out to their membership. Where that goes up and across, I don't know.
Okay. So it's a good idea that to have outreach to the property owners, because they are going to have to pay for their improvement of the buildings. And so is there an easy way to, well, I guess, hold on a second, Patrick, everybody has to be noticed when the regulation gets filed. Nick, not to worry, because when a formal application is submitted on our agenda, all the property owners are automatically noticed, and then we'll hear everything everybody has to say. Madam Kulikowski.
Yes, you, as part of the village district establishment process, you would have to notify each and every one of the affected property owners, having done it in Weston. Yes.
Yeah, so they all have to be notified anyway. So, and just at that time, so this is just pre-app for us to give general guidance on the concepts we're seeing.
Right, I understand it, but I think actually it's the kind of thing as a pre-app and as significant as this is, I think actually, getting out to the property owners before it gets to us might be a really good idea. That way,
No, time
they're
out
kind
from
of not-
Patrick. Patrick says time
is
out,
not a-
and he's got
sorry, this
both
is-
hands up.
This is not a pre-app here. This is a discussion item. They
Okay,
they
great.
didn't file it. If it's labeled that way, that is my error.
No, it's a
Nope, my
discussion
mistake.
item.
No,
My
no,
mistake, but
well,
as
yeah,
a discussion item,
I
could
should have
still,
entered, maybe, I should have started with that part of it. Sorry, Mr. McRae, that this is they're here to show this draft, and get some initial comments and then think about next steps. So it not, not a pre-app yet. Otherwise, we would have had a notification for everybody.
Right. So my mistake in terms of calling it a pre-app, but I think you're still actually reaching out to the property owners prior to a
The
pre-app.
point's valid. It's just right. I just
Yeah.
didn't want anybody to misunderstand what the application is doing.
Right, because I would think actually if I was a property owner, I wouldn't want to be blindsided by, I just got a letter that you're doing something to my building and I didn't know about it kind of thing. So,
Okay. So again, I think publicizing by being on the ARC, a noticed ARC agenda, putting it out there and making people aware of it is a
that
good
doesn't get
first.
to the property owners though. ARC doesn't have a formal notification process like we do.
But the point is that it's going to get publicized and it's going to be out there, and Mr. Carter's going to be talking to ARC, and then the group will do outreach. I think it's a great idea. It's always good to involve all the stakeholders, and these are important stakeholders.
And may I say, it has been publicized through the Old Greenwich Association, through the Merchants Association on social media.
Well,
The
and
fact
I
that we're
was
talking tonight, right? That's been
Right.
publicized. Okay.
And I was at the Old Greenwich annual meeting in a packed room at your firehouse, and I heard you talk about this. I heard Candace Ms. Garthwaite
Correct.
make a presentation. So it's
Correct.
out there, but I agree, the more you reach out to stakeholders and the more you engage them, it's great. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about making a application to the ARC if this becomes, if this is successful. People should know about the process because
It's in the regulation.
it is. Okay, I didn't.
Well, it's
quite-
in their draft. It's in their draft. And it describes when you, it's when you would have to file, when you go before ARC, what you have to submit to them. Then if it's coming to, then ARC issues a recommendation. It's called review process in the guidelines, and then it has a section called submission requirements.
Oh, I
And then
see
it,
requirements. Okay.
yeah, and then it has the review process. So it does both. I'm talking for you, but I think that's the answer,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Oh, okay, I see it. But there's no appeal process here. I see.
Well, I think even in this, Tracy, you had one in Weston, ARC remains advisory to the P&Z Commission.
Yes, the architectural consultant, whether it's a single person or a body like the ARC, is advisory to the commission.
So if somebody didn't like it, they would come to P&Z and they would say, I really don't want to have the kind of window that ARC wants me to have.
Oh, so
Right.
that's
Right.
Because remember, the trick with a village district is you're keeping all your underlying zoning regulations. All you're doing is adding the design guidelines to keep the flavor of the village. But the underlying zoning regulations are the same. This is why I was so interested tonight in Riverside. So you wouldn't be told, well, you got to make your building 1 story and you can't be 2.5 or anything like that. You would just be told 70% of your store window has to be visible, transparent, I believe was your wording, Ms. Garthwaite. So something like that. So you can look into stores and they're not blocked windows, for example. That's the kind of guidelines that are in there. I see you're reading them now, so I'm not sure you're listening to me. No, he's laughing. I hope he's laughing. Okay. Anybody else? Did everybody get a look at their design, what did you call them? The principles of your design, the pictures that the lookbook that Mr. Carter prepared and the examples. Did everybody get a good look at that? And does that work for you guys? Because I think it's so important to have a visual of what they're striving, of what someone's striving for, especially when you're working with the ARC, because they are very visual people, architects. So if you say to them, this is the model. So I thought that was great. I was going to ask Mr. Carter to share it, but if you've all seen it, I won't. Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah,
I have not.
Oh, you haven't? Okay. Patrick, could you just toss up the photograph part on a screen share? Well, go ahead, Ms. Jenkins. While you're talking, Patrick will.
I guess I was just wondering whether there are any existing buildings in the proposed village district that you don't go there. Don't go after this one, but don't use that as a model. Is there something already in the proposed district that you want to avoid? I have to say that when I went through it, I thought the first picture was perhaps not something you would necessarily want to copy.
All right. So, Mr. Carter, I can't read this and you wrote these. So do you want to just walk us through what is copyable and what isn't? Is that the first picture yet, Mr. Carter?
Yeah, these pictures all are ones that we felt have the texture and the feel. It's true that some are not necessarily, great designs, but the idea is not to get into specific architectural designs, but to emphasize again textures, whether it's like here where you have the bricks of different colors providing some patterns. You have windows with mullions and trim. You have colonnade type looks are all things that help in the texture and feel of the village. I mean, probably if I was to, I didn't include pictures of ones that we were not that excited about. I would say probably maybe the CVS is one that's not that exciting.
I'm sure you can have private discussions with them, so you never know.
Yeah. But whereas all these ones are ones that we thought at least, helped with the texture of it and the feel, and the scale.
Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application of the Old Greenwich? And again, it's not an application, sorry, discussion item. I made your goof, Nick. Discussion item of the Old Greenwich Village District. All right. So where are we with this, Patrick? The next step, you've asked for comments from WestCog, right?
If the commission would like them, we can do that.
Okay. And so then the WestCog comments, and then at that point, if the proposal is okay with WestCog, then it would get turned into a regulation. That's, I guess, where you step in.
I can certainly, if that's something we could talk with, well, if the next steps would be either the applicant, the resident proposal or staff proposal, and we can certainly talk about what would be the best options there.
Okay, but you would have to help them format it or whatever one. Yeah,
No,
and
I would
word it.
absolutely. Yep. absolutely.
Make sure it's spoken in townese.
Right.
Now,
That's not
Mr.
exactly a
Carter,
good thing, but yes.
no, it's not the run-on sentence. So Mr. Carter will try and schedule something with Mr. Hine and Marisa to review it with ARC. And then the other thing is to make sure that the property owners have some awareness, although for sure they would be notified. They're required, as Tracy confirmed, by the law, that they be notified if it becomes an application. So, and we would give them lots of opportunity to comment. And you looked at, I remember you mentioning it at the association meeting. How many towns, Ms. Garthwaite, when you all developed this?
I believe that it's 26 towns and some have more than one. So there were many to look at.
So you looked at everybody's regulations, all of everybody's village district regulations.
To the best of our ability.
Okay. Well, you suddenly became zoning experts. Okay. I'm hearing that we don't have any huge questions except the concern about make sure we've got a map. Make sure we don't have, and I guess Patrick, can you make sure that wording's okay with DPW about paving and whatever?
Yes, happy to.
And so the DPW question that Nick raised about paving, does it need to come out because it might interfere with DPW? Notification to everybody we can think about. Anything else that we've mentioned that we should ask them to integrate? Mr. Levy. He's been doing, I know you've been reading it. You stopped listening to me. I was talking, you were like totally absorbed in your reading. What?
Explain to me what the issue is with the paving. I understand that you said that the DPW.
Nick was worried. Nick just didn't want to step on them. If we say something about, if there's something about paving in the zoning regulations, is DPW going to mind? So just let's sure we ask them.
Okay, because I think that there's some valid reason to include paving, so that maybe you have to be more specific. I don't know.
Yeah. So let's ask Patrick will do that. I also, I remember I cheated a little bit over the weekend and I looked at another town. I think it was New Canaan. And I told Peter Levy that he was going to love wherever I saw that language, that it said something about keeping the human scale and the approachability of buildings, which is, I think, where you're going. And it's something Levy says all the time, to keep it human in scale. And how, and also that I'm quoting you, Mr. Levy, you're trying to, that it draws you towards the building.
Yes, it should be welcoming.
It should be welcoming. And that's, I saw some language and that was the only, if I find it, I will make sure you guys get it.
Sounds good.
All right. So we didn't have any comments from the public and we've got, I think most of it is up to us except for extended outreach from you guys.
Very good.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sticking with us till 10 o'clock at night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Mr. Carter. Thank you for joining ARC. All right, I'm going to. You're having fun? Mr. Hine's been complimentary of Mr. Carter. He was very glad to have him, apparently. Okay, we only have one quick decision to make. Gosh, Patrick, I wish you could make this motion.
I think everyone else on this commission should feel happy about this. I've struggled through it a little bit.
Nicholas Macri, all you have to do is say it's consistent with the POCD.
Oh, I've got it all set. Don't worry.
Okay. I was really not expecting. I thought we made too many changes, but if they were all Scribner stuff.
Mr. Macri, I just want you to know that there is one section reference, and if you want to cite it, I have it ready for you. If you
section,
you had mentioned about the requirements in 615 and 617. And I agree that we need to make sure that that jives with the new section numberings.
No, I think actually that would be automatic once you actually put in something new and everything's got to shake out and they've got to work.
Well,
off
I
each
just,
other.
if you wanted to cite it, I have that section reference, so.
Okay. So if you would like text amendment Division 14 lighting requirements, PLPZ 2023-405. This amendment will modify Division 14 in its entirety, as well as Mr. Leroux.
Will be 615A2E, reference to lighting regulations as currently constructed.
15A2E, okay. Anything else?
That's it. Everything else is already being modified by the language that you all have in front of you.
Okay. And the commission finds that the suggested revisions are in keeping with objective 1.2C, 1.5, 5.5I, 5.4I, and 5.6B of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, motion to approve the text amendment as stated.
Do I have a second? Oh,
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0, just 2 months short of 2 years of working on it.
It's been an
And-
illuminating experience.
And we are,
Ouch. Oh, come on.
oh, I know, but it's so,
You couldn't pass it up.
nah,
It-
it
it's
was
right
just,
there. I mean,
I
we
think
said-
that was Arn's joke earlier. What, didn't Arn make that?
I might have. It was worth using again. Then let's just put it that way.
Okay, so from now on, we just have to remember our glare and our bugs.
okay,
Yeah,
so
okay.
guys, now
And
that
not
we've
both lights,
approved,
both lighting.
now that we've approved this, we are going to schedule a joint session with ARC and we are going to be trained because otherwise I think we're all struggling. Right?
Why? Well,
I think
I'm
it's-
not going
it's-
to condemn us to struggling. I think we just need to all understand what the idiosyncrasies are.
Okay, I'm
It's-
struggling.
Right. It's just that you have to take it as an application of the regulation. What did you want to light? Or how did you want to light something? And then go back into the regulation to understand what you can and can't do and what you need to provide to show that. And I think actually when you do it from that point of view, which would be what a lighting designer would do or an architect, then it all starts to kind of gel a little bit. A lot of the nomenclature is really new. But I think it's intended to get us where we need to be, so we don't have sites that are overlit or lit in a way that's not indicative of what Greenwich is.
Well, I can show you some Greenwich that's very overlit.
Right, and I think that's one of the things is that in the regulation it says that if you fix your lighting, it's got to conform to the new lighting regulation, which is something we never really had before. That's actually a critical part.
Yep.
Well, right.
Okay.
You replace the fixtures, they're not going to be, you can't just go back to the old light.
Exactly, and I think that's what happens a lot. I think that's an enforcement issue, but that's the thing. Oh, I'm just replacing what I have. Yeah, well, now the lumens are 4 times more than what you had before.
Right.
So-
Exactly.
Okay. All righty, it's time to say goodbye.
Can I ask a silly question? We voted on the tent application, right?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
We did. It's
Thank
all
you.
right. The
I just-
brain,
I'm
the
looking at my
mind
notes, I didn't
goes.
put anything in. Okay.
I would make a joke, an age joke, but Patrick, I think it's illegal.
It's very ageist, by the way, Madam Chair, to say those things to me.
All right, you guys.
Actually, I have a good age joke. You're gonna love this.
Okay.
I just got tapped to do a gig. The name of the title of the gig is Ladies of a Certain Age.
Oh, yeah.
And then I realized actually I'm going to be the baby in the Ladies of Certain Age production.
There you go. That's how you
So I
stay
thought that
young.
was actually it's gonna be kind of fun.
Well, I'm just guessing, but I'm maybe you're not one of the ladies in the gig.
No, actually, I'm going to play the bass, and I just found out about 4 hours ago.
Oh, you'll be fine. You'll just tell them you don't like their fenestration.
All right,
All
good
right.
night.
Okay, and Noel, you survived. I was sure we were going till 1 o'clock in the morning at one point.
And Noel, if you let her keep speaking, we will go to 1 o'clock.
All right, bye.
Bye.